tomorrow to give them something for students in the weeks and months to come.
We appreciate you joining us to dispel some of those rumors, because this information, it's hard to get out, with so much going on, and, crews in all these different places, it's hard to tell what has burned and what hasn't. You and I were talking before, it's a high bar to make a decision to close LAUSD schools. It affects so many thousands of families. Talk about that. I mean, what went into that decision that was made?
Yeah, so it's an incredibly high bar for me, and not only because students have missed too many days of schools in the last few years, but mostly just because we have a population in LA Unified where many families rely on us for childcare and for meals. But at the time we decided we wanted to make the school closure decision at a time where families had time to plan. And so around 4 o'clock when we were making that decision, we had 6 fires burning, including the Sunset Hollywood fire, which had just started up in the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. We had air quality. The Palisades is obviously incredibly hit.
This SJW has to go talk to his wife's boyfriend
as we just
when he gets home.
Beyond repair. But we also have hundreds of schools in the East Valley, on the east side, near the Altadena and Pasadena fires, where the air quality was really bad. And so we decided, at least for tomorrow, for Thursday, to make a closure decision, just to keep everyone safe, keep them off the roads, also for emergency vehicles and first responders to get to schools. And then we're reassessing on Friday. But today we only had a few schools closed in the Palisades, and then we had a few hundred on the east. It's on air quality, but we know that these are close calls. My bar is very high. I want kids in schools. I want families to have a place to go, but we also want people to be safe. And one thing, then folks should go to laschools.net for more information. But throughout LA Unified tomorrow, we have schools that will be open for food distribution. So for families who are in need of food or maybe emergency supplies, Red Cross shelters, they can go to our website laschools.net, and we have schools open in every region that are providing food for families who rely on the school district for basic needs.
Which is so important for so many families who are a part of LAUSD. Last one, I want to get you out of the smoke. I know you don't have any goggles on, which is so helpful. What is it like when you're walking around these schools and you're seeing this destruction? These are places where children learn. These are places that are kind of pillars of our community. What is it like for you personally to tour the damaged area?
It's been devastating. I grew up just next door in Brentwood. I played soccer in the Palisades. This is my community. I was driving around with my district director, whose kids went to Pali Elementary, whose kids went to Pali High, and she lost her home. But the thing that's been inspiring, and I know we've been hearing about it, particularly in the Palisades, but throughout LA, is how people are rallying together to support their community, checking in on one another, making sure kids are okay, making sure there's continuity of learning. And, schools like Pali Elementary, our public schools are civic cathedrals, but what makes them special is what happens inside those schools.
What the fuck?
Relationships with the kids and their teachers and families. So it's heartbreaking. I'm a kid of the Palisades. I went to Mort's Deli and Jacobo's and played soccer at Pali High. So we're heartbreaking, but seeing the resilience and how our students and our teachers are saying, we will rebuild and we will be there together for folks who need places to shelter or places to eat or places to go to school is really inspiring, and I'm just grateful and I'm proud to represent this resilient and amazing community of the Palisades.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Please get out of the smoke, get some goggles on. It's so intense.
Stay safe as well, and I hope all our watchers are staying safe and also following those evacuation orders and making sure up-to-date information. We'll be making an announcement by 4 o'clock tomorrow for schools on Friday, so please stay tuned.
All right, perfect. Nick, thank you so much. Stay safe. We really appreciate you. Oh, you just heard it. That was such a chance encounter. We've been standing across from this elementary school for the last several hours. The physical outside of it, the facade is still intact. We didn't even know that that had been destroyed. That is a loss inside Pali Elementary that we are standing right in front of, because the walls are still standing on the outside. That's part of the issue with having no electricity, no lights, no cell service in this area. You really can only see what you're able to physically light up in front of you and what you're able to see from the blows of fires like this behind us. So, we're able to see the outside of that building, but we're not able to see the destruction anywhere around it. We obviously got here in the dark, so I'm sure you're able to see it when you're standing here. We've been watching this church burn bit by bit. This is the Community United Methodist Church, the Pacific Palisades. When we got here, there was an actual structure here in the front. Gone. We watched the beams collapse. We heard a wall collapse. Just utterly devastating. I mean, the winds continue to just
No, it's unacceptable. It's definitely all the gay people, dude. It's literally, Jesus is mad.
I assume that was to kind of leapfrog and to get ahead of where these embers.
Dude, Jesus is mad. Jimmy Carter's revenge.
There's really not a lot left here to burn. This is just a total loss.
Dude, Jimmy Carter's Revenge.
Just scenes
That's
of utter
fucking great.
devastation. And also for these kids that are affected, with LAUSD schools, that is thousands and thousands of families that will not be going to school tomorrow, that will not have that child care tomorrow. That's a very big announcement, and they really don't take that lightly. So that's, please stay up to date, keep up with us here at Fox 11. We'll bring you the latest when they make that announcement tomorrow at 4 o'clock about the next day of school. But no school tomorrow for LAUSD. Marlon, Alex.
Yeah, good to see Nick Melvoin, who called into our coverage last night at 1 in the morning, and out there tonight at Chelsea. We've all been putting in long days. Thank you. The state superintendent of public instruction.
Dude, I want to go get some more pie.
Californians to come
We should make pie. I want pie.
Students, families,
Chat, I
educators,
need
and
pie.
school staff.
Like some type of apple pie
contributions
now.
Can now be made through the supplybank.org disaster relief fund to help provide much needed assistance. Latest figures show that 335 schools, more than 211,000 students are impacted. For more information, we have a link on our website, foxla.com.
And we are just starting to hear about the number of celebrities who have lost their multi-million-dollar homes in the Palisades
Let's
fire.
go!
We can tell
Eat
you
the
that
rich.
Paris Hilton's Malibu mansion
Eat the rich.
burned to the ground, and so did the homes of actors Billy Crystal,
Yes!
Eugene Levy,
Let's go!
John Goodman,
Yes!
Cameron Matheson, Ricky Lake,
Yes!
Anna Faris, and Adam Brody.
Let's
Many
go!
others that we don't even know about yet, most likely.
Eat
as
the
well.
rich. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Eat the rich.
Now, due to those extreme wind and fire conditions in and around LA, tonight's performance of Wicked at the Pantages was canceled. Affected patrons with tickets will receive
Eat the rich.
refund to the payment method on file.
Hey, Kev TV, come eat the rich.
Malibu Landmark is gone. This one here, Moon Shadows, the iconic oceanfront restaurant opened since 1966.
Hollywood sign next.
Was
Hollywood
destroyed
sign
in
next.
the
Burn the
Palisades
Hollywood
fire.
sign.
Yeah, it was known for its dining room, which was perched over the water. The restaurant had been a favorite for decades.
Burn the Hollywood sign so they could put a neon one up.
They did post on social
I want a
media
neon Hollywood sign.
that their restaurant is lost. Such a great spot for drinks, and so sad to see her that Moonshadows.
Burn the Hollywood sign.
So all these homes along this stretch just south of Dukes are
Boogies.
gone. Firefighters continue to work here on
Boogies. Dude, I was there the other day. I was there the other day fishing. Holy fuck.
Jeremy Lee Quinn, who posted this viral video. Employees, patrons sharing memories of
Judy!
the spot, calling it a second home, a place for celebrations. One person said they visited weekly for years. Another recently rang in the new year there. Many are struggling to believe the loss of this cherished gathering place.
Diddy did it, dude. It was Diddy.
Malibu's identity.
Diddy did it.
All right, we do have Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. He has arrived on the scene in Studio City where we saw the loss of 2 homes. Matthew, what can you
It was
tell us?
Diddy. Diddy made the call.
Well, Marla, firefighters have really been attacking this thing. We've seen firefighters on the ground.
Diddy did
At
it.
least 20 fire trucks just walking.
It
backing
was
up here.
Diddy.
It's pretty intense, but you can see the firefighters
Whee!
on it really from all angles. There's several hoses being sprayed on top of this house and the remaining homes next to it. We also just saw a helicopter come and make a drop, but really an intense scene out here. You can see probably up in the hills these bright flashlights. Firefighters are kind of looking out,
Wow.
looking for any hot spots. You can also see some hot spots, and that's kind of why we likely saw that drop.
The
But really, I mean,
fire.
after everything that we've seen the last few days, you can
Help.
imagine how everyone's
Help,
feeling.
it's a
This is
fire.
a very steep
Help, fire,
terrain with
a
lots of
fire, a
vegetation,
fire.
and, with all the
Fire.
fires that we've been seeing recently, you know, people are very, very worried about any time they see any flames like this. So in
It
this
was
situation,
China.
We understand that a couple of structures are lost.
It was
but
China.
firefighters still out here and attacking it from all angles and really making sure that this thing doesn't keep spreading. Understand we heard from a homeowner here that lost everything and
China.
imagine kind of what they're going through, just what all these other people have been going through.
They're
This is
eating
just the third
boogers.
fire that I've been to today, hopping around different parts of the area and just this is what we've been going through the last couple days, and it is it's pretty intense. Go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew, my question to you is about that in your travels. You just came from over the hill, the Sunset Fire in Hollywood Hills. Talk to us about the gridlock. I imagine that it was difficult to get around.
Yeah, maneuvering from Hollywood to here was a mess. A lot of roads closed, police blocking roads. You can't go this way, you have to go that way. And then you finally think you're figuring it out, and then there's another road closed. And then once we got over here in the Studio City, Ventura Boulevard was all backed up. And then once you really got into this neighborhood, there was a hike to get over here because it's gridlock. People are kind of leaving, but also there's
people are laughing at this tragedy.
You have to walk.
Yeah, not easy to get around.
Diddy 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 diddy
What about cause? Did you hear anything about a cause?
We're not aware of a cause yet. We tried speaking with a resident and they didn't want to talk, but we don't have a cause yet. It doesn't seem like it would be related to the one in Hollywood, though. I mean, the way the wind's blowing, that wouldn't really make sense. But yeah, I mean, going back to that, the firefighters, you can just, the
Skinny Nick
flashlights
White,
out here looking
never
for
in
any
his
hot spots.
dreams. Nick
They're
White's
definitely
fat.
taking this seriously, and we did see that
McDonald's Nick
helicopter
White.
make a drop probably.
McDonald's Nick White.
So can expect more of that.
All right,
probably
chat.
going into tonight.
All right,
Because,
chat.
This thing's still very hot and caused one home
Chat,
to collapse.
McDonald's
Yeah, and that was
or
the
Taco
that you
Bell?
made it safely. Matthew Seedorf on the ground for us in Studio City. Thank you so much.
From there, we go to Pacific Palisades.
McDonald's
Now,
or Taco
largest
Bell?
Fire in the history of LA City. Fox 11's Med Laskos live with more. Ed.
I'm not laughing at it. I'm just high.
We are in Malibu, just across the line, because it seems like the Palisades Fire doing its dirty work now in Malibu. Those flying, burning embers.
McDonald's or Taco Bell? 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 I can't decide.
One of the engines, engine 45, telling me from LA County, the firefighters have moved in here because we're across the line in Malibu.
You know, it's time to go IRL.
An hour and a half ago, they had a fire on the other
Ah.
side. As we've been seeing, certainly last night, a sea of those burning embers.
Earthquake
Lit this
next.
section
Don't
on
say that.
fire, and they've
Someone in
been
the
dealing with
chat,
it. You see
in
some
the
of
other
those
chat said
embers
earthquake
burning,
next.
flying off the top of that roof there as they still have some active
Dude,
flames
hopefully Jay
inside.
Leno's
The
house
embers
gets
picking
burned.
up. But
Fuck
fortunately,
Jay
they're
Leno.
flying to the left of your screen, which means they're flying to the south. They're flying over the ocean, sand, the beaches on the other side of these homes and cottages. But look at the firefighter down at the bottom of that white structure, that two-story structure. That's something we did not see all of yesterday in all of my travels through the Palisades. A charged line, firefighters with water hitting the hot spots, attacking the fire, and that was a big contention in that disaster in the Palisades, and all of this and all the devastation up there in the Palisades village. Earlier, we had the mayor making her first comments about this devastating fire, and even the top of LA TWP, and they had some explaining to do, as they say, about why the firefighters had no water in that massive.
Yeah, they
24
need
hours ago.
to explain. You got some explaining to do, Lucy.
We're still continue working very closely with
Oh, yeah.
Fire Department to
Oh,
try to
yeah.
get connections into their system.
Let our
and
woman
put,
explain
water
it.
Pressure up so that we can fill the tanks. But in order for me to fill the tanks, I had to ask the fire department to stop fighting the fire.
What the
And
fuck?
That's a very tough operational decision to make.
What an
This is a
idiot.
time for vigilance and action, not speculation. This is a time for Angelina.
These are all
to
idiots.
come together,
All
unite,
idiots. They don't know what
to
they're talking
protect
about.
themselves
Moron
and
1,
families,
moron 2,
and
moron
also
3.
each other.
Idiots. All idiots.
Now live Pacific Coast Highway, the firefight here. They're getting an upper hand on all of these cottages burning, but they still have a lot of active flames. But back to the point of what you were just listening to, I saw.
Dude,
last
they're
night,
all
there was a
DEI
battle
hires.
in the air with that firefight
This is
coming
true.
through,
This
all
is
the
true.
Palisades particularly, but I
This
was thinking
is
about when we
true.
were
You
in
want to
the
see
village
who's
in the
blamed
south.
for these fires are the DEI hires. This is true.
No water, but a difference here 24 hours later, wind conditions, also more utility
The
crews moving into
DEI hires are to blame. Look, they're trying to shut me down. They're trying to kill my signal and shut me down.
I'm sorry. We're starting to lose that signal there. Some news just into us. Governor Newsom, speaking of water, is going to be sending up to 140 2,500-gallon water tenders to Southern California. So that will help in terms of getting more water in place for the firefight all throughout.
Dude, X is swamped right now. Everybody's on X right now. This is crazy.
We haven't seen that happen.
I'm ordering Uber Eats right now. I'm hungry.
Especially at the height of the fire last night when
Chicken
things were
Day.
out of control.
What's Chicken Day?
Completely under control tonight, but it's a better.
Bogo McDonald's.
Saying today that he has deployed the
McDonald's.
National Guard.
A BOGO. A BOGO meal.
It takes a little while for them to deploy, so we'll see
A
what exactly
BOGO
they're
meal.
going to do. I tried to ask that question to the
BOGO
governor
McDonald's.
this morning when he was with President Biden. And
Ooh,
he
chat.
did
Should I
answer,
get
so
chicken
hopefully we'll get more
nuggies?
clarity from him in the
Chicken
days ahead.
nuggies?
In the meantime, let's go
I'm
to
going for a Big
Ohio.
Mac, I
She's
think.
been in Altadena, the Eaton
Big
Fire,
Mac.
a dangerous and deadly
Big
fire,
Mac.
and
Big
really has
Mac.
been devastating
Big
to see
Mac.
a lot of the
Big
images you've been
Mac.
bringing us all day,
Big
Christy.
Mac. Big Mac. Big Mac.
That is
Big Mac.
truly
Big Mac. Big
heartbreaking.
Mac.
And you heard Chelsea talk about Palisades.
The
Charter
DEI
Elementary. I was there
hires.
yesterday and we watched.
Here, I'll
as
show
that
you.
Elementary school sadly burned, and now.
The DEI hires are the ones. They're behind all of it. They're behind all of it. They're behind 100% of this. Dude, it's these freaking DEI hires. It's sickening. It's sickening that they... Here, look. Let me find it. Let me find the clip. Where's the clip? Elon posted it. Here. Here's the clip. This is the clip. This is the reason.
Plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? So I'm not looking for a number. It's never super inspired.
She took time.
Super inspired.
She took
That's a man.
time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what?
That is a dude. That is a man.
What number are you looking for? So I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Out of 3,300 city firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. She's quick to point out that doing so has a greater purpose, attracting the best and brightest for the job.
They feel included, they feel valued, and they feel part of a cohesive team.
The chief also checks another box when it comes to inclusivity and diversity at this department. She's a proud member of the LGBTQ community.
Yikes. When someone tells me that, I cringe really hard. That you have to tell me that. Like, they feel the need to tell me these things. Dude. Ugh, insufferable person. This is an insufferable person. Alright, let's get a Big Mac large with a Coke. Big Mac large with a Coke. And I gotta get extra pickles. I like extra pickles on my Big Mac. And I need extra ketchup. And I need a vanilla shake. I want a large vanilla shake. A large vanilla shake. How much is that? $26. Chat, it's like $30 for McDonald's. I want my Mickey D's though. I gotta have my Big Mac, dude. All right, let's listen to this psycho.
That just kind of opens the door of people that thought, wow, I didn't even know that that was an opportunity for me.
What the fuck? Elon Musk says DEI means people die. Here's a simple question. They ran out of water pressure today. Why? Simple. Over 1,000 structures have been destroyed, which means their water mains are wide open, too many open lines, no pressure. They haven't figured out yet that closing water main valves to burning homes might. I can't. Well, they're probably right. Huh. I mean, it's the DEI people, dude.
Change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors. 54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year. And what we're doing internally is, if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted. Okay, we're doing the same. And so it's just
what
you have to force behaviors, and if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted. And that's not recruiting, it is development, as Ken said. And ultimately, it's still going to take time, but I am just as much shocked as Ken is that we have not seen more opportunities.
Calm down, buddy. Huh. Firefighting is mostly white and male. A California program aims to change that. What the fuck? Why do they care? Why do they care, dude? If some people don't want to do a certain job, let's think about it. They shouldn't be forced to do it, you fucking weirdo.
I hate to even ask this question, but the president-elect chose to attack you, blame you for this. One can't even
It's your fucking fault, you douchebag.
respond to it. I mean, it's
You're a douchebag. You're a fucking douchebag. You need to resign.
people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids.
Someone needs a clobber this guy.
Torn asunder. Churches burned down.
This guy's a dickhead.
This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't. I stood next to the President of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden. And he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics.
Yeah, and he's watching these houses burn as he gives his fucking interview. Schmuck.
Attack you.
Stupid schmuck. That's crazy. This is a drone shot from the Pacific Palisades. They have built-in fire suppression systems? What the fuck? How come that's not a thing here?
Of how resilient the folks in Southern California are. You were looking at that flag.
It's a testament to who we are, no doubt about it. And I'm so proud to be an American. I'm proud to be an Angelino, and
because he knows he's going to be Gucci.
Hope we get the support and everything we need to rebuild one day.
This is America.
Down the road, but for right now, I just think positive thoughts.
Andy Rocker, thank you very much. Please give our best to your neighbors. We know their heartache. We know the devastation that they're feeling and that they will feel when their homes, when they return here and see that they've lost their homes. We've seen this, sadly, just all too often. I'm going to leave you once again with that shot. The American flag, it is darkened, it is battered, it is bruised, it is blackened by the Palisades Fire, but it continues to burn strong. Probably the only thing that survived here, along with a lime tree, I'm told. The only two things that survived in this this mobile home park here on Pacific Coast Highway.
Gigi, if you have Andy Rocker with you still, could you ask him about the evacuation?
That's crazy, dude.
While their homes were burning? Do you owe citizens an apology?
Mayor of Los Angeles Karen Bass refuses to answer questions about whether she regrets cutting the city's fire department funding by $17.6 million and traveling to Ghana while wildfires burned down her
Apology for being absent while their homes were burning?
constituents'
Do you regret
house.
cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor?
Why is she not saying anything?
While their homes
What
were
a nut job.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the...
What is wrong with her? What is wrong with her? What is wrong with this nutter? What is wrong with her? What is wrong with her? What is wrong with her? Answer the fucking question, coward.
Our department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today?
Disgusting pig. She's on fucking vacation. She doesn't give a shit.
Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
What a pig. What a disgusting pig.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
What a pig. Look at her. Disgusting, brainless, mindless moron. NPC. NPC idiot.
Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Look at her. She's running. Coward. 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 Fucking coward. What a coward.
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
Look at her running. Look at her running. Look at her running. Look at her running.
Just a few words for the citizens today as you return to deal with the catastrophe.
Look at her run. Coward. What a coward.
David,
Trash.
As you say, she wasn't very keen to answer any of your questions there. And fire chiefs are also admitting that they just don't have enough personnel to take out the
What a
fires.
coward.
Yeah, they're fighting all sorts of challenges. They're talking about a water shortage. There are reports of fire hydrant failures. They've been unable to use firefighting aircraft for much of the day due to the smoke that is billowing ominously from...
What a
hills
coward,
where the
moron,
wildfires
idiot.
are raging. And I suppose despite that political storm, this is, of course,
What an idiot coward.
It's hard, a human story, because we've now 80,000 people.
You should go protest in front of her
evacuated,
fucking
tens of
house,
thousands
dude.
of others are on standby to be evacuated. 2 lives have been lost in the Eaton Fire, which is what's causing the consequence behind us. The city's
She lives right down the street from here.
shrouded completely by the smoke, and they're really just taking it one step at a time, hoping at some stage the wind's going to change direction or to die down, and that they're going to be able
Dude,
to
she
get
was
this
on
fire under
vacation.
control.
She was on vacation. She was on vacation.
The American flag. So many people have just stopped.
She stayed on vacation while this happened for another 2 days. She doesn't care about this city. Look at this idiot. Look at her smiling. Smiling bitch. She's happy about this. They're happy about this. Look at this. They love this. He loves this. Fuck you, Newsom. It's on Sunset. Not the Panera Bread. Bro, oh no, the Panera Bread, it burned down. Fucking idiot Newsom, you fucking moron. Newsom doesn't care. I appreciate you. Yeah, I went to a fitting today.
I hope this gets at the their street.
How are all these fires just popping up and they're just like, oh look, a fire, and nothing happens?
You know, you think that the firefighters have it under control, and then all of a sudden the flame just rears back up again, and then they've got to do what they're doing right now, which is doused with a lot of water. Alex and Marla?
I mean, the contrast, Susan, between that beautiful ocean and that terrible destruction was quite something to see. That very dramatic video.
Where's my vanilla shake?
It's heartbreaking to me because
I want my vanilla shake. With mayonnaise.
It was just unbelievable to me because I think I've covered a lot of fires where you wind up with this kind of thing. I mean, obviously, it's destroyed this house, but there's part of it that's still standing. And I was just flabbergasted at this swath of Malibu Beach, of Malibu, that there's nothing left anymore. There's no building. It's just all this crumpled debris. That's like where moon shadows should have been. It's the same thing, where you could not recognize where it once was.
Yeah.
So it's for people who know what it looks like, supposed to look like on PCH.
I had a very similar experience looking at your video, Susan. I had a friend that had a house right there who messaged me and saw from your video confirmation that their spot is no longer there. And I remember hanging out at that spot, and it was one of my favorite places, and so beautiful, and that community is so tight-knit, and it's just heartbreaking to see it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, our apologies to your friend and to my friend, and we will continue on with our coverage and give you a moment to catch your breath. But Susan, thank you for that reporting.
It really is such an emotional time for so many. Let's talk about some of the evacuation centers.
Well, my friend lost his
as
place.
As it relates to the Palisades Fire, you can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. This is on the 1300 block of South Sepulveda Boulevard. That's right between Wilshire and Ohio. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. That's in Hollywood. And there are 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals. You can go to Pierce College in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank. That's on Riverside
Everybody
Drive.
wants to get a drone. An N-word tower. OG Geezer Live? OG Geezer Live is doing N-word towers.
The ongoing LA wildfires, local
Bro.
locations
OG Geezer Live?
Impacted. First responders.
It literally
and
said
residents.
OG Geezer
Free access.
Live.
You need a place to shower.
Literally just
you need
did
a
an
place to
N-word
recharge,
tower.
Relax. You don't need to be a member. Take advantage. You got locker rooms
Dude,
there,
what?
showers, massage, loungers, Wi-Fi, device charging, all that happening at LA County fitness locations. So thank them for donating that to the community.
NFL is also keeping an eye on the fires, with the Rams set to host Minnesota Monday night, the Vikings, in the first round of the playoffs. The league says should an alternate site become necessary, it would be moved. The game would be moved for Monday Night Football to State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. At this point, no
That's
determination has
amazing.
been made, and the game remains scheduled for Monday at SoFi.
That is
Rams
absolutely
beat,
amazing.
The Vikings by 10 points in their only regular season matchup back in October.
And no indication that SoFi Stadium is under threat.
Holy crap, why does this look like a fucking war zone?
Folks trying to get there and players impacted.
Right. The Chargers
Free
are stepping up
membership?
to help those affected.
That sounds cool.
The organization donate
The gym?
$2,000 to support the community. The money will go to several programs designed to assist
Holy
evacuees,
shit.
first responders, animal rescue, and cleanup crews. Chargers are also urging fans to donate bottled water, blankets, clothes to evacuation centers. The Chargers are on the road this weekend in Houston, so that should not be impacted.
LA County's new district attorney
Why does this
says
look like
looters
fucking
won't get
Gaza?
away with it. Nathan Hochman shared a video of his sister's former home destroyed by the Palisades Fire.
By the
Here
Palestine
at Pacific Palisades
Fire.
at the site of what used to be my sister's home. She's lived here for a while, a long time with her family, and now this home, along with the homes in the street in this neighborhood, are just gone. I've been here for over 60 years. I've not seen devastation like this in my lifetime. I mean, you have to harken back to the 1990s when we were hit with the floods and the fires and the earthquakes and the riots to even get close to this.
Hochman also promised to crack down on those exploiting the crisis. We spoke to him earlier tonight in our coverage.
So the reports of looting have been coming across both law enforcement.
This is absolutely insane. Like, how are these houses burning and nobody's doing anything about it?
Endured these tragedies. We are going to arrest you. We are going to prosecute you.
Yeah, arrest them.
Punish you to the full extent of the
Beat them with the stick.
So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders, the firefighters.
Beat them with a stick, looter.
Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam.
Wow, why are they
I want
stealing?
them to understand. that
Chat,
we will
why are they
not
stealing?
this like-
Chat, why are they
Go
stealing?
after you. We will make sure that you understand that this will
Chat,
not be tolerated.
why are they stealing?
Nathan Hochman, the district attorney for Los Angeles County. Let's talk about our weather now. Adam Kruger, we saw a big change today. What do we
Chat, why are
expect
they
for tomorrow?
stealing?
A little fluctuation in the winds here coming up. We're seeing them go down tonight. They will go back up tomorrow. I want to start here, though, yes, with graphics 1, because this is going to show you, we have a lot of weather instruments across Southern California. These are various weather stations, and everything you're looking at right here is the current wind.
I think
gust
my food was
speed.
just delivered, but I
And so
can't
you see
tell.
a lot of single-digit numbers in areas. That's good. Light winds.
How do I know if my food was
Like
delivered?
the Santa Monica Mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains.
It literally
We
just
still see
disappeared.
pockets where wind gusts are over 20, over 30, even over 40. That would be the yellow and orange
Get the
numbers.
fuck out of here. It's
And
in
even
front of my
parts Orange
door?
County, we see some gusty
No
winds in
way.
the higher elevations as well. But overall, I mean, a lot of these numbers are less than half of what we saw at this time last night. And I want to switch Haley in control room. Yeah, here we go to the peak gust. So this is now a recap of the highest gust at these spots within the last 24 hours. And notice that we had, especially north of LA, we had 70s, we had 80s.
Dude, how does somebody get McDonald's this fast?
On the map. And
Dude, this
even
has to be a
towards,
record.
the mountains like north of the inland.
Chad, this
Empire,
has
San
to be a
Gabriel,
record.
San
Like,
Bernardino
how does
Mountains
somebody
down
get
to the Orange
McDonald's
County,
this
Santa
fast?
Ana Mountains,
There's
down to
no
Orange County.
way that it
Extreme
came that
wind gusts.
fast.
So that's a recap.
It feels
What we
like a
have now is
drone
better.
delivered it.
So now let's come back to weather 1, and
Mm.
I'm going to share with you the forecast. We got a lot to walk through here. We're
This
gonna
is
talk about
delicious.
Forecast winds. We're going to talk about forecast
Mm.
humidity. We have an update now on the wind alerts across our area, so we'll cover all that here within the next several minutes. But let's start right here because the red flag warnings, those continue through Friday, but it's a different type of red flag warning. Notice I've got regular.
Dude,
in
it's
quotes
super
because
delicious.
Coming into this, we had a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning. These are rare, although it happened to be the third one issued this year, but this season, I should say. Before this season, 2020 was the last time we had one of these extreme red flag warnings. So now it's down from that. That's canceled to a regular red flag warning. That goes through Friday. The winds, again, will relax as we go overnight, and the next wind peak starts up midday tomorrow and lasts at least into Friday morning, maybe even a little bit later into the day on Friday. Here's something new now. So the National Weather Service has made some changes to the wind alerts. We had these high wind warnings going for a while.
Holy
We knew
shit.
those would expire
This is going to be
tonight.
really bad.
So now everywhere you see a color, doesn't matter what color it is, all these colored in areas, whether it's yellow or tan, is under a wind advisory right now. For the areas that are in tan, that wind advisory goes until 2 p.m. on Friday. And just in general, we're looking at winds from the same direction from the north-northeast. That's what NNE stands for. Sustained around 20 to 30 with gusts at times up to 50. But then we get into these yellowish colored areas. That's a high wind watch, which is issued ahead of what will likely eventually turn into a high wind warning. So we do expect.
Oh yeah, so my parlays, I hit on my parlays, and I basically won 10 G's.
That will go into effect Thursday night and last into Friday morning. That's where winds sustained could be 30 to 40 with gusts up to 65. So even that is not as extreme as what we saw last night and this morning, but it is going back up to a concerning level. Now, again, red flag warnings in effect for all areas in this magenta right here through Friday. The only exclusion would be kind of along the coast.
I literally hit on all my parlays.
Through Orange County as well, and that's because the humidity will start to recover a little bit, and the winds will be a little bit lighter in those spots. Forecast wind gusts now. I'm sure a lot.
Community, but our goal is to eventually get a complete knockdown without letting it pick up enough steam where it starts ember casting into the canyon, because we still have the fire weather, which gives it a double hazard of not only the structure but it getting into the brush as well.
I'm telling you, you hit the right parlay.
For their safety, just in case it spread, are they going to be allowed
I'm not addicted.
Yeah, so typically we would just.
I am not addicted to sports gambling.
Access to the street. Because of extreme weather that we're having right now, we did have a warning area. That's going to be lifted in this particular area because of this incident. So as soon as we're able to get our heavy apparatus out of this neighborhood, we'll start opening it up to the residents so they can start coming back, rehousing.
Well, that was really quick work by LA City firefighters. Wonderful job. I have to tell you, that was really quick work by LA City firefighters. Wonderful job. I have to tell you, I mean, you guys have been dealing with so
Yeah, I
much
did sports gambling because I'm dumb.
Describe some of the challenges.
But I won.
Especially with Palisades.
So, as you know, in Los Angeles, we typically, we pretty much have an extended season for brush fires.
Yeah, and guess what? They didn't clear the brush.
That we had was very extreme, and you couple it with some
Where's
of
my
the
fucking other
dry
drink?
fuels that we have in the Southland.
This asshole took my drink. Dude, I just realized my Coke's not in there. Where the fuck's my drink? My Diet Dr. Kelp? Where's my Diet Dr. Kelp?
On protecting homes and property, but obviously life safety is going to be our priority, and if that's what we have to focus on, we have to make tough decisions when we have these wind events.
We came from the Hollywood Hills. That was also really fast progress. Great work by LA City Fire. Now here in Studio City, you guys got that out. Palisades, it's still a problem. Can you give us an insight as to how much more you guys have? What's the containment?
You know, off the top of my head, we have at least, I believe, 3 non-completely extinguished brush fires at this moment. I can't really speak to any of the numbers right now, but we do have resources at all of them right now, and we're making steady progress.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. I know you guys are very busy. Marla, Alex, I'm going to let him go unless you have a quick question for him.
I just quickly want to know, was anyone hurt in that total loss?
Were there any injuries in the total loss?
At this incident, there's been no reported firefighter injuries, and we made contact with the resident of the affected address, and that person told us that everybody was out in the county.
I paid $40 for this.
Civilian or sworn.
Great.
Because I have money. I'm rich.
It's very much appreciated by us.
I am rich.
All of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gina.
Send it back to you guys in the studio.
It is now top of the hour. This is when we usually say good night, LA, but our special coverage here on Fox 11 starts right now.
Oh yeah.
House after house, for block after block, destroyed.
Since 6:30 until 2 a.m. with my garden hose, there were no firemen.
Oh hell yeah.
The entire neighborhood is burned down, begging anyone to help put out this fire.
This is insane. This is probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
There was a fire and there is nothing being done.
It's terrifying.
This shit fell apart.
Everything in this neighborhood, Altadena is not existing right now.
This area is a total loss.
I'm scared. My daughter is scared.
We had to evacuate and there's a fire nearby.
It's really a crazy night.
It is 11 o'clock on this Wednesday night, and this is when you will usually see me say, welcome to Good Night LA tonight. This is just our continuing coverage, commercial-free, of the fires that we've seen erupt throughout LA County. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas.
And I'm Alex Michelson. Tonight, wildfires are raging across LA County, forcing mass evacuations. We've got at least 7 fires, including the Palisades, Eaton, Sunset fires burning, Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, near Pasadena. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten at least 28,000 structures. Strong Santa Ana winds are fueling the fires, making containment difficult.
And then there's those power outages. Look at this map. This is all adding to the crisis.
I gotta wash it down.
According to Southern California Edison, more than 3 million people were without electricity in LA County by this afternoon.
A massive fire broke out tonight in Studio City. This is on Sunswept Drive. Flames tearing through a 4-story home. We watched it collapse on the air together in the 9 o'clock hour. It spread to nearby brush and buildings. Over 50 firefighters battling that blaze. Thankfully, it's completely out. Fire did cause some damage to surrounding structures, but as we just heard, nobody was injured. Crews also contained small spot fires in the area. We still don't know what caused that fire.
And the panel with information there, if we could bring that up, actually, let's reverse and show everybody the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. That one here is what you're looking at. That happened later tonight, and this is, again, called the Sunset Fire. It has burned 60 acres. It is 0% contained. Again, Sebastian, if we could bring up the Sunset Fire.
Face House is gone, thank God.
Viewers, that would be great.
Thank you, Jesus.
Firefighters say that Sunset Fire is moving south toward
Get all these
Hollywood
pedophiles
Boulevard.
out of here.
An
Burn their
evacuation
house
center
down,
has
Jesus.
been opened. This is at the Pan Pacific Rec Center on Beverly Boulevard.
Now let's talk about the Palisades Fire, which has burned
Get
nearly
the refugees,
16,000
too.
acres. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. It's still at 0% contained. Tens of thousands remain under mandatory evacuation orders there. More than 13,000 structures still threatened.
The Eaton Fire in Altadena and near Pasadena, that one has turned deadly. At least 5 people have been killed. The circumstances around their deaths not yet known. At least 100 structures have been destroyed. The Eaton Fire exploding in size and now is close to 11,000 acres with 0% containment.
Then there's the Hurst Fire, which is burning in Sydney. It has scorched more than 800 100 acres. It's just 10% contained, according to CAL FIRE.
We do have live team coverage. Meteorologist Adam Kruger is watching
Let
the winds.
Jesus
Susan
burn it
Garcia
down.
At Lascos and Chelsea Edwards.
I gotta go to
covering
bed, guys.
The Palisades Fire.
Laura Diaz is covering the...
Should I leave the
Eaton
stream
Fire.
on?
Gina Silva is covering the aftermath.
So people
of
can
the
watch
Studio
this and
City
they'll wake up in
fire.
an hour or
And
two?
That is where we start tonight with Gina.
I need someone to host this for me.
Hi guys, sorry about that. We're here with Brandon, and the
Hampton Brandon!
fire was actually his friend's house, right? Just
Across the street.
TTD.
Yeah.
describe what it was like when it was fully engulfed.
It was a massive fire. I mean, the entire home burned down. There's nothing left. I mean, the video they sent me was just you couldn't even see the house.
When you got here, were firefighters already battling this blaze?
Yes, they got here very quickly. So,
It's Hampton
took me
Brandon.
20 minutes to get here. By the time I got here, they had the entire fire line set up. The roads were shut down, and
Zesty
they already
white
began
guy.
burning it up.
And how is your
The
friend
gay
doing?
fire?
They're doing okay. They're doing okay. Definitely
Does that
shaking up. They're 30 feet away. So them and their cats.
I want to take a nap.
They never left. They didn't get a chance to.
Wow, and the video you showed me, they shot video of the fire. Do they have an idea of where it started, how it started?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, they do.
I
They're
haven't
liars.
heard anything. Yeah.
And did they explain to you how they were feeling? I mean, were they like, oh my God?
They used some expletives in the video that gave me an idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that video was scary. You could see flames all over the place.
Yeah.
So it is amazing. I'm so glad that they are doing well and they weren't hurt. No injuries, but severe damage to the house.
Definitely, I think the house is a loss. I don't think there's fixing it. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on how these firefighters are working all of these fires? I mean, they're so...
It's incredible. It's incredible. The Los Angeles Fire Department, in my opinion, is the best fire department in the United States. I mean, these guys have been working tirelessly. They've never seen anything like this, and I think they're handling it perfectly.
Yes, they are.
This guy is an
They've got
idiot.
so many fires to put out,
This
and
guy's
they've
an
been doing
idiot.
amazing job. We were just
This guy's a
down on
liar,
the hills.
an idiot, and a moron. This guy's a fucking idiot. He's lying for the DEI people. Piece of shit weirdo. I fucking hate this guy.
Yeah. The wind slowing down has definitely helped, I think.
I hate this guy so much. I hate this guy so much. He's a hired actor. Piece of shit asshole.
Knockdown, the main, the house that caught on fire here at, what is it, Sunswept, that is a total loss. The house behind it, also, we don't know if it's a total loss, but some serious damage to it. All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Gina, we should point out one of the key reasons that it is a total knockdown at this point is because how different the winds are where you are tonight compared to where you were last night in Altadena.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there is no wind where we are right now. It is actually a beautiful night. I mean, if we look at the trees, they're not swaying back and forth. They're not moving at all. There is no wind here. So thank goodness for that, because if it had been as windy as it was last night, we would be telling you, we would be reporting a completely different scenario here.
Yep, a reminder of the power of those winds, and hopefully, Marla, this means we're starting to turn the corner and moving to a different phase of this, where we are maybe out of the immediate crisis mode. That would be hopefully the good news, but our thanks to Gina for her reporting out there.
The last 36 hours have been an absolute roller coaster of emotions, mainly sad and devastating emotions, unfortunately. So yes, we could be turning that corner, which is a wonderful thing. The Palisades Fire, now let's get to that one. That erupted about 36 hours ago. In fact, 10:30 a.m. yesterday morning, and we know almost 16,000 acres have burned. Susan Harrisuna, she's out there, and she has the latest for us. And where are you right now?
This is the carbon Beach area, Marla, and as you see behind me, there's a firefighter right there. He's on the ground spraying what looks like a crumpled building home that is a loss, right? Except that there still are hot spots, there still are embers, they're still smoldering. And it's sort of interesting because we were here a few hours ago and most of these units had left. And then they decided to come back. At one point we saw a lot of really aggressive flames coming from this house with the octopus on the front of the house. So clearly they were concerned about the possibility of those embers getting the best of not only this property or these properties, but the ones perhaps across the street if the wind blows just right. In fact, that's what happened about 5 minutes ago. All of a sudden there was so little visibility because the wind was blowing in such a way that whatever is smoldering, whatever the smoke is, it all came this way. It was as if a cloud of fog had just dropped on this area, and you can see a lot more smoke coming up off of this building as they continue to douse the fire. I'm not sure where the firefighter went, but he was there. Oh, there he is over there. So they're still keeping an eye. I can still see things that are sort of burning and embers and flashing and the like. You know, another thing that was sort of interesting while we were here is I didn't know that World Kitchen, you know, the Jose Andres charity arm, they came by in a truck. I don't know whether they were hoping to offer some food to residents that might be stuck here or the firefighters. I didn't have a chance to talk with them. I will say, Alex, as you know, I know a lot of I'm a foodie or whatever you want to call it. I know a lot of chefs and restaurant owners, and I got word from two of them who said that they are in a place where they want to offer people if they need food because they've been evacuated. So my good friend John in Westwood, on Westwood Boulevard, he says that people should come to his restaurant. It's a Thai restaurant, and now of course I'm blanking on it, but very good Thai restaurant, and he wants to feed first responders, he wants to feed us, he wants to feed people that have been evacuated. Also, Teleferic Barcelona, too, reached out and said that they were offering evacuees and first responders a meal, which, you know, that would be a little bit of comfort when you see what you're dealing with here. And I said this before, but I do want to point out that this is kind of the kind of fires that we're used to, and that the building burns, but some of it could be still standing. What was remarkable about that stretch and many stretches of PCH south from where we are, closer to the Palisades and Santa Monica, is wide swaths of PCH that had building after building, home after home, very close together. Those homes are just burned to the ground, just ashes and a little bit of debris down below, you know, just below the street level. Unbelievable. So that is very suggestive of the kind of fire and the fire conditions that you suffered overnight, where it's just so hot and no one can get close to the fire to even put any kind of water on it. And instead, the fire burned so hot that it just, everything came down and burned. So a very sad situation. Of course, people are just devastated. And, you know, it used to be that you would cover a fire and you really didn't know people that lost the houses. You would talk to the people, but I didn't know them personally. And it's unbelievable how many people I know who've lost property. This is a friend of mine, my best friend out of Houston. And so that is an area on PCH where all of the homes were just burned right down to the beach, practically. It was so difficult to discern one home from the other. I have friends in Altadena. I believe they lost homes. I have a colleague whose in-laws lost a home. You heard Nathan Hochman say his sister lost a home. Yeah. It is just remarkable how personal all of this is for those of us in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I'll send it back to you.
I mean, Susan, you think about it, because usually in a fire, maybe there's 2 or 3 homes that are lost, not over 1,000. So the chances of knowing somebody is much higher. And we have people in multiple different communities as well. And if we're doing food shout-outs, I want to give a shout-out to Chef Andrew Gruel, our friend out of Huntington Beach, who has been feeding people and accepting donations at the Calico Fish House, where he owns. A lot of people have been getting together there to help folks, so big shout out to Andrew Gruhl and also my friend Emily Capretta in Ventura County, fuelstationpsp.com. She's got a gym there. They're feeding first responders, collecting donations and food for first responders. Fuelstationpsp.com. Just you want to help people out in Ventura County.
Well, while we're at it, Toscana, if you're familiar with that on the
Love
west
Toscana.
side, yes, in Brentwood, I got a note from them today that their restaurants have collectively come together and they provided a whole bunch of meals that they delivered to firefighters on the front line. So the help is there. The community is stepping up for each other in times of need. It is nice to see.
And by the way, Toscana, chicken parmesan off the menu. The way to go.
You heard it from Alex right here.
Let's a moment of levity on a tough and stressful day for all of us. Let's go to Charlotte Kamdar, who we have spoken to on the phone a few times. She's a high schooler who lives in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. We've been trying to get information about her home. Earlier when she joined us on the phone, she said she wasn't too optimistic about her home. Charlotte, do you have any new information?
Unfortunately, any information we're getting at this point is through like secondhand. You know, it's gone through a couple people before getting to us. Around 9 p.m. we heard that our street, our little neighborhood, has still been untouched. That hasn't been confirmed, but I'm now more hopeful, seeing as we had a close friend a couple hours ago talk to a firefighter in our area who says that if the winds stay the same, they can kind of go on the offense and start attacking the fires back and protecting our homes more strongly. So I'm really more optimistic than I was earlier when I spoke to you guys.
Yeah, because you were pretty certain that you had lost your home earlier, but good news that your home could be still standing tonight, thank goodness. But unfortunately, a lot of the your students, those you go to school with, your friends, they've lost their homes, and also your grandmother lost her home as well.
Yes, my grandmother has lost her home. My aunt and uncle and my cousins, almost all of our closest family friends, and basically anyone we know. It's as if the entire town vanished overnight. It's going to be many years before it's back to like the lively community, if in any time that it was, you know. My family is very involved in our community. We love, you know, playing baseball and being a part of PPBA, and it's just, the Palisades has been such a beautiful, friendly community for the last 14 years we've lived here, and it's just unimaginable to think about the fact that, you know, this March we won't be out as a community on the baseball field cheering the little kids on, you know?
Yeah, we know the athletic fields at Pali Charter High were destroyed, but the good news is you go to that school, 70% of it was saved. Unfortunately, Palisades Elementary, Marquez Elementary, and Palisades, they were destroyed. What is your final message tonight for folks in the Palisades and other areas that are dealing, you know, with a situation like yours?
I honestly just am saying keep your loved ones close. Be grateful that, you know, you have your family around you, and, you know, so far we haven't seen any lives lost, and I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, no lives lost in Palisades. Unfortunately, in Altadena, we do have 5 people so far in terms of lives lost there. Charlotte, thank you so much. Our best to your family.
Thank you.
And by the way, while we're sticking on this theme of restaurants that are helping out, one of our viewers was watching and just sent me a message saying vegan places providing food to first responders and those affected by the fire include Sugar Taco on Melrose and Gokoku Ramen Sushi in NoHo. So thanks for watching, and thanks to those restaurants for doing the right thing and helping folks out. Fox 11's Ed Laskos continues our live team coverage right now. He is looking at the Palisades Fire and has been on the move tonight. Ed.
And we're on the move in the Palisades now. Still a lot of active firefights going on here. Really some active ember casting and spot fires. Mikey will give you a look. 16,900 block here of Sunset that crosses Salerno Drive. The home in the foreground is gone. Nothing but rubble. On the backside, though, there's a little alleyway and another home back there. It is burning. Some of the engine companies came by most recently. LA City Engine 63. The firefighters went down there, checked it out, and said it's debris that's burning. It'll burn itself out, and they're not concerned about it at this point because there's no, as you can see the flames down there, you don't see a lot of those embers, those burning, glowing embers coming up. So that's the good news. That's not ember casting. Across the street, though, this is another part of those fires that they're dealing with. I know you got to swing around here in the darkness. That home, well, firefighters on the backside, it has been glowing, burning inside for the last couple of hours as we've been driving by. Now they've gotten some hose lines on it. You got a lot of that white smoke blowing up, and look how the smoke is blowing off to the side, back toward the ocean. Good sign there, as the wind's not as powerful as what we saw last night at this time. Remember that? My goodness. To the video, when we talk about the winds and we talk about the damage, Palisades, particularly the heart of the village, Pacific Palisades, and destruction, block after block. Some of the landmark areas here, like some of the grocery stores, the Gelson's, the Ralph's, the Starbucks, right in the center there, all gone, lost. And then a few blocks down along Swarthmore, block after block, home after home, all gone. It brought the big part of the controversy and maybe one of the big centers of that press conference that we had a couple of hours ago with LA Mayor and the top person over at LADWP, the concern, the allegations of the water pressure, the lack of water by firefighters last night at this time in their intense firefight with those winds blowing like crazy through the Palisades. Listen to some of what they say happened.
We're still continue working very closely with Metropolitan Water Department to try to make connections into their system and bring water pressure up so that we can fill the tanks. But in order for me to fill the tanks, I had to ask the fire department to stop fighting the fire. And that's a very tough operational decision to make.
This is a time for vigilance and action, not speculation. This is a time for Angelenos to come together, united, to protect themselves and their families, and also each other.
Now live, part of the continuing firefight here in the Palisades. She was talking about the 3 huge water tanks they have here in the Palisades up in the mountain, and they use that to come down through gravity to fight the fires, to fight all the hydrants, and that was the big part of the fire. We got one of the firemen going over there, checking on the fire we were showing you about on the far side, making sure there's no embers. But the wind here, interesting, there's really not even much of a breeze right here in this part of Sunset. We're down last hour on PCH, just north of Topanga. There was a very strong breeze blowing down there, very stiff wind, actually. Here, not much at all. There's some more fire units coming. And basically, they're just going block to block, as you can see, using their flashlights, using their big searchlights, checking on these spot fires. And if they look dangerous, they're hitting them fast. They don't want any flare-ups here, but most of the damage, unfortunately, certainly when you go up that way into the village itself, you saw the video, most of the damage already done. But now we're live here in the Palisades. Let's go back to the west side.
Do we know, Ed, last night you were near Rick Caruso's property, the Villages itself. We saw a lot of the stuff around it burning. Do we know if the Villages itself survived?
I'm sorry, I lost you for a second. What did you say? I'm sorry.
The Caruso property that you were next to last night, the Villages, did that itself survive?
Yes, it did. Amazingly, we went driving back there because we were in the middle of that firefight last night, remember? And the gas stations on both sides, the 76 station, the Gelson's, that's all gone. But the Caruso property, the village, that looks fine. The lights were on it, a couple of engines were around it. It survived. No damage that we could see, but everything around it incredible. Like, well, as we've been saying, looked like a bomb hit it right there in the village itself.
All right, Ed, we thank you so much. We're going to stick with our coverage in the Palisades. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She is there, and you earlier had showed us an entire church that had burned to the ground. Now where are we?
We're in the same place, but it's an entirely different view because everything that was in the forefront of our picture in those earlier hours is gone. I mean, we've watched it fall piece by piece. Take a look at what's left. So you can see what's left of this church. This is the Community United Methodist Church of the Pacific Palisades. utter destruction when you look at what is left here. So when we got here, there was a structure kind of in the front of this that was sort of blocking our view of this, but now you can very clearly see what's left. You can see these archways, the main part of this building, and just nothing but rubble. I mean, you have to think of the heat that would have caused this kind of destruction. It's really incredible, just remarkable. I mean, you've got these metal beams here that are just twisted and mangled. So much just destruction. I don't even know how to describe this. It just looks like a war zone or a movie set. These giant beams that have come down. We watched these collapse one by one. This looks like it was at one point a beautiful courtyard. That obviously the main part of the church itself. Over here we have some very large walls. We heard one of these coming down. It was a loud sound, huge crashing sound. It came out of nowhere. So obviously just smoldering for a long time and finally just couldn't stand the heat anymore. And we had an entire wall just collapse. It sounded like a big explosion, but not an explosion like the canisters that we've been hearing, more of like a concrete wall just collapsing in on itself. This metal gate that's gone. The only things that are going to be left standing, I think, are these, these stone structures, which have been untouched. I mean, obviously have burned, but are still holding steady. And you can see the damage also to these trees. I mean, look how high these flames got. Look all the way up here. I mean, that must have been incredible when that was burning. Just a wild scene to see. It's incredible. I was just looking on this church's Facebook page and on their website as well. They had just had the whole lineup of church services. It's Christmas services as well. You can see on their sign it says, "Join us for a joyful Christmas season," which it sounds like they had. Really shows you the stark difference between just a few days ago and what we're seeing now in terms of this incredible destruction. Let's walk a little bit further and show you some more of this. So again, we can see this. I mean, look at this huge beam that's down. I see what looks like a cross that's been burning right down here. There's a sign here that says the church office, that way, sanctuary, and the preschool. And just look what we can see here. I mean, it's hard to even tell what any of this was. This was just such a powerful fire. I mean, it's just truly stunning. Now, this is right across the street from Palisades Charter Elementary, which we've been talking about pretty extensively. Obviously one of the schools that has been heavily damaged by fire. We can see it, and my colleague Elliot Mendoza and I have kind of taken a walk now, and we can see the damage. When we first got here, there was absolutely no light whatsoever. The only light that we could see was coming off of this building that was burning, this church that was burning. So really couldn't tell what was going on. And when we're looking at the building across the way, the facade looked fine. It didn't look like there was any damage at all. But now when we walk around the back, we can see some of the devastation at that school, and that's part of the reason that LAUSD is now going to be closed for all students on all campuses tomorrow. And the destruction, just incredible. We're going to show you that in just a little bit. We'll walk across the street. But again, when you look at this, I mean, it just speaks to how incredible this damage is. As Ed was saying, you drive along Sunset Boulevard and you see home after home after home in situations like this. And again, there's no connectivity here. There's no cell service. There is no power, no electricity. So, the only way that you're able to see us right now is because we have Starlink for the first time. That's why we're able to go live in what would otherwise be a dead zone. It's really incredible to look at this. I mean, look at what's left. Just nothing but the shell of all of this. It's just remarkable, Alex and Marla.
And we did learn from your report tonight and earlier from the LAUSD Superintendent, Alberto Cavallo, that Palisades Elementary did burn to the ground. Just to add to what you said, yes, we also learned, unfortunately, that Marquez Elementary, the other elementary school in the Pacific Palisades, also burned to the ground. If you want to find a silver lining in this, Palisades Charter High, that was 70% saved, so good news there. And Chelsea, we're just getting this word from CAL FIRE, by the way, so that you have the current numbers. They have updated the numbers. The Palisades Fire has now burned more than 17,000 acres. The number is on your screen. It's 17,234 acres. CAL FIRE updating the numbers tonight.
Oh, I mean, not surprising when you look at this devastation. And I'm sure the structures, when we look at the number of the structures, I think it's 1,000 plus as of now, or that was at the latest count. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be just so many. I mean, everywhere you drive, there's just neighborhoods that are completely flattened, home after home after home. The scope of this is just, it's hard to comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, for you today, driving in, because you obviously were with us late into the night, but you get a different sense of it during the daylight. When you got a sense of it today, driving around with the sun out, how did you process that?
Well, you know, by the time we got here, so we started our day. Elliot and I started our day at the evacuation center in the Westwood area, the one on Sepulveda. So by the time we got here, it was actually pitch black.
Oh,
so
okay.
our perspective is a little bit different in that we drove in the pitch black. So and all the lights are out. There's no traffic lights. There's absolutely no lights anywhere. All you can see is the glow from the fires that are burning all around these neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's right. And a reminder that evacuation center is the Westwood Rec Center, which yesterday didn't have a whole lot of people. Tonight was packed with people. And I know you said several of them were watching Fox 11 earlier. If they're still watching us tonight, we wish you well. And we're pulling for all of you, and we hope we all can come together to help all those folks. Chelsea Edwards, thank you so much for your reporting tonight. I see a lot of speculation online from folks that are talking about potential arson, concerns that there may be people going around setting fires. We don't have any official confirmation of that. I know people have different videos that they've posted as well that are concerned about things like that. We don't know in terms of the big major fires what started them. There are investigations into that, but you know, be vigilant. If you see anybody doing anything suspicious, you know, call it in and try to get fire crews out to those fires really quickly to make sure that we don't have more scenes like that.
Let's talk more about what is burned in the Palisades Fire. Iconic places like this, Moon Shadows. I know a lot of you are familiar with it. The iconic oceanfront restaurant. It's been open since 1966. It has been destroyed in the Palisades Fire. Of course, it's known for this. Its dining room perched over the water. The restaurant had been a favorite for decades. While representatives could not be reached, videos are going viral to heartfelt tributes from fans mourning the loss.
Along this stretch, just south of Dukes, are gone. Firefighters continue to work here on PCH. Iconic restaurant Moon Shadow is gone. The Rosenthal Winery burned down. Topanga Motel has been burned down.
That right there was Jeremy Lee Quinn, who posted this video. Employees and patrons are sharing memories of the iconic spot, calling it a second home and a place for celebrations. One person said they visited weekly for years, while another recently rang in the new year there. Many are struggling to believe the loss of this cherished gathering place. Moon Shadows was more than a restaurant. It was part of Malibu's identity.
Important news here. That fire danger means LA Unified closing all campuses tomorrow. Officials say flames destroyed parts of Palisades Charter. We talked about this, Marquez Charter Elementary. Important, though, that there is going to be grab-and-go lunch options. We know that 80% of the students in the LA Unified School District live in poverty. Many of them are dependent upon school lunches and, in some cases, school dinners to eat. So there are going to be grab-and-go setups tomorrow, similar to what we had during the pandemic. But the idea is to keep people off of campuses. You can get more information on all of this on the LAUSD website. Some other school closures to tell you about. All Glendale Unified School District schools, child care operations, and district offices will be closed for the rest of the week due to the Eaton Fire. Pasadena Unified closed for the rest of the week as well because of the Eaton Fire.
And lastly, Beverly Hills Unified also closed tomorrow, Thursday. They said that they will reassess come Friday, but tomorrow they are closing Beverly Hills Unified because of all of those impacted teachers and staff that won't be able to get to the actual classroom.
We know UCLA also closing down most of its campus tomorrow. Undergraduate classes canceled for the rest of the week. Graduate classes moving to virtual learning. So the bottom line message we hear from a lot of these officials, and a big reason why they're doing all this, is they really want to try to keep people off the roads if possible. So if you can stay home, if you can work from home, please do so, because we have traffic problems, we have road closures, and we need to keep those roads open for emergency crews to be able to get in and and out.
Let's go to the Eaton Fire. This is in Altadena near Pasadena. Laura Diaz, she is there with a new live report. Forgive me, Christy Pajardo. She is there with this live report. Christy?
Marla, where we're standing is proof that a different vantage point paints a much different picture. When you last came out to me, we were on Lake and we were looking at Elliott Magnet Art School, and we could see the glow of flames, but from Lake Avenue, you could not see the extent of the damage. We turned onto Calaveras, and this is what we saw. This part of the school has been completely gutted. This is a 2-story building, but right now there is no roof and there's no floor separating the 2 stories. In fact, you can see right through the school, right through it. The windows are all blown out, and it is very heartbreaking to see this. And I looked this up. The school was actually built in 1931. It is a middle school, and they build themselves as an innovative school that is theater and art and draws children that love those things and make school fun and makes them want to come to school. And right here we can see that the garden that the students have been growing has burned. But if we walk this way and pan to the right, the iconic tower is still standing. And according to the Altadena Historical Society, when this school was built, the students had the option of either getting a swimming pool or a tower, and they voted for this tower. Right now, the tower is still standing, but I'm seeing embers blowing through the 2 windows there, so not clear the extent of the damage to the tower, but for the moment, it is standing. And as we were driving around the school, we could see that firefighters are staging in the back, and they are trying to defend what is left of the school. And what is so heartbreaking about this is also driving around this neighborhood, we know that many of these students not only lost their school, or at least part of their school, but also their homes. This neighborhood has been completely devastated and leveled. There is block after block where there are no longer any homes standing. And these middle schoolers also, if you think back, did not get a normal or average elementary school experience. They experienced the COVID shutdowns, and now their middle school experience won't be normal either. So it's just heartbreak on top of heartbreak for these students. And earlier today, about a couple of hours ago actually, there was a firefighter who sent out a picture on social media, and it showed a firefighter actually breaking into the auditorium of the school, and there were comments from people saying that they work here and that they are absolutely heartbroken to see what has happened to Elliott Arts Magnet School. That's the latest from Altadena. Let's send it back to you.
Oh, so heartbreaking, and you think of probably all the students that have been there for so many years watching their school burn. Thank you, Christy, for that. This next guest is hopefully going to give you a little bit of hope about the best of humanity, because I love what he's doing. I just gave him a shout out, and he was watching, and so I said, why don't you call in? And his name is Andrew Gruel. He's a chef. You see him often on Fox News Channel, and he's been on our show, The Issue Is, several times. He's based in Orange County, and he has been basically using his restaurant as a way to feed people and also collect donations for people as well. He joins us live on the phone. Chef, thanks so much for what you do. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you've been up to for the last 24 hours?
Certainly. Thank you so much for having me on, and also thank you all for the amazing coverage. Initially last night when we saw the fires pop up, I had just posted a note out there about coming to the restaurant if you needed a place to just eat, if you needed a place to be, as well as we would help and provide hot meals. And then behind the scenes, we're also offering up our house to people in the ex-DMs, if you will. But that grew to something bigger. We started having customers come into the restaurant asking, how can I help? What can I do? And we have been coordinating and communicating with a couple groups up in LA that were giving us specific lists of what they needed. So we had put some bins out front of the restaurant while we were cooking and setting up all these meals to bring up. and people just started showing up with truckloads, pallets. We actually had pallets sent in of water and products and formula, baby food, shoes, socks, jackets, blankets, every single thing you can imagine that they would need. And then guests started showing up and saying, we had one guy come up in his full Tesla truck. He would load his truck up and follow us up there. I mean, we took a caravan up there, multiple truckloads. We were up there for about 2.5, 3 hours, dropping off hot food. And by the time we got back, we already had 2 more truckloads that had been dropped off at the restaurant for us to start delivering back to various outlets in Los Angeles.
And we've talked about the Dream Center several times tonight. Earlier tonight, we actually interviewed Pastor Matthew Barnett on the air, and it looked like you stopped by the Dream Center.
Yes, the Dream Center right now is the primary outlet through which we're working and they're helping to distribute some of these products. We also dropped with the World Central Kitchen, all the hot meals, etc., and tomorrow we'll be doing the same. But what Matthew's doing over at the Dream Center, they're all volunteers. Everybody is so incredibly positive. It's funny, they got music playing outside, positive music, and there's just pallets of stuff being dropped. They're organizing, coordinating. And this was also in coordination, I should mention. It was Glenn Beck's nonprofit who had connected us together, and we knew Matthew as well. So this was just a great coming together of people. And, you know, like I said, right now I've probably got 300 messages of people that want to help, donate, send goods. We're receiving Amazon notifications left and right. We had people dropping stuff off at the restaurant no less than 15 minutes ago. And when I say stuff, I'm not talking about a bag of goods. I mean, we're like our own Walmart over there. It's unbelievable.
That's so cool.
So in other words, you've gotten hundreds and probably thousands of people saying yes, chef, to you, Andrew?
For the first time in my life, but I must say, my wife Lauren is the one who's doing all this with me. She's coordinating so much of this in the background, and we have our kids with us as well.
And then
so
we're watching them on the screen right now. Those are your kids. I don't know if you've got a monitor, but those are your kids working.
Yep, well, those are the kids working. Those are my kids, just so they don't think I kidnapped somebody for free child labor.
Yeah. It's okay if it's your kids, right?
But it's like, this is the first time that they actually have behaved really well, so we think we're going to keep this up for at least another week or two, just so that they're on their best behavior.
Thank you so much for all that you're doing. If you want to drop off donations, this is the Calico Fish House in Huntington Beach. What have you heard, though, you know, when people drop things off, what are you hearing from them? They just feel this need to step up and help?
Yeah, most people don't know how to help, right? So they're like, oh, should I be sending my money to a random organization? And there's nothing wrong with that at all. But I think what they've been saying to us is, I know if I buy this particular good, you're going to get it into the hands of somebody who needs it right away. So there's that efficiency element, because we know how important this is right now. And I think they feel comfortable doing that, coming to the restaurant, as well as we have actually had a lot of people who have come to the restaurant in need of help, who have evacuated, either taken buses out of Los Angeles. You know, these are not, you know, it's funny, there's these horrible toxic comments online where they're like, oh, everybody's rich. And even if that was the case, you know, people lose things. That's totally irrelevant. But we are having a lot of people who are struggling and on financial hard times who have come down, are either going to stay with friends, and we've provided them with free meals. And it's just those types of things. So this is a whole mixed bag of people in all different areas of life. But the customers see that, and they appreciate that. A lot of customers who have helped us, we said, hey, you have a free meal, right? Like, I'm not letting you pay. So it's kind of this merry-go-round of help.
So there are a lot of people watching this right now. They're going to say, that sounds great. How can I help? What can I do tomorrow? Where do I go? What do I do? What's your answer?
Well, we're going to be taking multiple trips up again to LA. We're going to be cooking fresh food. But I think for people to kind of help quickly, the most important thing is that they are still looking for diapers, wipes, baby formula, water, socks, shoes, kids' shoes. Those are shoes of all sizes, but especially kids' shoes, and hygiene products, as well as feminine hygiene products. So any of those donations at the restaurant, we are going to be just taking truckloads up there along with the hot food in tranches. So they can come by 16600 Pacific Coast Highway. That's in the Sunset Beach area of Huntington Beach. Everybody can also, Lauren's a lot better online. They can message her on any of these outlets and help to coordinate. And then, once again, the Dream Center is really the central area in which a lot of this is getting distributed, at least on our end.
You're doing God's work, Chef Andrew Gruel. Thank you so much, and I'm glad that you were watching when Alex gave you the shout out, because it's really nice to be able to report some good news. I mean, we've been live hour after hour, commercial free, and we have just been reporting bad news, and more bad news. So thank you so much for, you know, doing what you do and lightening up the newscast.
And giving us some hope.
Thanks for
appreciate
having me.
it. Important work. Andrew Gruel. Excellent job, and maybe we can get out there and get our cameras out there tomorrow. It would be cool to show that off a little bit as we move into the hopefully next phase of this, which is going to be the rebuilding phase.
Recovery phase for sure. Okay, so Palisades Fire, now onto the Eaton Fire. That's where Laura Diaz is in Altadena. Laura?
Yes, we're on Home Park Avenue, and we're standing on a cul-de-sac. I wanted to show you this because basically this was a ring of fire. As you can see it, we talked a little bit earlier about how some homes were able to survive and others were absolutely decimated. If you look off to the side there, you can see that one structure is partially standing. Then over here, completely gutted with just the fireplace. We still have the spot fires coming off of the gas, but as we move in a counterclockwise fashion, you look behind me and look at that, just total decimation, including a car, just charred ruins. It looks as though a bomb absolutely fell on this cul-de-sac, and this is what was left behind. This is what's left of people's lives. Look at this, charred ruins. Looks like it was beams, some kind of metal, I don't know, of some sort of facade that was in the house. And I'm sure that people had just moments. As we look over my shoulder, you can see two cars. There's one off to the far left that's still intact. But people absolutely had to just take what they could and get out. And this is the story that we've been telling over the last couple of days of people in just extreme situations. We know that the fire was highly combustible. In fact, of the 5 deaths that we had here in Eaton, there were in 3 different households, and it was described as being an explosive fire. So those people just didn't have the chance to get out. You know, as someone who's covered the news for many years here in Southern California, and I'm well versed on the phenomenon of Santa Ana winds, which used to be just a couple of months out of the year, and now we find them just about 12 months out of the year. And what it has done to people is to put them in a position where you really never know when a fire might strike. And we know that we learn lessons each and every time about what we can do to try to protect our homes, try to protect our lives. But when it happens in an instant, people really don't have much time to respond. The best they can hope for is that they're able to get out of the house intact with their family and just grab whatever they can. That's the latest here from Eaton. I'm sending it back to you, Marla and Alex.
And it really is remarkable, Laura, if you think about it, how many people were able to get out of the house. I mean, obviously horrible, the thought of 5 people that died in all this. But if you think about the size and scope of this fire and the ferociousness of it, and more than 1,000 structures burned, and we're really lucky to have 5. And that means that a lot of people got out and listened to those evacuation orders.
Absolutely, Alex. And also, we really can never compliment the people who work in the fire departments all over Southern California. You know, people come from all over the world, and they train with our people because they are that high echelon of somebody who knows all of the things that it takes, the science and the hard work and all of the training that goes into people here in Southern California, the men and women who work in the various fire departments. They are at the top of the training profession. So we're very fortunate that we have them to protect our homes and our lives. But you're so right that in that instant, when you have to make the decision, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to leave right now. Now, I can tell you this, where we are standing here, this area is a little bit easier to get out of because as we were driving up, we found roadways that were quite expansive. When you're talking about the area there in Studio City or in the Hollywood Hills, it's really difficult to navigate those turns, and they are so narrow that sometimes the fire trucks can't get up that narrow roadway, and they have to pull. They have to pull those hoses all the way up. It is back-breaking work. So hats off to the men and women who've worked so hard to keep us safe here in Southern California. And my heart does go out to those people who will have to start all over again. But if you have your family, you have everything.
Well said, Laura. Really, really well said. And we know that the Eaton Fire, that's where arrests were made for those 3 looters We learned this early on today from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. Laura, thank you for your reporting.
And let's talk more about that idea of looting. LA County's new district attorney says looters are not going to be able to get away with it. Nathan Hochman sharing a video of his sister's former home, which was destroyed by the Palisades Fire.
Pacific Palisades, at the site of what used to be my sister's home. She's lived here for a while, a long time, with her family, and now this home, along with the homes in the street in this neighborhood, are just gone. I've been here for over 60 years. I've not seen devastation like this in my lifetime. I mean, you have to harken back to the 1990s when we were hit with the floods and the fires and the earthquakes and the riots to even get close to this.
Hochman also promised to crack down on those exploiting the crisis. We spoke to him live earlier tonight during our coverage.
So the reports of looting have been coming across both law enforcement and the DA's office. I want to send an unmistakably clear message to looters or anybody who thinks that they can prey on people who have endured these tragedies. We are going to arrest you, we are going to prosecute you, and we are going to punish you to the full extent of the law. So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders. The firefighters have done a magnificent job in responding. Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others. And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. If we will go after you, we will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
Yeah, and to echo that sentiment, LA County Board Chair of Supervisors, Catherine Barger, she said essentially the same thing. They are working hand in hand, the Board of Supervisors and the DA's office. And she said, Barger said earlier, the full weight of the county will come down on you. That was her message to any potential looter.
Let's talk about our weather now. Adam Kruger, this really is the key to this whole thing. You've got to look at our forecast.
Right, so it's going to stay dry through Friday. Winds go down tonight. They've already started to do that. They pick back up tomorrow and into Friday morning. I'm going to take a closer look at that in a moment, but I want to start with the map of the perimeter of the Palisades Fire. And we got a short time ago an update on the acreage. It went up about 1,500 acres, but I can tell you where that increase occurred. And if you look at this, basically the orange color is the fire footprint, or like the perimeter of the fire. And you can see on the left side of your screen, it extended all the way to that gray color, which was actually the burn scar from the Franklin fire around Malibu last month. Of course, then we had the fire just run all the way down to the ocean. There's no telling how far it would have gone if the ocean wasn't there. But as we look at the colors, you'll notice like different shades of orange here. And that's each update that we got from the agencies that put this together. So the brightest orange color right here was the original footprint or perimeter of the fire. The next level was the next one, and on from there. So when we had the 15,800 or so acre, the perimeter was here, okay, and then all up, of course, over into this area. And then with the latest update, which added about 1,500 more acres to it, that's going to be that darkest shade of orange. So what we can tell from that is that the last update, the fire perimeter did not extend any farther towards Brentwood or any farther towards Santa Monica. The extra acreage that was just added with the latest update is all up here on the north end of the perimeter. There's a couple other spots over in this direction, but the biggest chunk of it right about here. So that gives us an idea of where the fire recently has spread. And yes, the winds are still blowing towards the ocean, but still we can see, you know, the fire expand in various directions. I mean, there's burning vegetation next to other dry vegetation, so naturally it's going to go in all directions, even though the wind was pushing it down towards the ocean. So again, the latest expansion, it seems to me, is more so just a little bit to the north. That doesn't mean it's going to continue to keep going far to the north, but it's somewhat of a good sign, you know, if you're watching from, let's say, the Brentwood area, and I know there's those evacuation orders that extend even into parts of Santa Monica. I have not seen this perimeter advance at all down in that direction, so maybe a little relief for some folks there. Okay, now let's talk a little bit more about the forecast. We'll switch it over to Weather One right now, and the headlines that we've been sharing here throughout the evening is the fact that we have a different type of red flag warning. Not as extreme now. It's a regular red flag warning that's in effect through Friday, so still because of breezy winds and dry air and a high fire risk, fire weather conditions continuing into Friday. We do have the winds that have already been relaxing this evening. That continues overnight. In fact, we've seen them just downright calm almost in some spots, so that's a little bit of good news. The next peak of the winds going up will start midday Thursday and continue into Friday morning, and that's why we have kind of a new set of wind alerts from the National Weather Service. So let's break this down a little bit. You'll see there are two different colors here. Regardless of whatever color you see, all these areas currently are under a wind advisory. The winds out of the north-northeast, that's what NNE stands for, about 20 to 30 sustained, gusts up to 50. At least that's how strong they might be at times. Doesn't mean they'll constantly be that strong. We know the winds are lighter in some areas right now. Then we have these yellowish colors here. That's where the wind advisories will eventually likely change to a high wind warning. They're under a high wind watch right now, meaning watch out for future change to high wind warning. So it's those spots that by Thursday night into Friday morning, the National Weather Service says winds could be up to 30 to 40 with gusts up to 65. Still that NNE, which means winds from the north-northeast, which will be blowing down towards the south-southwest. It's going to be the same wind direction, generally speaking, out of this whole event, even though winds can naturally kind of swirl a little bit in little small areas. Okay, here's the red flag warning now. Again, that goes through Friday. Notice kind of along the coast of LA and Orange County. Excluded from that for a couple reasons. One, the winds are a little bit lower there, but also the humidity will actually start to come up a little bit right along those coastal spots. Now, the forecast wind gusts, probably the graphic most of you are looking forward to seeing here with the weather update. So as we continue on through the night, here we go into 4 a.m., for example. Notice how light the winds are over a large part of the area, but still some gusty spots, and that's highlighted with the purple colors where winds could gust over 35 or so. So parts of the mountains will be experiencing that. As we go a little bit later now into 1 p.m. Thursday, we've got the winds picking up. So this is what I was talking about. The next increase in the winds happens midday Thursday, continues into Friday morning. So we've got the winds going back up with some concerning gusts, maybe 40, 50, 60 miles per hour or so in some locations. And then as we go here into 6 p.m. Thursday, again, there's those strong winds, not everywhere, but especially mountains and valleys and foothills. By Friday morning, we still see strong winds in mostly areas north of LA. And then as we go into Friday afternoon, for the entire region, we see something hopeful here, and that's the fact that not only do the wind speeds come down, but if you follow the streamlines here by Friday afternoon, this is now also a change in the wind direction, and that's coming from the ocean, and that helps out. That's going to start bringing the humidity up a little bit across our region. So, that was kind of a long way of saying winds lower tonight, winds going back up midday tomorrow through Friday morning. I also want to point out the temperatures because there are a lot of areas without power right now, and that's at the least just going to make for kind of an uncomfortable night because of how cool temperatures will be. And we see this often when the air is very dry, it cools down a lot, and that's happening even more so with the winds getting a little calmer tonight as well. So as you see, there's going to be a lot of the area falling into the 40s up into the desert, much different situation with some freezing temperatures there. And if you're wondering just simply what the temperatures tomorrow looking like, a lot of the areas will see highs in the 70s. Guys, we'll head back to you.
Adam Kruger, thank you so much. Let's talk now about the federal response to all this. We talked a little earlier with newly elected Congressman George Whiteside about where they're going, and it's going to be a big bill for the federal government.
I think that the combined damages, Alex, will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered, and that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond, and I think that that is going to be super important to, our communities recovering from this, which will take, let's be honest, years.
What are you hearing, Mr. Whitesides, from your constituents? What do they need right now?
Well, I just left an evacuation center here in Pacoima where people are bringing their pets, and, they are scared. They are concerned about the smoke. So far, the evacuation centers on the north side of the county are well stocked with food. I think people want to make sure, particularly for elderly and the young people, that they're managing the air that they're breathing. So if they're going outside, to use a mask, but to stay indoors if they can, and to protect the folks who are the most vulnerable in our communities.
And I don't know if you're near a TV screen or seeing this on the stream, but when you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. my heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa. They had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart. And we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
Representative George Whitesides, of course, took over from Mike Garcia, and his background, interestingly enough, includes fire suppression and management. So we talked a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, and that's something that he was studying before, wanting to talk about the issue of climate change when it comes to fires, but something he's going to be working on. Let's hope that this issue, traditionally, disaster relief has been a bipartisan issue. We've seen this sort of squabbling between Governor Newsom and President-elect Trump, which, I mean, not to give an opinion, I just think is kind of ugly in the midst of all this chaos that we have. You know, let's hope that people can come together because, as we know, it's not really a partisan issue when your house is burning. You know, Republicans and Democrats, both victims of this. And this state is going to need a lot of help from a lot of people. And one of the big issues also going forward, Marla, is going to be insurance. Which has been a huge issue, something I talked about earlier with State Senator Ben Allen and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath at this event with President Biden, and both of them talking about the fact that there needs to be insurance reform because there's a lot of people who either don't have insurance or don't have adequate insurance or don't have fire insurance or been dropped for fire insurance. And that's going to be something I think we're going to talk a lot about in the weeks and months ahead.
This is a live picture that is showing, what are we looking at here? This is the Palisades, and the acreage was updated not long ago by CAL FIRE. It's on your screen. It's now at 17,234 acres, so it has grown about 1,500 acres since we've last reported an update. It's approaching midnight. I am going to exit our coverage right now. Of course, you are in incredible hands, the best hands, with my colleague Alex Michelson, who will carry on until he is relieved by the Good Day LA crew. So Marla Tea signing off tonight, wishing everyone the best, and I'm so sorry for all of those who have been impacted, and I thank you so much for all the messages on social media, and continue watching us here on Fox 11. You can count on us.
Great work, Marla, all day. We'll see you again tomorrow. We want to get everybody up to date now. Here are some of the highlights or lowlights of the day here on Fox 11.
House after house, for block after block, destroyed.
Since 6:30 until 2 a.m. with my garden hose, there were no firemen.
The entire neighborhood is burned down, begging anyone to help put out this fire.
This is insane. This is probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
There is a fire and there is nothing being done.
It's terrifying. There's no water north of Woodbury.
Everything in this neighborhood, Altadena is not existing right now.
This area is a total loss. I'm scared. My daughter is scared.
We had to evacuate, and there's a fire nearby.
It's really a crazy night.
Good evening and welcome to Fox 11 News. We are on at midnight tonight. I'm Alex Michelson. We are on because of these devastating wildfires which continue to burn out of control across Southern California tonight. Let's talk about them right now. You're looking at them, at least 7 fires. Got fire in Palisades, the Eaton Fire, the Sunset Fire. We've also have hundreds of thousands of residents who have been ordered to leave their homes as flames now threatening at least 2,800 structures. Santa Ana winds fueling these fires, making containment difficult. The good news is, though, the wind's not nearly as bad as last night, which is allowing firefighters to make some progress tonight. Making things worse, though, are power outages. Look at all of these power outages. According to Southern California Edison, over 3 million people without electricity in LA County this afternoon. I was among them. I know it's difficult. A massive fire breaking out tonight in Studio City on Sunswept Drive. Flames tearing through a 4-story home just before 9 o'clock. We watched this live on our air as that Fire spread to nearby brush and buildings. 50 firefighters battling that blaze. Good news is complete knockdown, nobody injured. They were able to contain the spot fires. Still don't know what caused that fire. Meanwhile, wildfire spreading in the Hollywood Hills tonight. That's called the Sunset Fire. It burned 60 acres at 0% contained. It was moving. The good news here, though, they made pretty quick work on it because the fire water-dropping helicopters were able to get on that fire quickly. An evacuation center is open at Pan Pacific Recreation Center on Beverly Boulevard. That fire looked like it was going to be a lot worse than it ended up being, though, so that's a sort of a win for LA Fire Department tonight. The biggest problem, though, continues to be this fire, which nobody would consider a win, the Palisades Fire. We got new numbers tonight. It's burned now more than 17,000 acres. At least 1,000 structures have been destroyed, still 0% contained. We still see it burning lots of different areas tonight. Tens of thousands of people remaining under mandatory evacuation orders. More than 13,000 structures are threatened. And then there's the Eaton Fire. That's the only fire that we know of so far that has turned deadly. 5 people dying there. Still don't know how they died, why they died, what they were doing. Roughly 100 structures have been destroyed. Eaton Fire exploding in size. It now tops 10,000 acres. That's at 0% containment. Some good news in the Hurst Fire. This is burning in Sylmar, scorched more than 800 acres, now at 10% containment, according to CAL FIRE, so some containment on that one. We've got live team coverage tonight in the midnight hour. Meteorologist Adam Kruger is watching the winds. Susan Hirasuna, Chelsea Edwards covering the Palisades Fire, Laura Diaz covering the Eaton Fire in Altadena, Gina Silva, the aftermath of that Studio City fire. Let's start with Chelsea Edwards with the latest on what is happening right now in the Palisades. Chelsea.
Just utter destruction, Alex. So for the majority of the night, we've been church right across the street. We've watched it burn really brick by brick, beam by beam. That fire is now almost extinguished. You just got piles of rubble right across the street, though. Take a look at the aftermath of what is here at Palisades Charter Elementary School. I mean, it's hard to even recognize what this was. You can see what looks like the outline, the
It looks like we're having some signal problems from Chelsea, who has been advertising the Starlink technology that she has been using. Elon Musk even tweeting out how great it was that technology she's been able to use. Clearly not working right there. Hopefully we will get that signal back and go back to Chelsea in a minute. In the meantime, let's go to Studio City. That's where Gina Silva is live for us tonight. Fire has destroyed multiple homes in that area, and she's been talking to people that live in that neighborhood. Gina.
Well, Alex, you can see behind me, we're at Ventura Boulevard and Whitsett, and the intersection is still closed off. Ventura Boulevard is open, but Whitsett, south of Ventura, is closed. People are not allowed to go in and out because of the fire. Even though it has been considered a knockdown, firefighters are concerned that it could flare up again, hot spots, that kind of thing, and so they just want to make sure that everyone in this community is safe. Now, joining me is Josh, and Josh, you've had quite a night. Your house, I understand, was behind the house that caught on fire. Is that correct?
We're three houses away. We were watching the news and figuring out when we should leave for because the Hollywood Hills fire was going. And as we heard popping sounds. We turned the TV down because I thought it was coming from TV. We looked out our window and it was a huge fire, like barreling down on us. Yeah.
It sounds terrifying. Describe your emotional state at that point.
I think I've used the word surreal a lot in my life. That was definitely one that was like, it felt like a bit of a nightmare that you all of a sudden, it was odd to have watched TV of a fire and then have been watching, we've all been watching what you've been doing for the last 24 hours and to look out your window and think, oh, I had plenty more time. What happened? Did I fall asleep for 3 hours? I thought the Hollywood Hills fire was going out. And so yeah, it was a nightmare. Yeah.
So what did you do?
We were slightly packed up. We got a little bit more packed up in about 30 seconds. Got the dogs, got in the car, and drove out of there. There's 20 cars behind us trying to get out of here by the time we left. So.
Well, firefighters, LA City firefighters have been amazing. They attacked this from the air, from the ground. Your thoughts on what they've been doing? I mean, it's been incredible. So many fires.
Yeah, no, there's no words to describe their efforts today. Like, I couldn't believe, I would bring tears to my eyes to think that we were taking resources for what I consider to be small, as we were watching everybody go, and they were there, they did their job, they were just fantastic. I said thanks to a couple guys when I went up there to go get the rest of our stuff.
Yeah, obviously the winds died down.
Yeah.
It could have been a completely different scenario if the winds were as strong as they were last night. Were you here when the winds were just roaring?
We were. We lost power last night. I have a little generator, so I was out with my headlamp generator on my headlamp, trying to get the generator going. There's just ashes blowing in your face. It felt very odd last night. And then the power came back on, and we were kind of felt like we could be safe for a little while, and I'm never expecting a house three houses away from us to just erupt into flames.
Crazy. Well, I'm so glad that you and your family are fine. You're not going to stay here tonight, though, right?
No, we're going to head to Ventura. We have a cousin there whose house actually burned down in a fire a few years ago. So, yeah, they're rebuilt, and like everybody out there, like everyone, we're going to all pull together and rebuild everybody. And my son over there already said he's going to help do whatever needs to get done to help everybody. Yeah. We really appreciate you guys too, like out there. Like, I know you're tired, I know this work is hard, and we're watching you all the time, so thanks for providing some kind of help for us. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing the interview, and I will let you know go because I know Ventura is quite a drive. Thank you. I'm glad your home is fine. That must have been terrifying. Now, before we got here to the Studio City Fire, we were out at Hollywood Hills. We were covering the Sunset Fire near Runyon Canyon, and that one, again, firefighters were amazing. They attacked that fire aggressively from the air, making a ton of water drops, and of course that made all the difference in the world. It also helped the winds in that area as well completely died down tonight. Now, before that, we were in Altadena covering the Eaton Fire, and that has been such a destructive blaze. 5 people lost their lives, and more than 1,100 structures have been destroyed. More than 10,600 acres have been charred. And again, that battle is still going on in that area. And Alex, just walking down Lake Avenue, you can see the entire town. So much destruction. It is just heartbreaking to see that. And home after home, the entire blocks, homes just burned to the ground. It's just awful.
It is. So much to talk about with you because you've been everywhere. But let's talk for a moment about the Hollywood Hills because it looked for a bit like that. Here we go again. But by the time you left there, was it basically we're kind of out of the woods there?
Yeah, when we first got there, we saw that orange glow and the smoke, the black smoke. It really looked frightening. And then we were there perhaps maybe an hour, and by then it completely changed. That's how many drops they were making. A huge progress by LA City firefighters. They did an amazing job, and that was out really quickly, and that allowed us to move over here. I'm sure everyone in the Hollywood Hills, just thanking God, thanking their lucky stars that everything ended up the way that it did.
Because that is just one of the most densely populated areas in all of Southern California. And maybe, Gina, because you've been talking to so many people, that is your specialty as a reporter. You talk to more people than I think anybody on the air in Southern California. And one thing that struck me...
Well, because
yeah, you love people, or at least you're really good at pretending that you do.
Nobody wants to hear me just talk all the time. They want to hear from the people,
But just to one thing that has struck me hearing from the people through you is that want and need to help each other. The way that we have seen Southern California coming together and people stepping forward, wanting to help.
Oh, absolutely. We saw many people, you know, helping their neighbors. There was one house and we saw a lady, they were up in a palm tree on a ladder and they were trying to put out the fire. Another gentleman came in, another neighbor, and they were helping each other, you know, with water hoses and just doing whatever they can to help each other out in such a stressful situation. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing, you know. They always say, find the helpers because those are the people you want to interview. They have quite a story, and you know they're just wonderful. And that was the case. We found that in the Hollywood Hills, that one gentleman who was just running from one house to another, trying to help his neighbors.
Gina Silva reporting from 3 different fires over the course of the day today. Thank you so much for your continued excellent work, and a shout out to photographer Joab Perez, who's there every step of the way, holding that camera up as well. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Now to Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna, who's reporting for us tonight from the Pacific Palisades area. She's been at the Carbon Beach area, which used to have a whole lot of homes, and unfortunately tonight does not. Susan.
Oh my goodness, Alex, that is that's a way to say it. Yeah, part of the Palisades Fire, but we're actually in the city of Malibu. In fact, this area, the Carbon Beach area, was I believe the most recent to get an evacuation order, but our sense was that people had already seen the danger and had decided to get out. But meantime, this part here, we're still seeing a lot of fire activity. You see across the street how this house here with the octopus on it, I mean, at first we thought it was stable, we would see some flare-ups, but they would pour some water on it, and it's just unbelievable. Despite the fact that they've got the fire truck right here, just dousing the fire, you still see so many flames. And right next door, a crumpled house, a house that has just burned to the ground, you still got a firefighter working on putting water onto any kind of hot spot. Now, this, I believe, is the northern edge of the Palisades Fire. When you go further south, farther south, you get to the fire station, and it's really not that far away. I just drove down there, and because I wanted to see something that I had noticed before, and sure enough, right across from the fire station, there are homes that burned. Earlier today, we had seen some fire activity and fire trucks there, and so they were still dealing with it. And when I just went down there, no more fire trucks in front of the houses that are still standing, but there was indeed one that is burning. I watched as a fire truck went right on by because that's not his assignment, his or her assignment, so they kept on going to the south. The other thing I wanted to tell you is, of course, there are a lot of celebrities that live in this area. They're hurting just like the regular people are hurting in losing their homes. This was supposed to be a big day for actors because of the SAG-AFTRA nominations, right? And I do know, you know, I told you about my friend who has a place just south of Dukes. He has a celebrity neighbor, Benny Blanco, and so that means that Benny Blanco lost his house, his little beach cottage, right along the Pacific Ocean. It's been quite a day of seeing the way this fire has cherry-picked the areas on Pacific Coast Highway, and then at the same time been so devastating. So, yes, we still see some building, and you can't see it from this perspective, but I see a building that looks like it's completely untouched. It's those swaths, though, across from the mountain on the ocean side that are just burned absolutely to nothing. That was so impressive to me because I'm just... You're so used to seeing all those homes on Pacific Coast highways and the highway, and they are so close together. Alex and Marla, you know, they are built like right next to each other. Maybe there's a pathway to the ocean, but there's so little real estate between these houses. And to see that instead of buildings, it's just this wide blank spot, and it's... you know, I mean, you got to go way, way back to remember that time when you could see straight to the ocean.
And Susan, you know, I mean, some places when fires happen, you wonder if they're going to rebuild. We know they're going to rebuild there. It's some of the most valuable real estate in the world. And you wonder, going forward, will they be rebuilt differently? Are there any lessons learned in terms of the way that the homes are built? Maybe is there more room between the homes? Are there things that the city and builders can study in all of this to potentially protect them more?
You know, Alex, somebody told me a story recently about the Lahaina fire, about how someone that they knew had just built a home in Lahaina, Maui, and then Lahaina burned. That house withstood the fire. Why? Because it had a lot of the modern technology to keep a house safe. Yeah. However, what is really sad is the house might still be standing, but everything around it, everything that made that area beautiful, was gone. And the people, the other people that could not, did not have a house still standing. So it loses its beauty and charm, even if your house is still standing. It'll be forever changed. Imagine, like I did talk to a woman who said, my husband saved our house. The house next to ours burned. The house next to our house on this side also burned. But it's not going to be fun to go back to your home when there's so much devastation all around you.
Right.
So it's just tragic for
especially when you think of the beach, which is a place people go to for sort of a tranquil escape, and then when you look all around you is destruction. Susan, great reporting there, and we're so sorry for all the people who have lost their homes. One of the areas hit the hardest is right where you are standing right now. Chelsea Edwards is in another area that's hit really hard. She actually is in Pacific Palisades and seeing just terrible scenes. Chelsea.
Yeah, incredible amount of devastation. I mean, if you've been watching throughout the evening, watching our coverage, we've watched the church across the street just burn bit by bit, beam by beam. Now we're across the street at Palisades Charter Elementary School, and I just want to show you the destruction that we're seeing here. It looks, I mean, you can't even recognize that this was a school. We can see the outlines and the shells of what appear to be school chairs, tiny ones. This is an elementary school, of course. Small little tables, and then what we appear to be just like the roof tiles that have just collapsed on top of everything. You think about the memories that have been generated here over the years. This elementary school has served thousands and thousands and thousands of students throughout the years. And to see this, it sparks kind of an emotional reaction, I think, at least in me. You think of your elementary school and how all the memories that you have there, all the experiences and the growth that you've had there. And for so many people looking at this, this is it's just utter destruction. It is devastating. The administration building, which is right next to this, happens to be standing. That's what we saw when we first got here. And that is still standing. The facade is there. The inside is intact. But there is just absolutely nothing left of this elementary school itself. And again, this is right across the street from the church. This is the United Community Methodist Church, or Community United Methodist Church, excuse me, that we've just been watching slowly become engulfed and just fall apart brick by brick. And really just incredible destruction everywhere you look here in the Pacific Palisades. Right across the street from us, when we first got here, it was so dark we weren't able to really see. We could see some buildings were still standing. If we look to the area, the one area that we didn't walk around when we first got here, everything on that block is obliterated. There is absolutely nothing left. Those were storefronts that are right across from this school. So this fire kind of did this zigzag pattern, it appears, on this street, on Via de la we were here last night. I think Christy Fajardo was here last night showing the destruction live as these buildings just ignited and exploded into flames, and they just continue throughout the day. I mean, utter devastation. Now this, of course, one of the reasons that LAUSD is closing all campuses tomorrow. We spoke with a school board member who got into that and said, the bar is very high for closing schools. It's the last thing that they want to do. They will still be offering meal service, but, it's just not safe in terms of the air quality. And then, of course, the destruction, the damage that we're seeing behind us here and at the other elementary school here in the Pacific Palisades, Marquez, and also at Pali Charter High. A little bit of good news there that we learned tonight. It wasn't as bad as we initially thought. It sounds like 70% of the high school is still standing, which is, of course, excellent news. But the destruction to everything else is just incredible. So no school tomorrow for LAUSD students, for all LAUSD students. They'll reevaluate and take another look, and then we'll have an announcement, I believe, at 4 o'clock tomorrow tomorrow to see what the plan is going to be for the next day. But just incredible. Everywhere you look here in the Pacific Palisades, it's just destroyed. It's remarkable, Alex.
It is horrible, Chelsea. But, as we look at that fire, we have a shot from Skyfox of the fire burning as well. At this point, is it essentially burning in more remote areas and not seeing the sort of destruction of property? Are we kind of just looking at what has already burned, not really what is burning?
It's hard to tell. So from our vantage point, we can actually see spot fires up in the hillsides around here, but it's hard to tell how far away we are and what those are, whether those include structures or whether that's just vegetation up in the hillsides. We're very far away, but it is pitch black, which gives you that vantage point of being able to see where those fires are. Our impression was that when we were driving along Sunset Boulevard to get to this location and driving throughout the Pacific Palisades, that really the bulk of this fire, or at least the fire in this community of the Pacific Palisades, what is burned has already burned, and it doesn't appear that there's a whole lot more that is igniting. However, I mean, those winds that we saw earlier, which have since died down, by the way, but the winds that we saw a couple of hours ago, those were carrying embers far. I mean, those were very powerful winds. So there's, of course, the chance that one of those embers from the church or from any number of the buildings that are burning in this area could have carried to another one and started a new fire. We don't have those reports of that yet. There's very limited communication out here. But it does seem like the bulk of the fire that has moved through and destroyed these communities here in the Pacific Palisades has done the damage that it's going to do.
I'm struck by how little wind we see around you. I've been looking at your hair as sort of a marking point to get a sense of the wind, and it seems like for the first time since we've started the coverage with you, which of course started yesterday, or I don't even know what day it is. It's like one of the first times where we've seen where it's basically still.
Yeah, no, and I think that's absolutely accurate, Alex. Every place that we've been, we've also been all over, mostly this fire, PCH, Malibu, we were in last night. We've been in different parts of Sunset Boulevard throughout yesterday, last night, and today. And yeah, the wind has been extraordinary. Every single location that we've been to at every single point of the day. This is the first time, I think, that we're not experiencing any wind. I would call this extremely still. In fact, look at the smoke rising just upward. We haven't seen that yet. Normally the smoke and the embers have been flying, in one direction or another. This is just kind of peacefully rising upward. So that's certainly good news. Hopefully this will stay the case. We'll see a lot more of this. But yeah, this is the first we've seen so far of smoke just kind of billowing upwards as opposed to violently in one direction or another.
Yeah, which is remarkable because we started our coverage on Tuesday at 10:30 in the morning, and it is now Thursday at 12:20 in the morning, and it's the first time that we have seen that since. Chelsea, thank you for the excellent reporting. You and I believe you're with Elliot Mendoza again, the fantastic photographer who's been your teammate for all this coverage. Thank you to Elliot as well. Now we want to have some good news. That seems to be the theme right now. Most evacuation orders for the Sunset Fire have now been lifted. So that is the good news. That Sunset Fire is around the Hollywood Hills area. The area north of Franklin Avenue, which is between Camino, Palmero, and Sierra Bonita, that is still closed until Thursday morning. Fire crews still working to prevent flare-ups. Residents returning home urged to stay cautious as firefighters continue operations in nearby neighborhoods. But the initial evacuation orders, a lot of the iconic Hollywood addresses like Hollywood and Highland near the Dolby Theater, trying to get people out of a lot of the heart of Hollywood. The good news is those evacuation orders are over, and people in the Hollywood area can breathe a lot easier tonight. Not a great scene, though, in Altadena. Christy Fajardo, so much of that community has burned up. Hollywood basically was able to avoid any structure loss, but unfortunately, very much the opposite where you are. Christy.
Yeah, it is everywhere. We've been today in Altadena. We've just seen whole streets that have been leveled where there are no longer any walls inside, just fireplaces, chimneys. That's all that's standing. And sadly, for the second night in a row, I'm in front of a school that has been burned. Yesterday, I was in front of Palisades Charter Elementary. Today, I'm in front of Elliott Arts Magnet School. This is a middle school, and it is 2 stories. And right now there is no roof and no floor separating the 2 stories in this building right here. And you can also see here where the garden that the students had planted has also burned. And this school was built in the 1930s, in 1931. And what is still standing, if we pan this way I can show you, is the iconic tower. It is very recognizable, and according to the Altadena Historical Society, when this was built, students had the option of either getting a pool or a tower, and they voted for the tower. So that is still standing. And if we pan this way, I can show you that more firefighting resources have come in. We did see them on the other side of the school. There is a building there that, at least from our vantage point, didn't look like it had burned, and they were defending that. Now they're in the front of the school. That is Lake Avenue right there, and this is Calaveras. But as we've been driving around this neighborhood, we have seen home after home destroyed. Even the homes on the neighboring streets or even across the street from this school. So it is not a stretch to think that there are many students here, and this school, according to its website, educates about 400 middle schoolers. It is not a stretch to believe that some of them have also lost their homes. So the school would have been the one constant, the one thing that they could count on to be normal in their lives, but even that now has been taken from them. And you've got to remember, too, they did not have the typical elementary school experience. Because of COVID, there were shutdowns and there was Zoom school, and now they're not getting the typical middle school experience either. So these kids really have been through a lot, and again, sadly, I think it is safe to guess and heartbreaking that many of them have also lost their home. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the mental health crisis that so many people, not just kids, but you think of all the people that are impacted by this, and everything that you connect with your home. I mean, this is so much that we're all going to have to deal with in the months and years ahead.
No, and absolutely. And for children, too, if they don't have their home to go to, at least they would have their school, their friends. And that could be a source of support. But as we're witnessing here, that might not be the case for them when school reopens, because right now, this is Pasadena Unified School District, and the schools are closed because of these fires. But one bright spot, I do want to show you this. If we pan up, we can actually see the moon. So that is a good sign because there's less smoke. When we got here earlier, it was so thick with smoke, it was dark and it was daylight. So it looks like, perhaps fewer buildings are burning and we can finally make out the moon.
That is good news, and it gives us an indication. It feels like we're starting to turn the corner on this thing. But so much damage has already been done. Christy Fajardo, thank you so much for your tireless reporting tonight. Our colleague Matthew Seedorf was in the middle of it in Pacific Palisades a few hours ago. While he was reporting, there was so much going on, he actually couldn't get a signal out. So this is the first time that we've actually seen some of this reporting from Pacific Palisades right in the middle of all of it. Take a look.
Another home is on fire right now in PCH in Topanga Beach Drive. Massive flames. Firefighters trying to do their best they can to put it out. Just look at this. It is absolutely out of control. We have Los Angeles County Fire Department firefighters here trying to put it out. See if we can get a little closer. The edge of this power pole on fire. Firefighters here. You see they're trying to get this hose so they can get some more water on the homes next door, trying to prevent the fire from spreading. Look at all these embers shooting up in the air. We have those winds still gusting 20, 30 miles per hour right now, and they're landing on the roofs of these other homes nearby. We've actually seen firefighters going down here, knocking on doors. No one's home. They're busting in, trying to keep everything out. You might be able to see some light up there. It looks like there might be some more flames getting inside of this house nearby, but look at all these embers. Just unbelievable. And you can feel the heat and hear these pops as it lights this tree on fire. Now, this is what we've really been seeing all over Palisades. This fire continues to spread, unfortunately destroying these homes. And these firefighters are doing the best they can, but really just overwhelmed right now. Unbelievable. Just taking this all in. So right now they're trying to put water on the pole and then also on this house. It looks like they're trying to save the garage, but as these embers keep spreading, it looks like these homes nearby are also in danger tonight. Reporting Palisades, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Our thanks to Matthew Seedorf for that from a few hours ago. LA is facing its worst wildfire in its history, and Mayor Karen Bass is facing some criticism tonight from a lot of different fronts. Earlier this year, she approved a budget-cutting $17.5 million from the fire department while increasing police funding by $12.6 million. Fire department now gets 6% of the city's budget compared to 15% for police. Critics, including former mayoral candidate Rick Caruso, questioning her leadership, especially since she was in Ghana for a presidential event, inauguration in Ghana, when the fires broke out. Sky News reporter happened to be on that same flight coming back and clearly did not schedule an interview with her team, walked up to her, and this moment happened.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
So she didn't say anything in the end, and then tried to walk away, and the guy kept asking her questions, and my guess is he's not getting a Christmas card this year. But that was some tough questioning there from a Sky News reporter who's actually from Ireland, who was flying in here to cover this incident. Mayor Bass did do a press conference tonight. We invited her to come on and do an interview. She hasn't accepted that. She did do a press conference to share her side of the story, and she talked about some of the water tanks from Pacific Palisades, which were not filled up in the moment when a lot of people needed them. Take a listen.
This is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
So Rick Caruso was on with us last night, who of course ran against Karen Bass for mayor and may run against her again for mayor. He criticized her for going on that trip and directed pretty harsh comments towards her leadership. Elon Musk apparently was watching us last night, put that out to his 121 million followers on there. The clip got a lot of attention in right-wing media, got a lot of attention outlets all over the country, and that was part of what she was asked about. That was part of her answer. And so you see Caruso with his criticism. We wonder what that'll mean for his political future. We wonder what this will mean for Karen Bass's political future. But a lot of heat on LA Mayor Karen Bass as she now faces this one of the biggest crises of her time as mayor, the biggest fire in the history of LA City. We'll see what she does next and her engagement on this issue. going forward. Meanwhile, let's talk about the devastation from that fire. The Palisades Fire in particular has devastated a lot of celebrity homes. Page 6 reporting that Paris Hilton, Heidi Montag, her husband Spencer Pratt, Leighton Meester, and her partner Adam Brody, Anna Faris, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Anthony Hopkins, Billy Crystal, Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, John Goodman are among the stars who all lost their homes. Many of them sharing emotional messages on social media expressing heartfelt heartbreak over the loss of their memories. Others like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, Mark Hamill, forced to evacuate. Celebrities like Ricky Lake, Sandra Lee describing their homes as heaven on earth and perfection, now reduced to ashes. Actress Jamie Lee Curtis is speaking out about the devastating wildfires in Pacific Palisades. She shared this video on social media that her family is safe, but many friends may lose their homes. Curtis describing the situation as terrifying, expressing gratitude to firefighters and neighbors helping each other. She urged everyone to stay safe, support one another, and let first responders do their work. Curtis also encouraged people to pray, regardless of their beliefs, for those affected by this. Jamie Lee Curtis also shared that a church in the Palisades where she got sober 25 years ago is now gone. Curtis describing it as a place of comfort, hosting baptism, weddings, funerals, helping countless people reclaim their lives through sobriety. She also mentioned the women's club in the area where she connected with others on their sober journeys no longer there. And despite the losses, Curtis expressed hope, saying, "We will persevere." As we bring Adam Kruger, our meteorologist, back into this, Adam, there's a lot of people that are like, celebrities, they got money, they can rebuild, boo-hoo. And actually some people writing that in social media. But they're people too. They've got pictures, they got birth certificates, they got family heirlooms, they've got everything else that is in a home. And it is devastating for anybody who loses their home like this.
Yeah, I mean, hard for anyone who loses their home, regardless of their work or whatever status you want to label them as. And then it's just our whole region is dealing with this in one way or another. A lot of us know places that have burned, or know people that are dealing with it, or know someone who knows someone. It's just like it's a really difficult week for the entire region, I would say. And I'm kind of at a loss for words to kind of describe it from there.
A week. That's the thing that's so hard about this. I mean, you have that much destruction. This is going to be years, and it's not going to be rebuilt in the same way that we've seen it before. Oh, and by the way, you know what California has not done really great? Housing people. Yeah. We're not so good at building housing, or else we wouldn't have a lot of the problems that we have. Yeah. And now we've got over 1,000 people who don't have housing on top of everything else. It's not going to be easy where we go from here.
Sure, that's a good point. You mentioned that the years and kind of impact that this can have. I moved here from Texas and I'm very familiar with what hurricanes and tropical storms can do and floods can do to homes, and the impacts from those will last for years as well before things before people rebuild, and essentially some places never get back to the way they once were. So yes, this will be obviously a very, very long-term thing. Now let's kind of get back into the weather side of this, though, because what I'm starting with right here, by the way, is something that's great to see. So this is current wind gusts across Southern California, and I've selected only places with wind gusts above 10 miles per hour to show up. So there are some winds like 5 to 10 miles per hour around Los Angeles right now that aren't being registered. But again, you look over towards some of the mountains and the valleys, whether you go west or north or east of LA, and the wind speeds, the gusts right now, it's 10 to 20 miles per hour. Yes, there are some higher elevations that are up towards 30 or 35, but this is so different from what we had 24 hours ago. We had some spots in the mountains with gusts that got up to 90 miles an hour, and many other areas 60 plus. I mean, we know it, we saw it, we saw the video last night and the day before of how wild it was. So now we've got lower winds, for now. And as we switch to our weather graphics to weather 1, I'm going to show you when the winds pick back up, because there is another concerning round of winds that will start to ramp up midday Thursday and last into Friday morning. Before we get to that, though, I want to let you know that red flag warnings or fire weather warnings also continue into Friday, but not the extreme or PDS red flag warnings. This will be a, quote, regular red flag warning that goes into Friday. Winds, as we've already seen, relaxing overnight, but they will pick back up. The next wind peak is Thursday midday through Friday morning. Now, we have still wind alerts posted. Yes, the high wind warnings have expired, but the entire area in these two colors is currently under a wind advisory. The tan areas, the wind advisory goes till 2 p.m. Friday. That's for sustained winds 20 to 30, with gusts higher up towards 50. And by the way, the NNE, you probably know this, but if you're wondering what that means, NNE stands for winds from the north-northeast, meaning from this direction and going down towards the south-southwest, which is the wind direction we've seen through this whole event, and that'll continue to be the case for the next couple of days. Now, these yellowish colors here, they're under a wind advisory now, but it will switch to possibly or probably a high wind warning by the time we get to Thursday night and Friday morning. So they call it a high wind watch because that's issued first, and then it will change to a warning once we actually get to that time. That, you can see the stronger winds that'll be sustained, 30 to 40, gusts up to about 65 miles per hour there. All right, now here's the map of the red flag warnings. Notice how along the coast of LA County, Orange County, excluded from the red flag warnings because of A, the winds lower there in general, and 2, or B, I should say, we've got the relative humidity actually going up along the coast as we see the lower wind speeds. The moisture from the ocean basically is allowed to kind of creep in a little more, whereas it's been just blown, the winds have been so strong offshore leading up to this point. All right, now as we look at forecast wind gusts, we'll start you off at right about now. Here we go into tomorrow at noon, and you'll notice what happened there. I'm going to actually rewind it. Let me go back to the start of this graphic again. Notice how, yes, there are some breezy pockets, but overall it's pretty light, and then look at just the drastic increase heading into midday tomorrow. Parts of LA and south will be excluded from the strong winds, kind of protected from the mountains. That happens sometimes when we get these wind events. The mountains are so tall there. The San Gabriels can kind of protect the LA basin. So that seems to be happening tomorrow, but still many areas, especially north, and you see east, but especially north where some of these fires are still ongoing. That's where the winds pick back up. Here we go into Thursday, 6 p.m. And we've got the winds there, still on the strong side. Thursday night, Friday morning. Winds are still strong in many areas, and then late day Friday is when winds overall for the entire region will be backing down. And not only do the wind speeds come down at the end of the day Friday, but notice the wind direction. If you follow the streamlines, we're going to see a little bit of an onshore push of winds there. So Alex, that's the point where we can relax a little bit, just as far as the weather conditions I'm talking about now. That's the point that we're looking forward to getting to. But again, winds will go back up during the day Thursday night, Friday morning.
Right. Okay. It does feel like we're in a little bit better place right now, but you're saying maybe that's like a false sense. Is what you're saying. A
little bit. I mean, we were up here. We come down here, and then we're going to kind of come up to like between the two of those by tomorrow, especially tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. So yes, just because the winds have, wherever you're watching from, if the winds have turned calm, don't think it's going to stay that way for the rest of this week. We do expect the winds to go back up, but not to the extreme level that we had going back, about 24 hours or so.
Okay. You've been warned. Thank you, Adam. Now we want to show you this, and this is sad news. Moon Shadows is gone. It's a restaurant that opened back in 1966. It has been destroyed by the Palisades Fire. It's a great spot. A lot of people would love having a drink there, watching the sunset. Lots of cool events there. One guy talking about it here.
So all these homes along this stretch just south of Dukes are gone. Firefighters continue to work here on PC8. Iconic restaurant Moon Shadow is gone. The Rosenthal Winery burned down. Topanga Motel has been burned down.
I love the Rosenthal Winery, too. It's such a cool place to go. That was Jeremy Lee Quinn, who posted the viral video. Employees, patrons sharing memories of the spot there. And we are going to miss Moon Shadows. Let's bring into the conversation right now Josh Friday. He is California's Chief Service Officer. He's in charge of California volunteers, and we'll see what they do in the weeks and months ahead. He has been here in Southern California, was out in Pasadena today, checking out the relief efforts. Josh, thanks so much for staying up late with us, or early, or whatever time it is. It's hard to even tell. But before we get into where we go from here, can you talk to us about what you saw up close and personal today?
Absolutely. It was harrowing. I was at the convention center in Pasadena, which has turned into a shelter. There was about 1,200 people there, including a nursery, an entire nursing home full of seniors who had been evacuated and were staying there in the evening through the night and set up there. There were families. I saw a young boy who was helping distribute food who had ash on his face, and you could see families, struggling and choking from the smoke, and people with their pets. And it was, this is a devastating, heart-wrenching time. But I also saw incredible, inspiring work from our first responders. Members of the California Service Corps were there helping run the shelter, along with the Red Cross. So people are stepping up to support their neighbors and their fellow Angelinos in a big way.
California Service Corps is something that you all work on. That's training, especially young people, to serve their communities. There's a lot of people that want to volunteer right now, who want to help. What's your advice for them?
Yeah, we see this in natural disasters where it brings out the best of Californians. People do want to step up and help and volunteer, and people are asking right now, what can they do? And the truth is, the most important thing that people can do now is to be safe, to sign up for alerts at ready.ca.gov, and to heed the advice of the evacuation orders from local officials. However, we also want to make sure that people are preparing for power outages, even if they're not directly impacted by the fires. They could also be impacted by the power outages. And then we're really calling on those who are safe and in a good place to check on their neighbors, especially those that are elderly, those that are high risk, making sure that people are able to evacuate if they need to, and they get the help to be able to do that, but that they also have the resources. As power is out for many throughout the city and seniors are by themselves, this is a great time to call someone you know who might be alone, or knock on the door and check in on your neighbor, and be a good neighbor, and be confident we are going to get through this working together.
So what you didn't really talk about there was a lot of specific volunteer projects. Is basically the message at this point. We got to get through this crisis first, and sometimes doing stuff like that might even get in the way. Let us get through this, and then direct your energy once we're through the crisis phase.
That's right. There's going to be a long recovery effort where we are going to be calling on people in a big way to step up and help, to volunteer, to roll up their sleeves and work on projects and help recover and rebuild. But this is a time now where we need people to be safe. So we're not asking for people to self-deploy at this point. You can, for those who are able to, can donate to causes that are helping those who have lost everything at philanthropyca.org. And again, like I said, we're asking people to check in on their neighbors and help those who might be most vulnerable. But this is a time where we're asking people to first and foremost be safe and heed the evacuation orders of the local officials.
I know you travel up and down the state. I know you've thought about maybe running for other offices too. Where do you see California going from here? How does our state rebuild from here? What's next for us?
Well, we're going to get through this crisis right now. That's what we're focused first and foremost on, protecting everyone and protecting as many structures as we can. But the reality is we know in California that climate change is just going to continue to make these issues more difficult. that we have an insurance crisis that we're going to have to continue to tackle and deal with, and that we have to build communities that can withstand these types of environmental conditions as our environment changes. And so I think we're confident, and the governor talked about today about being optimistic about our how we're going to recover and our ability to rebuild, is that we're gonna do this by calling on people to come together, by working together and asking people to serve and help, and that's what's going to be coming in the weeks and months ahead.
Yeah, and insurance reform is probably something we're going to be talking a lot about in the legislature as well, because that needs some work. Josh Friday, thank you so much for your work to volunteer and to make our community better. I'm sure we'll be talking to you about those efforts in the weeks and months ahead, but we appreciate you calling in, I guess, in the middle of the night right now, and I look forward to talking to you going forward.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it.
Josh Friday, California's Chief Service Officer, a member of Governor Newsom's cabinet. Governor Newsom remaining in Southern California tonight. He was supposed to go to Washington for President Carter's funeral, which, by the way, is tomorrow, or today, I guess. But he is going to stay here in Southern California to help with the response. President Biden was supposed to go after the Carter funeral to Italy to meet with Pope Francis. He canceled that trip. He's staying in Washington to help oversee the federal response to these fires. By the way, that Carter funeral will be airing tomorrow morning on KCOP, Channel 13, not Channel 11, because we're going to be doing the fire coverage on Channel 11. The Carter funeral is going to be on Channel 13, coverage of that around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, our time. Amazing how little attention that has gotten this week here, because these fires are obviously such a moment of concern, a life or death moment for us. And so, where are we going next? Are we talking about the political back and forth? So we're talking about that. And there's this back and forth between Trump and Newsom. This is what Trump wrote on Truth Social. One of the best and most beautiful parts of the United States of America is burning down to the ground. It's ashes, and Gavin Newsom, that's what he calls him, should resign. This is all his fault. Trump accusing the governor of prioritizing the Delta smelt over wildlife preservation. That's something that's long been argued against in terms of liberal policies. The governor's office denying Trump's claims, calling them pure fiction. They say the governor is focused on protecting people and ensuring firefighters have the resources. So that is going on. Meanwhile, this was going on. This is how I started my morning, which was like 55 hours ago, it feels like. President Biden, Governor Newsom were in Santa Monica. I was in there with them. They met with all the different fire leaders, Senator Padilla there as well. The president got a briefing from the crews there, including Kristen Crowley, who's the fire chief for LA. Take a listen.
I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career, so we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area.
The governor says that, or the president said that he's going to give the governor in California whatever we need in terms of fighting this fire. Governor Newsom expressing his gratitude that President Biden basically said yes right away to federal funding. Why does that matter? The federal government is going to basically pick up a huge part of the tab on this, and it's going to be quite a tab. We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar price tag for the fighting of this fire and for rebuilding. So the federal government's going to be picking up a lot of that. It'll be interesting to see if any of that changes when, of course, we get a new president in less than 2 weeks. But at least Biden is trying to put this in place so that money will be paid for and allocated before he gets out of office. So the president is back in Washington tonight. He will be at the Carter funeral. President Trump, President Biden, both going to be there, in addition to President Obama, President Clinton. So it'll be interesting doing some of the people watching. Very rarely does President Trump go with all those other presidents. That's expected to happen tomorrow at the National Cathedral in Washington. Back here at home, though, the immediate danger is the fire, and these are the schools that will be closed tomorrow. LA Unified closing all schools, and these schools are going to be closed for good. Palisades Charter High School is damaged but will be open eventually. Marquez Charter Elementary School was totaled, as was Palisade Elementary School. Other school closures to tell you about: Glendale Unified School District, they are going to be closed. Pasadena Unified going to be closed. Beverly Hills closed as well for the rest of the week as we get through this week. Evacuation center set up for fire victims. You can go to the Westwood Recreation Center on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. We know plenty of folks are there. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. That's in Hollywood. Pierce College is a place for larger animals. You can also go to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside in Burbank. Smaller pets, cats and dogs, from taking the LA County Animal Shelter in my hometown of Agora Hills. That's at 29525 Agora Road, where my family once adopted a shelter pet, and we encourage you to do so as well. So as we approach the top of the hour now, we'll soon be joined by Brooke Thomas and our Good Day LA team to start off our, I guess, AM version of this. But let's take a look at the live pictures if we can, if Skyfox is still up, to give you a sense of what is happening right now. Here is a look from Skyfox. This is over Pacific Palisades. You can see the flames continue to light up the night sky. Pacific Palisades, very dark. A lot of the power out in the area, not a lot of lights, but you see this orange glow. You know, the good news and the bad news is not a lot of structures, as far as we can tell, are threatened or burning right now. The bad news is, part of the reason for that is so many of them have already burned. There's not that much more to burn. Our meteorologist Adam Kruger tells us that the winds have the flames pushed towards the ocean and not towards the east, not towards Calabasas, not towards Brentwood or Santa Monica, on the different ends of this. We have seen the worst devastation in Pacific Palisades and real bad devastation in Malibu as well. So we're seeming to move into a different phase of this, at least for right now, not the sort of wild, completely out of control, we don't know what's happening phase, but more something like we would see in a quote-unquote regular firefight, where firefighters have air resources to be able to get things under control. The winds are not quite as crazy. They have a lot of people here deployed that can get on things. And so if we do have a fire break out, it's more likely to see like what we had in tonight, the Sunset Fire in Hollywood, which is basically you're able to throw a bunch of resources on it real fast, and then you end up knocking the fire out before it starts burning structures, as compared to last night where they weren't able to do that, and these fires just ran wild where there was literally nothing they could do. They didn't have air resources, and in some cases they didn't have water coming out of the hoses, so they just had to watch stuff burn. So as you see, as on Skyfox, these maps are really helpful in showing you where exactly this is. And you know, you get the sense it's Topanga State Park there, but some of this burning is away from some of the homes, which is important. So as we approach the top of the hour, let's reset here on Fox 11.
House after house for block after block destroyed.
Since 6:30 until 2 a.m. with my garden hose, there were no firemen.
The entire neighborhood is burned down, begging anyone to help put out this fire.
This is insane. This is probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
There's a fire and there is nothing being done.
It's terrifying.
There's no water north of Woodbury.
Everything in this neighborhood, Altadena is not existing right now.
This area is a total loss.
I'm scared. My daughter is scared.
We had to evacuate. There's a fire nearby.
It's really a crazy night.
Good morning now, and welcome to Fox 11 News. We are continuing our live coverage at 1 o'clock in the morning. So often, if you join us at 1 o'clock in the morning here on Fox 11, we rerun an episode of our Fox 11 News at 10 with myself and Christine Devine. Tonight, we are on live for our continuous coverage of the several wildfires that are burning around Southern California. In a moment, my colleagues Sandra Endo and Brooke Thomas will take over our coverage. I'm Alex Michelson. I began my coverage at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are still going now at 1 o'clock in the morning. We have not taken a commercial in several days here on Fox 11 as we cover this crisis. Let's get you up to speed if you're just joining us here in the middle of the night. Wildfires raging across LA County, forcing mass evacuations. At least 7 fires that we have seen in different areas, including Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, Hollywood, near Pasadena. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten at least 28,000 structures. Santa Ana winds have been fueling all of this. Thankfully, right now, the winds not nearly as bad as they were. Power outages adding to the crisis. According to Southern California Edison, look at this map. Over 3 million people without electricity in LA County this afternoon. Big fire broke out tonight on Sunswept Drive. This is in Studio City. 4-story home. Look at it collapse here. We covered this live on our air during our 9 p.m. hour. Good news here. Nobody hurt. And firefighters were basically able to contain this to a few homes, and it did not spread into the entire community. Still don't know the cause of it. Meanwhile, we saw a big fire tonight in the Hollywood Hills, a Sunset Fire, burned 60 acres. Good news is here, it did not spread. We did not see any structures burned, and most of the evacuation orders have now been lifted. So some scary moments in the Hollywood tonight, but it looks like the worst of that fire is now over. Meanwhile, Palisades Fire, worst situation here. Burned more than 17,000 acres, more than 1,000 structures destroyed, probably numbers higher than that. Still at 0% containment. Tens of thousands of people remaining under mandatory evacuation orders, more than 13,000 structures still threatened. Then there's the Eaton Fire. At least 5 people died in that one. Still don't know how they died. At least 100 structures have been destroyed there. Over 10,000 acres, 0% contained. We've been watching, real devastation. The worst devastation in all this we've seen is in Pacific Palisades, is in Malibu and PCH, and in the community of Altadena. And then there's the Hurst fire. This was in Sylmar. This one not as bad. More than 800 acres, 10% containment. So they are building a containment line around this one, and not seeing the devastation there that we are seeing in some of the other fires. So we were just talking about Altadena. Christy Fajardo has seen some of the worst devastation, including an elementary school. She continues her reporting in the 1 a.m. hour. Christy, good morning to you.
Good morning, Alex. It's actually a middle school. We're standing in front of Charles Eliot Magnet Art School, and you can see how much it has been damaged. It has been hollowed out. This is a 2-story building. The roof has collapsed. There's no longer a floor separating the two. But I want to pan this way because what is still standing is the iconic tower. And this was actually built in 1931. So this school has survived the Great Depression. It has survived earthquakes. And sadly, though, the Eaton Fire did quite a bit of damage to the school. It looks like one building over is still standing, and I could see what looked like costumes in a window. So perhaps that building is intact. I couldn't see any damage, but that doesn't mean there isn't any. And firefighters were back there. They were trying to defend that building. But what really dawns on me looking at this and driving through this neighborhood today with so much devastation, that it is highly likely that many of these students also lost their homes, because there is street after street that has been completely leveled, where there are no longer any walls. In fact, the only structures that are standing are chimneys. And on Lake Avenue, we saw business after business also destroyed. We watched as the Aldi food market burned. There was also a B of A that burned. And hopefully those companies can transfer the employees to other locations. But there were also so many small businesses that were burned also to the ground. And in some cases, there was really nothing left. I couldn't even tell what type of business. We saw one that the only thing that was left was a sign of a tooth with a smile on it, so we can guess that was some kind of dental practice. There was another that that was a dry cleaner or a laundry, and there was also several that looked like restaurants where we could make out an oven, but everything else around it was just burned to the ground. And so this could be a very terrible trifecta for some of these students. They might have lost their homes, their school, and their parents, possibly their livelihood. So this is not going to be easy for them to rebuild. And sadly, we're talking about middle schoolers, so 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, kids that are between the ages of 11 and 14, just depending on when they were born and when they entered school. And the one source of comfort would be their school, their friend groups, and that would be the constant, maybe reassuring to them, and that may not even be an option. So really heartbreaking scene here in Altadena. Listen, back to you.
Christy Fajardo, thank you. And in terms of what you're seeing, are you seeing any sort of active flames? Are you seeing any structures threatened at this point, or are we kind of out of the woods on that?
No, if we pan that way, there is still active flames. That's the glow that you're seeing. And if we walk this way, and just bear with me, we can pan through there. You can see the glow of flames there too. So there's still active flames here at the school. And we're also seeing some in the neighborhood around. I'm not going to have them pan around, but I can see it from where I'm standing. There's what's left of a home, but still something there is smoldering, something is still producing flames. What we're not seeing at this hour, however, are winds, and that can make all the difference.
All the difference, and that's certainly what we're seeing, and a very different picture from what we were seeing last night at 1 o'clock in the morning compared to tonight, where it looks pretty still around you. Christy Fajardo, thank you for the tireless reporting. Thank you to your photographer, Gino Arias, as well. Really appreciate it. Now we continue to look at pictures. I think this is the Pacific Palisades, the Palisades Fire, and let's check in with where we headed now. Are we going to Chelsea Edwards? Trying to fix. Okay, we're going to keep things moving and talk about the Sunset Fire. The good news in this one, this is in Hollywood, that most of the evacuation orders have been lifted. The area north of Franklin between Camino Palmero and Sierra Bonita remains closed until Thursday morning. Fire crews are still working to prevent flare-ups. Residents are returning home and urged to stay cautious as firefighters continue to operate in nearby neighborhoods. Now we want to show you the firefight from a little bit earlier in Pacific Palisades. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf was right in the middle of it.
Another home is on fire right now in PCH and Topanga Beach Drive. Massive flames. Firefighters trying to do their best they can to put it out. Just look at this. It is absolutely out of control. We have Los Angeles County Fire Department firefighters here trying to put it out. See if we can get a little closer. The edge of this power pole on fire. Firefighters here. You see they're trying to get this hose so they can get some more water on the homes next door, trying to prevent the fire from spreading. Look at all these embers shooting up in the air. We have those winds still gusting 20, 30 miles per hour right now, and they're landing on the roofs of these other homes nearby. We've actually seen firefighters going down here, knocking on doors, and no one's home. They're busting in, trying to keep everything out. You might be able to see some light up there. It looks like there might be some more flames getting inside of this house nearby, but look at all these embers. Just unbelievable. And you can feel the heat and hear these pops as it lights this tree on fire. And this is what we've really been seeing all over Palisades. This fire continues to spread, unfortunately destroying these homes. And these firefighters are doing the best they can, but really just overwhelmed right now. Unbelievable. Just taking this all in. Right now they're trying to put water on the pole and then also on this house. It looks like they're trying to save the garage, but as these embers keep spreading, it looks like these homes nearby are also in danger tonight. Reporting Palisades, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Of 2 o'clock in the morning, you said you were fighting this fire at your house or trying to protect your house since last night, since the fire broke out?
Yes, since 6:30 until 2 a.m. with my garden hose. There were no firemen. There was, in the end, there was one fireman sitting on the bottom of Tanoble Drive, but they were not doing anything. Until 2 a.m. when we left, everything was burning. I was calling 911, and nothing was happening. There were no firemen. There was plenty of police, but no firemen. They let the neighborhood burn down to the bone.
You said that you decided to stay around and fight this fire or protect your home rather than evacuate. Were you nervous at that time with these flames approaching?
Yeah, it was very difficult, but we are very few houses on Tanoble Drive that survived. My house survived, even if it has asphalt shingles. And the only way to do it is on your own, just using garden hose and spray the roof and do it yourself, because we were let down by firemen and by police.
That was Bob DeCastro reporting earlier today in Altadena. Here's some of Haley Winslow's reporting from that neighborhood.
I was told that my house burned down. I drove up. I needed to see it. I wanted to get some clothes for my son. The entire neighborhood is burnt down, but somehow my house does not even have a scratch. There's no fire damage. I went in, but the house next to mine is still on fire. So I'm going around begging anybody to come put out that fire to protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn on the water myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I have no water pressure, so I have no way of putting it
So
out.
you and your wife are just trying to go get bottled water?
Yeah, so my wife went to get bottled water. I'm going to meet her down the hill, and we're just going to try and throw bottled water on it, but I don't know if that's going to work.
You need a lot more than that. And so the firefighters said that you're basically not on the list right now?
They said they had a list of places to go. They're spread thin. I understand. I really understand.
Yeah, I know, but... so you're just begging somebody, if anybody's got water and can help, you're about a mile down the road from here. Tell us your
Yes,
address.
I'm at 615 East Los Flores Drive, Altadena, California, 91001. I'm begging anyone to help put out this fire.
So he's got fire basically all around his house, and somehow there's no damage to his house yet, but it's only a matter of time, and there's literally no water to be able to fight it himself.
Correct.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Help. Please, help.
So that was Haley Winslow there reporting earlier, and as far as we know, that guy was able to protect his house, but we hopefully can get a good follow-up with him. And after that aired, some of our viewers came forward to try to help him as well, which was a really cool thing to see. We've seen so much of Southern California coming together to help people. Let's go now to a moment from earlier and talk about the worst, the best of humanity, the worst of humanity. L.A. County's new district attorney, Nathan Hochman, says looters are not going to get away with it. First, he shared a video from his sister's home, or at least what used to be his sister's home in Pacific. Okay, we're not going to talk about that now.
So I'm here in Pacific Palisades at the site of what used to be my sister's home. She's lived here for a while, a long time with her family, and now this home, along with the homes in the street in this neighborhood, are just gone. I've been here for over 60 years. I've not seen devastation like this in my lifetime. I mean, you have to harken back to the 1990s when we were hit with the floods and the fires and the earthquakes and the riots to even get close to this.
That was Nathan Hochman's talking earlier, and he had a message for looters when we interviewed him live during our newscast earlier as well.
So the reports of looting have been coming across both law enforcement and the DA's office. I want to send an unmistakably clear message to looters or anybody who thinks that they can prey on people who have endured these tragedies. We are going to arrest you. We are going to prosecute you, and we are going to punish you to the full extent of the law. So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders. The firefighters have done a magnificent job in responding. Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others. And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. If we will go after you, we will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
We understand that there were at least 3 people arrested for looting in Altadena. Don't have any reports yet of that happening in Pacific Palisades. That was Nathan Hochman, clearly ready to prosecute them if that goes forward. So that's been part of our coverage today. Also, we want to go to this. We talked with George Whitesides, the newly elected congressman. Here's some of what he had to say.
I think that the combined damages will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered, and that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond, and I think that that is going to be super important to, our communities recovering from this, which will take, let's be honest, years.
What are you hearing, Mr. Whitesides, from your constituents? What do they need right now?
Well, I just left an evacuation center here in Pacoima where people are bringing their pets and, they are scared. They are concerned about the smoke. So far, the evacuation centers on the north side of the county are well stocked with food. I think people want to make sure, particularly for elderly and the young people, that they're managing the air that they're breathing. So if they're going outside, to use a mask, but to stay indoors if they can, and to protect the folks who are the most vulnerable in our communities.
And I don't know if you're near a TV screen or seen this on the stream, but when you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. My heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa, and they had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart, and we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
George Whitesides joining us earlier tonight. Now a live picture you're looking at from Skyfox. This is the time of night or morning that we toss things. Sandra Endo and I did a toss to each other 12 hours ago. And so now this is the end of my day and the beginning of your day. But as I say good night or good morning or whatever time it is, I just wanted to give a shout out to all the firefighters who are working so hard protecting us, and to our field crews who have worked so hard as well every day. And I will see everybody later today, but now to Sandra Endo, Brooke Thomas, and the continuance of our coverage.
Thank you so much, Alex, for all your hard work as well. And we say good morning to you on this Thursday at 1:20 in the morning. Again, crews working tirelessly behind the scenes in front of the camera here at Fox 11 to bring you this continuous coverage of the multiple fires burning here in Southern California. And as Alex mentioned, a big hats off to all the first responders covering this major tragedy that is hitting the Southland.
Yeah, this is just an absolute tragedy. It's almost hard to say good morning. You wish it was actually a morning that felt like a good morning. So many people, so many more people than even yesterday. So many people waking up not sure about what's going on with their lives. And we talk all the time about the fact that, saving your lives, right? Saving your lives, saving your pets, obviously, that's most important. But I just never want to minimize the trauma that people are going through by losing their entire neighborhoods, losing their homes, figuring out how they're going to rebuild. Yesterday, there were many people who, heard the evacuation orders. They left, and then not too long after realized that what they left with is all they have. All they have is the clothes on their backs and their lives. They don't know what they're going to go back to. They just know that nothing's there. And we've been talking about the fact that there are multiple fires, 3 major fires, but that's not all. Multiple fires. And Sandra, just as I was even driving in, there are aspects of the freeway where you have warnings of, this exit is closed, this exit is closed because of fire. And these are exits that you just would have never expected to be dealing with fires right now.
Right, and dealing with all of the smoke in the air. It's a very eerie scene given the fact that we look at the moon and it's a dark orange glow when you see that moon coming into the station this morning because of all the fire and smoke in the air, and then the glow, as you were mentioning, looking at it from the freeway, a very different perspective, as we know that many communities are suffering right now in those burn areas. So we will continue our coverage, and also the weather playing a huge factor in all this, of course, because of the devastating windstorms that were anticipated to be life-threatening. It's turning out to be the case, and Samada here with the very latest on a check of the weather and what we can expect this morning and into today.
And, Samada, we just had a little bit of a meeting outside in the newsroom, and we were just talking about the fact that things may feel calm right now, but unfortunately, it's not going to stay like this.
Very true. Brooke, good morning to you. Good morning, Sandra, and to all our viewers joining us at this hour. Yes, we continue to watch those winds. And to Brooke's point, yes, this is a little break in between the winds. We've had, of course, yesterday, we had wind gusts 60 to even up to 80 miles per hour, and it was very widespread. And now we're looking at mostly, in some locations, downright very calm. And that's good news for the firefight. Firefighters do appreciate a situation like this, but it is a little deceiving going into later midday. We're expecting those winds to make a return, not as strong, but unfortunately just strong enough to continue to drive the fires that are currently in place. The embers will continue to possibly fly around, and that could create new fires. So unfortunately, red flag conditions have been now extended across all of Southern California through Friday due to the bouts of winds. We're just looking forward to at least this hint of good news while we still have it, that winds are a little bit more manageable, if you will. Areas like Orange County seeing big improvements out towards the IE, a little gusty in areas across our local mountain communities like Big Bear. We continue to remain dry, relative humidity levels, a range of 8 to 12%, and unfortunately that continues to create dry vegetation, and that is what's fueling the fire, at least at this hour. So we have been talking about wind-driven fire, which we all witnessed yesterday, just creating massive destruction across the fire zone, but now the winds have backed down. It's now the fuel, and we have plentiful fuel out there for those fires to consume. Here's a look at our wind futurecast as we make our approach. Currently very light, and that does apply to areas along the corridor. The 15 yesterday was blasting with wind speeds of 60, 70 plus miles an hour. Indian Truck Trail at one point gusts up to 86 miles an hour. We actually moved some of those gusts of up to even 90 miles an hour in some spots, and even Santa Ana mountain communities finally seeing a little bit of a break as well. But we fast forward, and as I pointed out, midday, look at the highlighted areas, those wind-prone locations. The winds may make a return coming out of the northeast. So these are still Santa Anas, but instead of the ferocious widespread conditions, we're slightly seeing a little improvement. But this is not the time to let your guard down. Have that evacuation plan and be at the ready. Have your go bag. The areas along the basin on the quiet side this time around will reintroduce high wind warnings and wind advisories. But rather than seeing the hurricane force conditions, it would be it would be more isolated in some spots. So there could be a mountain area that could clock in wind speeds of 70 miles an hour rather than much of Southern California experiencing the same type of wind event. And rather than experiencing sustained winds of 30 to even 50 miles an hour, we're going to back off the sustained winds to about 20 to 40. So it's just a slight decrease. As we move into later this evening, you can see those wind-prone locations back along the 15 through some of our foothill communities and the IE and downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains. Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley will also see winds eventually peak a little higher going into Friday morning as well. But here's more good news after we get through this little bout of the next round of winds. Friday night, we have bigger improvements, meaning the offshore winds have decreased. Then we're going to pick up a little more humidity because the wind direction is going to be changing. We're going to get more of an onshore push, and that's going to help out in terms of humidity. But then we're also going to be very careful with that because now you're going to see a reversal of winds, and that could drive the fire conditions in the opposite direction. So again, closely watching our wind concerns and wind threats. Red flag conditions, as I mentioned, have now pushed into Friday, and it continues to encompass much of Southern California outside of some pockets of our coastal regions from Orange County and into LA County. But we are still very mindful. You have to be on high alert. Continuing to the Riverside area, so San Bernardino, Riverside, Fontana area, Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, a bunch of Orange County, still on high fire alert, as well as a good portion of LA County and Ventura County as well. Yesterday, I was pointing out the water vapor. There was that area of low pressure that was very well defined, and the backside of that low was driving and helping force those winds, those really strong winds going offshore, and the area of high pressure was also very well defined and amplified. Much of that has now backed off, but we're now still seeing the ridge influencing our conditions and a hint of that area of low, but it's going to slowly start to track away. We're not out of the fire danger. We still have the potential for unfortunately, if a new fire were to start, it could also become very aggressive, and extreme fire behavior is still possible once those winds come back. Power outages are still likely, and travel, especially that time frame I just pointed out, midday and into this evening, could be pretty difficult, as well as those crosswinds make a return. Much of our foothill communities through canyons and passes, we're going to keep eyes on the Grapevine, the 14th stretch of the Newhall Pass, and as well, of course, the Cajon Pass. So if you have travel plans heading in and out of the high desert communities, if you're leaving town, headed, say, towards Vegas, those wind conditions will unfortunately impact your drive. Those campers, big rigs, if you're heading over to the Coachella Valley, same situation with blowing dust and debris, especially when we're still dealing with those really strong gusts. So the big takeaway, calm winds right now, but we are expecting those winds to make a return more on the, I would say, a typical red flag instead of the extreme conditions that we saw yesterday. So we're moving in the right direction, and by this weekend, we're hoping that the calmer winds will stay in place, and that will really help our firefighting team out there. Sandra, Brooke?
All right, Samana, thank you. I think right now we have a live picture. This is in Los Feliz. There's a power outage happening, which is, you know, many people not dealing with the fires, are dealing with these power outages, and you can just kind of see, Sandra, there, the lights and blinking.
Right, as we pan down, or Skyfox readjusts the shot right here, again, overhead Los Feliz, you saw those blinking lights along the hillside, but clearly just spanning over the area right here to take a look at our perspective at this hour, 1:30, we're approaching, and yeah, a lot of communities without power at this point because of the situation dealing with fires. Our obviously the infrastructure is tapped right now, and people trying to get a handle of the weather situation, the resources that are available out there. Many communities not even in the fire zones, feeling the impact from all of this with those power outages as well.
Really, it's not just the wind, it's the power outages, a lot of preemptive power outages, officials trying to do whatever they can to keep people safe just ahead of just kind of preparing for the fire danger that we knew was coming, and that obviously we are seeing play out right now. Many people really aren't sure when they'll have power again. It's kind of in and out. It's also all over, you know, talking to people in Thousand Oaks without power, talking to people in North Hollywood without power. Yeah. Obviously, many people in Hollywood, especially after, you know, earlier last night, without power.
I was speaking to a friend in San Dimas who was without power for quite some time. Yesterday evening into the overnight hours, they were relying on generators to get some power up and running. And these are communities with a lot of first responders who are also responding to this all throughout the Southland. And they're dealing with their own personal issues at home as well. So many families impacted by this, obviously, because of the widespread nature of what we're dealing with the weather system, as Samada has been telling us, but with all of the flare-ups and the fires that we're experiencing all throughout the Southland.
Yeah, just another example of how much you need to be prepared to go. At any time, you need to be prepared for anything, because, you know, you hear one thing, you hear an alert, hey, this is going to happen. And again, it doesn't always come to the top of everyone's mind, especially if you haven't lived through something like this. How many different ways you can be affected by this? How many ways you can be affected by a community, you know, that's not yours.
Yep, and we want to remind people the 6 Ps, of course, in packing up, being prepared to go. People, pets, personal belongings, personal laptops, photos, pictures, and plastic, which means, you know, your credit cards, obviously, your debit cards, any cash with you, as well as prescriptions. So don't forget those 6 Ps as you maybe think about packing up, being ready to go, if in case you get that alert that you must leave. If you do get one of those alerts, leave now.
And right now we want to go to this hour. Gigi Graciette, she is covering the Palisades Fire. She's been covering it since yesterday morning. She actually talked to a man who lost his home in this fire.
The Palisades is not just the wealthy, it's the people, the everyday people like this. My neighbor fixed surfboards. That's what he did. He was a surfboard fixer. He was, you know, and they live day to day, paycheck.
They live modestly, and there are a lot of senior citizens that call this mobile home park home.
Correct. Yes, senior citizens, just a lot of good people, just good American people, just what do they call the salt of the earth. I just love them.
Palisades, people who live there, they're taking this burned, you know, char, they're dealing with this. They are still standing. Look at this American flag as they're taking this as a sign of hope. You know, obviously there are, yes, many people in the Palisades who also have a lot of money, but these are still human beings. These are families, there are children. The impact of losing your home and like this, it just can't be overstated. Everybody matters.
And as he was mentioning, yeah, it doesn't matter how much your home is worth. It is a home to somebody. And he was saying that the misconception is that only the wealthy live in this area. But for him and the community there, it is a place where they call home, and living paycheck to paycheck. Clearly, this is going to be a really hard hit in terms of what it does to their livelihoods and their lives. We're taking a live look right now, though, at 1:33. This is the Palisades Fire, continues to burn. Thankfully, we do have a little reprieve from the winds right now, but clearly things can change at a moment's notice.
And just you saying that it's, you know, 1:33, it is now Thursday morning, 1:33. We've been watching this community burn since 11 a.m. Tuesday.
That's right. 10:30 it broke out on Tuesday morning. So what an incredible couple of days for so many of us as we've been watching this, and the turn of events, you know, hour by hour definitely changes as we give you updates on the acreages that have been burning, and also the multiple fires now that we're dealing with throughout the area. But speaking of the Palisades fires, we take a live look right now in the Palisades. A particular devastating are the celebrity homes we've been talking about. A lot of celebrities living in the community there. Page 6 reporting Paris Hilton, Heidi Montag, Spencer Pratt, Leighton Meester, Adam Brody, Anna Ferris, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Anthony Hopkins, Billy Crystal, Tom Hanks, and Rita Wilson, John Goodman. They are among the celebrities, the Hollywood stars, who have lost their homes. And many of them shared emotional messages on social media, expressing heartbreak over the loss of cherished memories, just like anyone else who have lost everything. Others, like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, Mark Hamill, they were forced to evacuate as well. Celebrities like Ricky Lake and Sandra Lee described their homes as heaven on earth and perfection, now all reduced to ashes. And if you've been following Jamie Lee Curtis on her social media, she's been posting a lot of the devastation she's seeing. She's speaking out about these devastating wildfires in the Pacific Palisades. And she shared this video on social media that her family is safe, she says, but many of her friends may lose their homes. And Curtis described the situation as terrifying and expressed gratitude to first responders and firefighters and neighbors helping one another. She urged everyone to stay safe and support one another and let first responders do their work, because this is a situation where obviously when people were evacuating, we saw all those cars backed up. It was really tough to get out of the community. And she's saying that people need to pray, regardless of their beliefs, for those who are impacted. Jamie also sharing this, that a church in the Palisades where she got sober 25 years ago is now gone. She's describing it as a place of comfort, hosting baptisms, weddings, funerals, and helping countless people reclaim their lives through sobriety. She also mentioned the women's club in the area where she connected with others on their sober journeys. It's no longer there, and really she was just touring the Palisades and posting all of these pictures on her social media. It's really heartbreaking to see all the devastation. And despite all these losses, though, Curtis expressed hope, saying, "We will persevere."
Yeah, look at this. A really important, well-loved Malibu landmark is gone. And this is Moon Shadows, iconic oceanfront restaurant. It's been open since 1966. We've been told it's been destroyed in the Palisades Fire. And Sandra, that's not all, obviously.
Yeah, you know, it's known for its dining room that's perched over the water right there, as you're seeing. Some of the pictures that people have enjoyed staying here, dining here, enjoying the view. The restaurant had been a favorite for decades. And while representatives of Moonshadow couldn't be reached, these videos are going viral to heartfelt tributes from fans mourning the loss.
All these homes along this stretch just south of Dukes are gone. Firefighters continue to work here on PCH. Iconic restaurant Moonshadow is gone. The Rosenthal Winery burned down. Topanga Motel has been burned down.
That was Jeremy Lee Quinn, who posted this video that has, gone viral. Employees, people who have long gone, they are sharing memories of the iconic spot. They called it a second home, a place for celebrations. One person actually said they visited weekly for years. Another talked about, recently ringing in the new year there. Many people are just kind of struggling to believe that, the loss of this cherished gathering place. Moonshadows was more of a restaurant. It was a part of Malibu's identity, just obviously driving past it. Many people have, even if you've never gone. You've seen this building.
That's right. It's always a landmark along PCH saying, okay, it's north of Moonshadows, south of Moonshadows. Kind of gave directions based on that. And you definitely knew the area and knew that iconic landmark.
We want to go back to that live picture of the Palisades Fire. Again, we've been talking about the fact that this has been burning for almost 2 full days.
And to give you perspective of how much has burned, the Palisades Fire right now is 17,234 acres in size. And giving, again, perspective to all this, the size of Manhattan in New York City is 14,604 acres. So the size of this Palisades Fire is bigger than the size of Manhattan, New York. That's the enormity we're talking about. That's the size and scope we're talking about. And again, as we came on the air on Tuesday at 10:30, when it broke out as just a vegetation fire along the hillsides there in the Palisades, of 20 acres burned, and it has exploded into this devastation and this tragedy. So clearly, you get the sense of size here that we're talking about.
For sure. Bob DeCastro, he was at the Eaton Fire yesterday, where firefighters in one neighborhood, they actually didn't have any water, and then an airdrop came in to help.
And the fire chief here was very honest with me. He looked at me. He knew who I was. He said, "Oh, you're with the news." He says, "We have no water. We have no water." And I said, "What is that normal?" And he said, "I've never seen anything like it before." He said he had never seen anything like it. So I don't know what the problem is with the infrastructure or what had happened with the water here. If it's the same situation as the Palisades when they had run out of water because they depleted the resources, or all the tanks had already been drained and they have to replenish those tanks, and it hasn't happened yet. I'm not an expert on the water delivery system here, but all I know is this is a home that's on fire, and the fire chief that is here on the scene from another city here in California is telling us he has never seen anything like this, and there is nothing they can do. They're just doing the best they can to try and protect these surrounding homes. The winds, I will tell you right now, they've let up quite a bit. So that is the good news, but it's just surprising. Now seeing finally some help from the skies here. We've got a water drop. Maybe that's going to take place here very shortly. Come move to the side here, Carlos. You can see him over here. He's coming on this side. There he comes. This is from a water drop coming from LA County, right on top of this fire. You're going to watch it here live. There he is, right on top. How is that? Just as I said, that it was better here, that the winds weren't had subsided a bit, that maybe it's time that they brought out some of the air assets, and that looks like what had happened here just moments ago. We just saw that airdrop, the first airdrop that I have seen here since we've been out here for a couple of hours.
You know, just talking about those airdrops, you even heard the excitement in Bob's voice. You know, you may not be dealing with this personally. You may not be impacted. Your home may not be impacted personally. But I think that, like, everybody is pulling for everybody. I saw people talking about, you know, watching these airdrops happen live and cheering them on like they're watching a basketball game, just because everyone wants this to be over.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, I was on live and watching that happen with Bob, and the airdrop was successful, on target, hit that house, but then it's not enough.
Right.
And they were tapped out of water with the ground crew right there. They had neighbors in the house next to them pulling buckets of water from a swimming pool to try to douse those flames. So clearly a lot of frustrated emotions out there, high emotions as well, and definitely a scary situation when you know that the first responders are dealing with a limited resource like water that they definitely need for this. So during our extensive coverage, though, we want to show you Haley Winslow talking to a man who was begging for the community to help put out the flames of his home. Take a listen to this.
I was told that my house burned down. I drove up. I needed to see it. I wanted to get some clothes for my son. The entire neighborhood is burnt down, but somehow my house does not even have a scratch. There's no fire damage. I went in, but the house next to mine is still on fire. So I'm going around begging anybody to come put out that fire to protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn on the water myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I have no water pressure, so I have no way of putting it
So
out.
you and your wife are just trying to go get bottled water?
Yeah, so my wife went to get bottled water. I'm going to meet her down the hill, and we're just going to try and throw bottled water on it, but I don't know if that's going to work.
You need a lot more than that. And so the firefighters said that you're basically not on the list right now?
They said they had a list of places to go. They're spread thin. I understand. I really understand.
Yeah, I know, but so you're just begging somebody, if anybody's got water and can help, you're about a mile down the road from your, tell us your address.
I'm at 615 East Los Flores Drive, Altadena, California, 91001. I'm begging anyone to help put out this fire.
So he's got fire basically all around his house, and somehow there's no damage to his house yet, but it's only a matter of time, and there's literally no water to be able to fight it himself.
Correct.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Help. Please, help.
That's the desperation you're hearing from so many residents who are facing this tragedy. The fact that there is no water, these hydrants are tapped out. Obviously, this is a bigger discussion and debate and problem that needs to be solved. But right when we're in the thick of this and in an emergency situation, the fact that fire responders and first responders, fire crews out there are trying to tap into these hydrants and then a trickle comes out, not enough water to douse these flames. It's so frustrating for these homeowners, for these neighbors, these community members to face this situation, knowing that help is there, help may be on the way, but there are no resources for firefighters to be able to tackle these blazes. And we're hearing this time and time again, and the desperation, the frustration, the emotions running high, and people losing their homes and everything they have inside. It is just so heartbreaking to hear. And this message, of course, was received by hundreds of people who watched this. A lot of people around the world sending this man and this area water and supplies. Listen to this.
And thanks to you guys in the public, all over the country, this guy was out of water, of course. He and his wife going to the store to get bottled water to throw on their house. He lost his uncle's house, his mother's house. There was fire literally all around his house, and he was desperate for somebody to come help him. The community stepped up. And he, right now, has a home still tonight because of you. So here's what he had to say earlier.
I hope I can get some help. To know that my house is standing and then I might lose it because I just couldn't get help, that will even be more painful than it being gone last night.
So again, I mean, I know that, you know, LAFD was asking only firefighters yesterday that are, you know, with the force but maybe off duty to help. But maybe if there's somebody out there who's got firefighter experience and they're trying to see what they can do, anything you can do to help guys like Chris Anderson who are just begging. They're out of water and there's nothing else that they can do. I know he could really use the help.
And speaking of resources and manpower,
people did step up and help. Literally all over the country, people were dropping off, giving them tips and then coming to his house and dropping off cases of water. And with everybody's help, they were able to save his house. Of course, there's still fire all around it, so he's hoping that it stays that way. Poor guy, I mean, he was literally crying, just desperate. So thank you to everybody out there who stepped up and helped him.
The desperation of trying to put out a house fire with bottles of water. That's like throwing teaspoons of water on a raging fire. But somehow, as Haley mentioned, that his house is standing and is okay and it was unaffected by the fire. But speaking of resources and all hands on deck with the call out from LA Fire to have any active duty firefighter or volunteer to come in, step up and help out in all this, the Clark County Fire Department and the Las Vegas Fire Department, they sent a 24-member strike team of 5 engines here to California. Just one example of the many surrounding areas bringing in the resources, volunteering to help our situation.
We were just talking about water and the water being gone, and you heard that man say, I tried to turn the water on, there's nothing there. What often looks like there's just no water. Firefighters are not able to refill the water supply. Also, an engineering professor at Purdue noted that in, large cities like the one that we're in, oftentimes massive wildfires like this can damage pipes. Pipes that are already slightly damaged, pipes that are perfectly fine. You have fire raging all around you, and so a damaged pipe, something that you can't even see, can also help deplete a water supply, can also help, stop the process of, water being able to be of use for firefighters. So sometimes it's not even just exactly what you're seeing. There are multiple things happening when a wildfire damages an entire system. Like this, there are things happening that we can't even see, and what looks like negligence may actually be a wildfire doing what a wildfire does. And this is horrifying because regardless of what has happened, you end up with someone desperate doing anything they can just because he doesn't want to sit there and watch his house burn. So he's using water bottles because that's all he can do other than watch.
It's the sheer desperation, right? People taking matters into their own hands, and obviously it is dangerous for people to do that, to try to protect their own property on their own. It's a scary situation, but, it's going to be months in the making in terms of figuring out what went wrong, the response to all of this. Certainly not the time and place to really deal with this, right now, because of the fact that we're in the thick of it, and they're still responding to try to put out all these fires.
bring some Con here in the conversation, because obviously, you know, when it comes to specifically what started this, that's under investigation still, and we may never know that. But what we do know is our conditions outside are definitely fueling this.
Absolutely. There is, though, some good news, at least at this hour. If you just walk outside, you'll notice dramatic differences in wind conditions. Yesterday, just a matter of just 24 hours ago, we were witnessing catastrophic, strong rivers of wind going offshore, fanning the flames and creating these massive fires. The fires, of course, still very active across the Palisades especially, and eyes on Eaton Fire and the Hurst Fire. But the great news at this hour is that winds have backed down, and this is what gives the opportunity for firefighters and our aerial apparatus to continue to take advantage of this moment and really get a better handle on the situation. So instead of the ferocious flames and embers casting miles downwind, creating more spot fires, it's going to be a little bit better, at least this hour. So we have several hours of the slightly relaxed conditions before stronger winds make another return. But the stronger winds that are coming our direction is a lot less in strength if you compare it to yesterday's events. Yesterday, we were talking about wind gusts of 60, 70, 80 mile per hour conditions, and that is ferocious. Right now, calm, but eventually, instead of moving up to 80 miles an hour, those hurricane force conditions, we could be looking at gusts, again, still in the danger zone, about 60 miles per hour. A high wind watch will be reissued later, sometime late tonight into Friday morning. So just keep that in mind, especially if you live in the areas of the Santa Cruz Valley. And yes, this does apply to some of our local corridors, the 14, the 5 through the Grapevine, and wind advisories currently in place. We are anticipating those winds to come back later midday, and we're looking at wind speeds range of 20 to perhaps 35 miles an hour, and that's sustained coming out of the northeast because we're still dealing with Santa Ana conditions. But again, not expected to be chaotic as what we have been witnessing. High wind watch will also be in place, unfortunately, for the Santa Monica Mountains, and that does, unfortunately, may impact the Palisades firefight. But for right now, I'm sure much of our first responders and the firefighters that have been working around the clock tirelessly to get a good handle of the current wind situation. Again, very relaxed at this hour. We, unfortunately, are still dealing with red flag conditions, red flag warnings that were supposed to expire yesterday evening, unfortunately has now been extended into Friday. So we have another day of these conditions where if a new spark were to occur, and yes, we're watching those embers that could create new fires, that is still possible because we're still dealing with very dry conditions. Relative humidity 8 to 12%, and that's bone dry. So if a new fire were to occur, it could also become could rapidly spread. And we're also dealing with those winds that are expected to make a return, and the two combined, of course, leading to these conditions. And it's widespread. We're talking about, back to Ventura County, much of LA County, the San Gabriel Valley, the Inland Empire communities out towards Orange County. So just about anywhere across Southern California, a fire could be likely. We are looking at some improvement for our coastal areas of LA County and pushing out to Orange County, out of the red flag zone, just due to the slightly higher humidity levels. We have been very dry. Speaking of bone dry conditions, since the beginning of the water year, just trace amounts of rain for October, 14 1/100ths of inch of rain for November, December, and into January. Barely there in terms of rainfall accumulation. And unfortunately, that continues to add to these hazardous conditions, and that has unfortunately led to what we have been seeing across Southern California with dry vegetation. So any new fire that has been sparked, there's a couple of elements in place. We have the winds that could drive the fire. We have a lot of the dry chaparral that adds fuel for that fire to continue to grow. And we also have topography. We've been seeing some of these major fires occur in those hilly locations, our mountain areas, and as we have chatted and addressed many times over, that fires can create its own weather system, especially when we're dealing with a lot of heat, intense heat that continues to rise, a lot of that cooler air rises, filling in that gap, and that creates chaotic winds. And we've also seen the potential for fire tornadoes in some of those spots, and that creates embers, and those winds that are created by the chaotic conditions spread the embers in various unpredictable conditions. So that's the type of conditions that our firefighters are working with. The winds, the dry fuels, and the topography, all very difficult conditions when we're dealing with red flag weather. Current winds, taking a look right now, we've got calm. This is a sight for sore eyes. We've got numbers, a range of 3 to 7 miles an hour. Much of the basin, also on the calm side, light winds across Long Beach at this hour. And you'll notice that we're still dealing with the offshore flow out towards the Inland Empire communities, and that what is unfortunately continuing to keep us on the dry side. No rain in the forecast, at least not this week. We're keeping our fingers crossed because we do need that added moisture. But there is a glimpse of improvement, should I say. Instead of the offshore winds that dries us out, we're going to get more of an onshore push, and I'll show you that momentarily, and that's what's going to help increase our humidity levels. We're not going to be as dry, so our fire weather will slowly start to improve. Here's a look at the futurecast. So these highlighted areas, just very light winds. Yesterday, if you recall, much of our map was highlighted in those contours, that indication where the strongest winds are blowing. And right now, it's really at the top of our mountain areas like the Santa Ana Mountains, pretty quiet through the Cajon Pass, and we make our approach even into the midday hour, much of the basin quiet as well, but you'll notice that the glow of the contours are back. The wind speeds, as I pointed out earlier, the range sustained 20 to 35 miles an hour will make a return. A wind advisory, as I mentioned, will stay in place through about Friday for the wind-prone areas where winds descend, and due to compressional heating, it not just dries us up, but keeps our temperatures more on the mild side. Going into tonight, those very same spots, hot spots for wind conditions, and those are the areas, unfortunately, where the fires are currently burning. Friday morning, we'll back off just slightly for some locations, but it's highly variable. There will be some spots that could see winds tick up a little bit, and there will be also areas where winds will stay more consistently on the lighter side. We may be seeing major improvements by Friday night. And it's all based on the upper levels of the atmosphere. Yesterday, we had that area of low pressure. The backside of that low offered upper level support, and the dynamics in place is what drove those chaotic winds. Now we're seeing big improvements even up there in the upper levels of the atmosphere. We'll take advantage right now of the calm winds. Sandra, Brooke.
I just want to thank you. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna announced deputies arrested 2 people yesterday for allegedly looting homes of victims of the Eaton Fire. He had this message for anyone looking to prey on fire victims.
So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there.
All right, so stern warning right there.
And, you know, it's really sad. I was actually thinking about this yesterday. We saw some beautiful pictures, some of our photographers out just documenting this, and some firefighters doing what they can to pull out what are obviously family heirlooms, really important things that they can save just while trying to, you know, put out fires. And my first thought was, oh, my goodness, I hope no one steals those things.
Yeah.
And it's just sad that that even comes to mind, but obviously it's warranted. Just on that note, new District Attorney Nathan Hochman also let it known that you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, anybody who is looking to prey on the victims of these fires.
That's right, and I know a lot of people looking for information out there in the impacted areas. So here are some apps that you can use to keep yourself updated with the very latest information about the wildfires and all those evacuation orders and the centers if you need relief. So first, go to the Fox Local app. We have live coverage for you and bring you the very latest information from all the news conferences, from officials to live pictures of the fires as well. And next is the Watch Duty app. This is a nonprofit run app to help you navigate the fires ravaging the area, all the fires in the vicinity. It gives you updates on the fires that are near you, the acreage, the evacuation notices, and evacuation centers if you need to evacuate. Another resource app you can use is the Genesis app. It also gives you the latest information on the fires and the evacuation centers as well.
Yeah. We actually sent our Matthew Seedorf in and around the Palisades Fire yesterday. He filed this report for us.
We're here off Bienvenida, and just take a look at the force from all of that wind. This massive tree falling down, looks like on top of this car. Look at that, even bending the tire on the car. All of that crashing down. Also, we've been talking about these winds, those 30, 40 mile per hour winds, some gusts even stronger than that. But you can see the homes out here destroyed, even some still on fire. I think back actually to yesterday. I can't even tell which home it was anymore, but we were out here and one of the homeowners was refusing to evacuate. He was trying to protect his home and use a garden hose and cover the roof with water. He offered us Gatorades and gave us water. And I'm now looking at this, and it's hard to look at, wondering what happened to him and if he got out safe. Hopefully he did. But just looking at all this destruction, it's hard to put into words, and it's like this all over Pacific Palisades, and you just keep driving and seeing more and more homes that are looking like this. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
House after house, for block after block, destroyed.
Since 6:30 until 2 a.m. with my garden hose, there were no firemen.
The entire neighborhood is burnt down, begging anyone to help put out this fire.
This is insane. This is probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
There's a fire and there is nothing being done.
It's terrifying.
There's no water north of Woodbury.
Everything in this neighborhood, Altadena is not existing right now.
This area is a total loss.
I'm scared. My daughter is scared.
We had to evacuate. There's a fire nearby.
It's really a crazy night.
Oh, yeah. All right, it is 2 a.m. this Tuesday morning. Thank you for choosing Fox 11 for your coverage. I'm Brooke Thomas here with Sandra Indo. This is a live look here at the Eaton Fire. This has just been, nothing less of a horror show.
That's right. In the Eaton Fire, as we look at it, the acreage is right now being reported as 10,590 acres in size, zero containment at this point. There are a number of night-flying helicopters responding to the Eaton Fire at this moment. A third air attack has been requested, a third night-flying helicopter now en route. So certainly the firefighting continues in the overnight hours, despite the darkness, despite the stillness of the night. In comparison to what we've seen in terms of the wind gusts, there's a little reprieve, so it helps with the aerial attacks and the assessments that are going on with the work that they're doing from the sky. So certainly, hopefully getting some progress being made on that as the winds die down a little bit at this point.
There's an evacuation center that's been set up for victims of the Palisades Fire. You can go to the Westwood Recreation Center, all evacuees. It's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. There's another evacuation center I want to let you know about. That's open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. There are also 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals. You can go to Pierce College at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank. Any smaller pets like cats and dogs, those can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter at 29525 Agora Road in Agora.
And all of this extreme fire danger, of course, means LA Unified Schools will be closed today, and officials say flames destroyed parts of some of the schools, including Palisades Charter High School. The 63-year-old school was featured in the movie Grease, if you remember that. LA Unified officials say Marquez Charter Elementary is also severely damaged. Other school closures to tell you about this morning. All Glendale Unified School districts are closed, district schools there. Child care operations and district offices will also be closed for the rest of the week due to the Eaton Fire. Arcadia schools will be closed today, and Pasadena Unified also closed for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and on that note, we're talking about so much of what people are dealing with and how much harm is being caused by these wildfires. There is help out there right now, and I just want to go through a couple of things, immediate help, especially thinking about the fact that schools are closed. When you're dealing with not knowing if your home is there, you know, we talked about people who right now only have the clothes on their backs, and then all of a sudden, you know, they've got 4 little kids at home, and there's adults need a little bit of space to try and take care of some important things that I actually saw. I was at this little kitchen academy in Century City. They're offering free classes, and it may seem, you know, simple, you know, you're not thinking about a cooking class, but really the purpose of this is giving parents some hours where their kids are safe in a safe environment so that they can take care of adult things and not have to worry about their children. They're actually doing that today at 4 p.m., tomorrow at 9 a.m., and January 11th at 12:30 p.m. You can sign up for those classes online, and again, those are free. Uber and Lyft offering free rides. Airbnb.org also providing free housing for people out there right now. Planet Fitness locations. I saw that. I thought it was really interesting. Right now, you do not have to be a member, but if you need to go in, you need to take a shower, you need to rest, you want to be inside, they're all around us. Right. Anyone that's not being directly affected by the fire, any location, you can go in and just kind of get yourself cleaned up. They even have massage chairs for people.
And they were saying it's a place where you can power up, charge your electronics, your phones. If you're without power, use their power lines. They're saying all their gyms are open.
Yeah, so again, it's free. You do not have to be a member. They're doing that, I believe, until January 15th as of right now. So just stop in one if it's closer to you, and you can take a shower, charge your phone, and just take a little bit of a rest. Okay, let's bring Samana Khan here into this conversation to talk a little bit about what's going on outside. Samana.
Yeah, you know, Brooke, good morning. Sandra, to you as well, and to all our viewers. And speaking of getting a chance to rest, how about we take a nice little break from the constant ferocious winds? Just 24 hours ago, we were all part of witnessing the chaos and the devastation caused by those extreme wind conditions. We had the particularly dangerous situation yesterday. That has lifted, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods yet. We're still going to be getting those winds, but we're going to take advantage of this break while we had it. Winds are expected to make another return, not as strong, but unfortunately it's just strong enough to potentially continue to have that fire spread, especially through the Palisades Fire. So we continue to watch the winds, and we have to be on our toes. And here's a look at the relaxed, more manageable conditions, and that's what is allowing our aerial assets to be up in the air to help continue to fight these local fires that are very active, not just for Pacific Palisades, but also the Eaton Canyon Fire, the Hurst Fire, and all the other active fires that are working right now. Current winds, 0, which translates to calm conditions, 3 to 5 mile-an-hour winds from Camarillo to Oxnard. And look at this from areas of Santa Clarita out towards much of our valley communities. Nice to see that we're looking at light winds all the way down the Santa Monica mountain ranges. Speaking of Santa Monica, we've got 5 mile-an-hour winds there. Much of the basin also reflecting very calm offshore conditions. And out towards the IE as well. And Orange County also getting a little bit of a break. But as I mentioned, we've got winds expected to make a return today. We have wind advisories that will be reissued. We've got numbers instead of the 20 to even 40 mile an hour sustained. We're going to be looking forward to, at least for the wind advisory zones, at least at this hour, 25 to perhaps 30 to 35. And gusts, instead of up to 80 miles an hour, we're going to dial it back to 60, which is still very strong. And unfortunately, that could have enough gusts behind it to create the current fires to spread. But right now, as I mentioned, we're just going to focus on the good side. This is just what's coming our direction, and the wind alerts will stay in place all the way through Friday. So keep that in mind as well. Red flag conditions due to the gusty winds. We are still very bone dry. Relative humidity levels right around 8 to even 12%. And unfortunately, when you still have wind conditions that will come back, coupled with the dryness and a lot of dry vegetations, it unfortunately makes the perfect ingredients for new fires to potentially rapidly grow as well. And the red flag conditions, instead of expiring yesterday evening, we are now extending it to Friday. So we've got another day or so of this critical fire weather. And that pertains to Ventura County, LA County, the Inland Empire communities, and out towards, yes, Orange County as well. And also a reminder, since we have this map up, if you're driving trailers, big rigs, campers. You want to continue to be extra cautious on the roadways, especially through our 5 corridor, through the Grapevine, out towards through the Cajon Pass, and even into the Coachella Valley along the San Gorgonio Pass. Taking a look at our wind futurecast, as I mentioned, calm right now, and it's expected to bump up again. We have got to be on our toes still, but we'll take the break where we can get it. Right, Sandra Brooke?
We sure will. Thank you, Samada. Let's go to our own Gigi Graciette, who obviously covered this fire, this Palisades fire, for hours and hours yesterday. She's actually already 2:08 this morning on her way back to the same location this morning. Gigi, we have you on the phone here, right?
Yes, good morning, Brooke. Good morning, everyone. We are on our way, and to sort of speak to what Samada said, we've made our way through the Santa Clarita Valley, through the San Fernando Valley, and as we move into the west side, we are seeing and feeling no wind whatsoever. A much different scenario than what we saw yesterday, Brooke.
Gigi, can you talk to me a little bit about, what you're seeing on your way? How close are you right now?
We're on our way. We're on the 405, so we're making our way to the fire right now, but I can tell you what we saw yesterday, and that was complete destruction, devastation. You had a fire official on yesterday from LA City Fire that I believe that described it very apropos, which was catastrophic damage. I mean, we're talking about the center of the city, what we consider, the city square, sort of, our supermarkets, Brooke, our churches, the public library, all of that burning, all of that, Gelson burned to the ground, Ralph's supermarket burned to the ground. We're talking about Corpus Christi Church, which, if it wasn't entirely burnt, sustained heavy damage. And we spoke to the Archdiocese yesterday, and they were trying to get someone in there to confirm that the fire had indeed moved into the sanctuary. The Palisades Presbyterian Church destroyed, the bell tower standing, and the walls, the skeleton of the building was standing, but there didn't seem to be anything else there.
Yeah, Gigi, we're looking at video right now of all the devastation that the Palisades Fire has created for that community. Virtually the whole town just leveled to the ground after being up in flames. And you were reporting quite extensively on the community along PCH, the mobile homes there that have been completely destroyed. And those are the homes of so many people, that tight-knit community there. You spoke to a resident who lost everything, and coming back to see the debris that was left behind, and a single American flag still standing strong, flying in the wind.
I have to tell you, Sandra, that brought tears to my eyes, and it also brought tears to Andy Rocker and his wife, Rosanna. They're the ones who lost a home there. And Rosanna, I had just posted on social media, that our flag was as resilient as the people who call Southern California home. And it's funny because Rosanna came up to me on her bicycle. They were touring the mobile home park where over 180 mobile homes were leveled. I don't think there was one that actually survived the Palisades fire. And Rosanna came up to me and she said, "Did you see the flag? It's as strong as we are, and we'll rebuild, and it's as strong as we are." And I said, "Oh my gosh, I just posted basically that same message on social media." That American flag, very symbolic. And we were on Positano, I believe, and there the homes were leveled, and they were burned to the ground, and there stood an American flag just waving. It was amazing how those flags just survived such intense heat and flames.
And just to think that this fire right now still 0% contained, that is still, almost 2 days later, it just makes my chest tight. We talk so much about how so much of this community is gone. The fire is still going, Gigi.
And the damage assessment teams, Brooke, those are the people that will come in and they will physically walk block by block and log. They will log, has a home sustained smoke damage, has a home sustained damage, or a business, or is a home or a business totally destroyed. And we've spoken a lot about homes, and obviously our focus is there, but let's keep in mind our business owners. And we're not talking about, Chase Bank and Ralph, major conglomerates. We're talking about hallway cleaners that I saw burning yesterday, the small Thai restaurant on Sunset and PCH that was burning yesterday. Those most likely are small family-owned businesses, and they will be severely affected because their livelihood has basically been shut down.
Right.
So our hearts go out to all the business owners also. We saw entire buildings on our way out as we made our way through the village of the bank, the building where Chase Bank is. There was a small medical clinic there. And let me tell you, and let me just sort of divert my attention here. We had a fire off the 405 yesterday, too. And we are driving by and we see a lot of units still staged here near the 405 freeway. So Los Angeles and its surrounding communities, Altadena, Pasadena, Stillmar, they have been hit so hard. And Brooke, I think when Brooke and Sandra, when everything is said and done, I think almost all of us are going to know someone affected or know someone who knows someone. Personally, yesterday I heard that 2 of my friends lost their homes in the Eaton Fire, Altadena, Pasadena. These are women and their families who have lived a life of service, a school teacher, Los Angeles County employee. They've worked their entire lives to be able to retire in their family homes, and their homes are now gone.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Gigi. That is...
I think we're all going to hear of someone that we know that has been affected if we don't know them personally.
Right, absolutely. And when you talk about the size and scope of the Palisades Fire, Gigi, just to put it into perspective, I mean, wrap your mind around this. The acreage in terms of how it's burning right now, it's up to 17,234 acres burned. And the size of Manhattan, Gigi, 14,604 acres. So we're talking about a fire that is bigger than the size of Manhattan, New York.
And you know what, Sandra, yesterday I spent a considerable amount of time with our Fox affiliate in New York City. Of course, New York and Los Angeles have a lot of ties, business ties, personal ties, and they had a very strong interest in what was happening here in Los Angeles. A lot of folks in New York really glued to their television sets watching what is happening here.
You know, Gigi, since, you were out there all day yesterday and you were able to see this, just firsthand, I saw something interesting, someone talking about, how typically when there's a wildfire in our area, they get calls from people around the country saying like, hey, we're checking on you, are you okay? And not at all to say that wildfires aren't always, devastating, but I think sometimes so many people here feel like, you know what, we've dealt with this, I'll be okay. And he actually said, he tells people all the time, like, it's bad, but I'm going to be okay. It's not as bad as it looks like on TV. But now he's telling people it's even worse than you can tell on TV. What would you say to that?
Brooke, I mean, it's like you're reading my text messages.
No.
those are exactly my text threads to friends in Pennsylvania, to friends in Central America, to friends in Florida, friends around the country, my family in Portugal that was watching our live coverage yesterday, our streaming coverage on the Fox app. I was telling them exactly what you just said. It is worse in person. Imagine driving for block after block after block where there are no houses standing. They have burned to the ground. These are entire communities. Other blocks, there is one home standing. I mean, can you imagine how that family feels? They're counting, I imagine they'll count their blessing. Their home was saved for some reason. I mean, we see this happen with fires all the time. They hopscotch because of the erratic winds. They will burn one house, the next house will be saved, and then all the other houses will be burnt to the ground. But imagine their remorse at now not having a single neighbor. Their whole block just gone. Yeah. They're the only ones living there now. It is unimaginable. At times it looked like an earthquake had happened. I mean, we saw apartment buildings demolished and still burning. And we saw the frustration, Brooke and Sandra, in the firefighters' faces as they stood helplessly. Some of them didn't have water to put on the fire. Brooke, they were using their hoses to drain water from swimming pools to try to save what they could as the other houses next to them burned. The public library, there was no firefighter there. There was no one there as the public library basically collapsed in front of us. The Corpus Christi Church, again, the Palisades Presbyterian Church. And for those wondering, the Lutheran Church appeared to be unaffected. Of course, we didn't go inside. We don't know if there's smoke damage. We don't know if there's any fire damage at the back. The Episcopal Episcopal Church, St. Matthew's. There was huge concern in the Episcopal community. We paid a visit to the church. It appeared unscathed, although I later learned that 2 small structures on their property did burn to the ground, but the sanctuary appeared untouched. A lot of concern from folks who call the Palisades home or simply know people who live there or have families there.
Yeah, you think about all the emotions that you're seeing, Gigi, and hearing from the residents there, the first responders that you're seeing on the ground, all the heightened emotions from frustration to desperation. We heard one man in the Eaton Canyon fire trying to ask for bottles of water to protect his home, and that's how he was going to try to keep these flames at bay because there was no water. And the frustration from residents who don't see any help around, and they feel like they have to take matters into their own hands, to those first responders, as you were saying, the firefighters who are just frustrated to the point where they're trying to do their job, but they don't have the resources they need, and they can't fight these fires, and they're helpless. So we have seen and heard of story after story of these high emotions that are running throughout these communities, and you're seeing it firsthand and hearing from these people firsthand, Gigi.
I actually read a tweet from a Palisades homeowner who was asking anybody to please tell him of any private firefighting services. There are actually insurance companies actually contract out with private firefighting services, and they stage them when they have time to do this. And I have not seen it here in the Palisades area, but I have seen this on multiple fires. I've actually spoken to the people who run these services. They will stage a water tender, a fire truck with water in the driveway of a home that's insured, and they've been contracted by the insurance company to protect that home. And I saw a tweet, a message, asking, please, does anybody know about private firefighting service? I will pay any amount of money to get someone to my house. There are no firefighters here. So I don't know if that person found somebody or not. And by the way, we're making our way down Sunset Boulevard, and I already, between the 405 and Palisades, and I can see the hills are on fire. And I know you had Skyfox stuff, and we saw the glow of that fire. We know they were fighting the fire near Payuma, obviously trying to control the spread into the Calabasas, Aurora, San Fernando Valley area. They were fighting that vigorously late last night, and you can see the glow of the fire. And of course, all the streets here are shut down. We're going through a checkpoint right now here on Sunset Boulevard. The LAPD has it shut down. Good morning, officer. I'm live on Fox 11. We're covering the fire. Okay, there's a checkpoint here, and they're asking for our credentials, even though we're in a live satellite truck right now. LAPD has the streets closed off. Of course, they're doing their best to keep out people who don't belong in the area. Obviously, we always see looters and things like that, so they're working really hard to keep them out.
Yeah,
thank you, officer.
Speaking of the people trying to get into the area,
right, looky-loos, even though this is happening. Right.
That want content or to see, survey the scene, or, people who are desperate to try to find out if anything is left of their property and their homes. Now's not the time to do it. Please wait for officials to let you go back into the area because there's work to be done. They are still trying to get a handle on this fire. So now is not the time. Even though you think there's a lull in the wind and maybe we could go back and maybe try to scope out your property or what's left, this is not the time. Please listen to officials. The evacuation orders are still in effect.
And the conditions are extremely dangerous. Brooke and Sandra, as we made our way down I believe it was Bienvenido. It was as we made our way to St. Matthew's Episcopal Church. The wires down. Oh my gosh, there were wires down everywhere. They were de-energized, luckily, and we were able to make our way very gingerly, very carefully. I'm with photographer Tony Butita.
I think we're losing you there a little bit, Gigi.
Through these fallen trees.
All right.
Sorry.
Gigi Garcia. Gigi, can you hear us there? We're going to check back in with Gigi in a bit. That's also something that, just on a good day in this area, the cell coverage is spotty. And so, as you can imagine, during a fire, during a wildfire, an active
with all the
wildfire,
power outages and all the emergency response communications out there, it is difficult to get a signal out. So we'll check back in with her in a little bit.
What a perspective, though. We're so lucky that we have Gigi Garcia. Truly.
All our reporters out there.
Absolutely.
And they've been spread out dealing and covering with these 5 major fires burning. We've had those reporters all across Southern California dealing with this and the conditions out there. They're masked up and they have goggles on, and they're still trying to get the very best perspective on these communities that have been impacted. Let's take a look at some of yesterday's coverage.
It was kind of scary running around the homes and banging on people's doors in the middle of the night, just saying, hey, leave the homes.
They were packing up, just putting all their valuables in it and taking off.
Last night I was up till about 3. It's absolutely scary.
Steve's pet store, it's gone. Foxes, gone.
We've seen a lot of businesses on fire. I've been in LA since 2010. I've never seen a fire like this before.
This area is a total loss. There's no water north of Woodbury.
The fire has grown. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate.
There are so many homes that are in danger. How many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out.
There's 12. Yeah, no, that's pretty loud enough. When the wind's blowing and the embers are, I don't really know what to do.
Everyone else, get your people in the back door. On Facebook, get it and get out of here if you can, all right?
We are losing a lot of them.
You heard a loud explosion. We've been talking about the winds and you can see what they're doing with these embers.
Can't help but feel bad for all the people who live here, and we've never had a fire like this. It's bad. It's horrific.
But the fire is moving so fast.
We had to come together as a community. I'm scared. My daughter is scared.
We had to evacuate.
The minute I saw people look at us and say, you kids, get out of your car and walk, I just got out of the car and just walked.
You don't know where to head now. The smoke is really dark and there's a lot of it.
Listen to these evacuation orders.
We want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, and be ready.
Sandra, seeing that, I think both of us kind of cringe when we see that video of that little girl, especially clutching her stuffed feet and crying. This is so hard for adults to handle, and I just cannot imagine the many children who are dealing with this, and in the days and years ahead, these memories and what they're going to have to kind of work through. You hear an alarm and you all of a sudden it takes you back to this memory.
That's right.
And I'm thinking about all of the kids who their parents had to say, okay, it's okay, we've got to get out of the car, we've got to walk through this smoke, we've got to run here.
That's
you can hear the panic in your mom and dad's voice, and I'm just immediately thinking about how hard these days and the days ahead are for the little ones.
And the children who aren't at school because of all of this, whether the school has been damaged in these fire zones or for the fact that LAUSD schools are closed and kids may, want to get back to a routine and they don't have it at this point because of these devastating fires. And then, all the questions that they're asking and the fear in their minds as a little child, will our house be okay? Will I be okay? Will my school be okay? Will my friends be okay? So it definitely has an impact and a domino effect all throughout this area, whether you're in the fire zone or not, for these little children, especially, as you mentioned.
I think we have Stu Mundell, I believe, live up in Skyfox. Stu, good morning. Talk to us. Where are you? What can you see?
Hey, good morning, you two, and definitely looking at that Palisades Fire. Now, we're off at a distance. Actually, Skyfox pretty much just directly over the Brentwood area and over the 405. We're not allowed in because of the TFR, but that TFR in effect still. But right now, at this moment, no aircraft fighting that fire. The reason why I'm doing that wide shot where you can actually see the moon out there is to give you an idea about the smoke this morning, because it is a lot less, but that fire is still very, very active down there. It is burning away from a lot of those homes, but we did see that shot shot on the ground there just moments ago. There are still plenty of homes in that Palisades area still burning, devastating to see. But take a look at this. That's going to be all that vegetation up on that hillside, and it continues to burn up here. And the fire department, they're doing what they can to keep these flames in check. The winds, much less today, and that is going to be a huge help for those firefighters. This is going to be the time where they can actually start making those efforts to get these flames under control. Looks like a moonscape down there. You can see all those hot embers, a lot of those hot spots. Again, though, this is up in the Chaparral areas. This is up on the top of those mountains out there, the Santa Monica Mountains. So you probably can see some of this glow from the valley. But as it stands right now, we're still talking about 17,000 plus acres, pushing that 18,000 acres out here at the Palisades Fire. As we took off this morning from Van Nuys, I did do a scan of the area. The Eaton Fire still very active out there, but a little less flames are being seen, at least from the valley this morning. And of course, that Sunset Fire, the one that broke out last night, as I understand it, Dylan, my pilot this morning, the one that actually called it in, the guy that said, hey, you know what, we've got something burning over here. He's one of the first people that called, and maybe there were some 911s, but you know what, very proud of him indeed. That fire definitely under control, but right now the Palisades one, that seems to be the one still burning out here, very devastating, waiting for that sun to rise, because I definitely want to start seeing that some of that areas that have been devastated by the fire. I'm told that it is apocalyptic to see from the air, and actually waiting to see that myself and to show it to the folks at home. Sending it back to y'all.
Right, Stu, and your perspective is just quite eye-opening, because we've been talking about the enormity of the Palisades Fire, larger than the size of Manhattan, and you can really tell from your shots just how widespread it is, how devastating it is, and from your perspective as well, the wind, right, how it's shifting. It definitely is still having an impact on these fires. I mean, we are enjoying a little bit of a reprieve from those high gusty winds, but you can tell that smoke is moving, and the flames are as well, Stu.
Definitely, you know, Sandra, the smoke, you know, the winds are really, I mean, even though we haven't been in the air, or I haven't been in the air that much since this fire started, the winds have been what I've been watching. And that Eaton Fire, that is going to be definitely a concern, because if the winds definitely shift, it might be pushing it away from the Altadena area, but it's going to get up into the Angeles. And I'm sure firefighters, as well as I, can just do the math right there. That is going to be a very dangerous situation. Out here, though, you can see a little bit of that smoke, like you said, Sandra, still kind of pushing it towards the same direction, but it's moving from the valley towards the shoreline. That's what those high winds or the crazy gusts were giving us for the most part during those Santa Ana events. But right now it is much lazier. That's probably the better way to put it, but it's still very devastating. Even if this was just the fire that we were looking at, this would still be a lot of fire for those firefighters. And of course, you can see it right there, those winds kind of pushing it over towards the ocean. A lot of hot spots, a lot of vegetation still out here. And when I say that, that's fuel for that fire. So this fire definitely is still very, very active. I'm still hearing those containment numbers at 0. Hopefully they're going to start getting those up a little bit higher as these winds start to slow down a little bit. I did see Sam Dubin's report yesterday, and they do have the tractors out there, the big bulldozers, and they're actually going to make those lines around the fire. And since they've been out there, I'm still seeing the 0% containment, but those numbers have got to start climbing, especially because of all the work they've been doing out there, putting those brakes for that fire it can basically burn up to and then be able to stop at. But right now, still very active out here. And again, this isn't the Palisades, the flames that we're showing you away from the homes. I'm actually doing some button pushing up here, but I'm having a little bit of an issue this morning. Not sure exactly what is going on, but I'm unable to bring up the map at this moment. But because I wanted to show you where the shoreline is, where Gigi's at down there over by the actual shore. That's going to be way down over in this area over here. So those flames quite a distance from the Pacific Coast Highway. You can see some of those red embers right there. I would venture to say that that is probably one of the structures that are burning. And of course, you can make out the red lights. Those are going to be the fire trucks. But those are way at a distance, and that's going to be out by Pacific Coast Highway. So you get an idea of all the distance between there. And something else that's very eerie that when you think about it, and it's something that I'm more used to than most of the people watching, is usually you'd see lights on down there. You'd see a lot of like what you're seeing in the foreground right here out towards the Palisades area. All that is off, probably due to the power being out, but the wires down and etc. So it is a very eerie situation. And of course, that devastation, thousands of homes, or at least 1,000 homes burned. That is, it's quote unquote apocalyptic. And as when the sun starts to rise and the smoke is not going to be there, hopefully we're going to get some pictures of that as well.
Stu, we actually just got another evacuation order in. This is for the Sunset Mesa area. The order is to leave now. Now, obviously, you know, it shouldn't have to be said how important it is to listen to these orders and get yourself, get your family to safety. Stu, I just, you know, I think what's great about our team here is so many people here have been here and been able to see so much, you know, history in our area when it comes to tragedies, unfortunately. But can you talk to me a little bit about the differences? Because I'm hearing so many people say, you know, this is the worst they've ever seen, and this is obviously the worst I've ever seen, but that's easy for me to say. I'm still, I think, fairly new to Los Angeles.
You know what, Brooke, as far as the worst I've ever seen, in the 90s, we did have a couple of fires out here in the Malibu area. I wasn't in the helicopter. I was down on the ground, and those were pretty devastating. I can't really quote, I mean, I don't really honestly remember because at that time, it was more about the breaking part of the news for me. But I don't know the number of structures that were destroyed, but it was very devastating. It was a huge deal out here as those flames ripped through the Malibu area. It was almost the same type of situation. We had those high winds, and it was definitely moving along. I'm looking at the Mandeville Fire Road right there, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, these flames have actually made it over to the Mandeville Canyon area. So this is actually still moving towards the south, or moving towards the 405 freeway. You know, when I say these things, I'm saying the general direction of. I'm not saying it is encroaching onto the freeway, but it just gives you an idea of the you know, we're talking about 17,000 plus acres. That is quite a lot of area to be burned. But again, it's still moving right now, making its way kind of southward. That seems to be the big portion of it. And then again, when we look way up over here, we've got a couple of hot spots. But I know that these in the distance out here, right by that shoreline, or in this area right there, oh no, that is going to be vegetation. That is not homes. So yeah, there's still a lot of active fire out there in the Palisades area. And as far as history goes, you know, we haven't seen something like this in a long time, and I've definitely never seen neighborhoods like that Palisades neighborhood just being completely wiped out. I have yet to see something like that in the Southern California area.
Right. I mean, to give you perspective, just looking at the facts from the Woolsey fire, we're talking about 96,949 acres burned for that fire. Of course, that broke out in 2018, and 1,600 structures burned in that. But again, every fire has a different characteristic, a different personality. But the fact that there are so many fires burning right now, and they're pretty much big, enormous fires for those communities. But the fact that this one has leveled so many structures, and you know, we haven't even begun to start counting how many livelihoods and lives and homes have been lost, you know, and businesses. So clearly the impact is just very different fire to fire, and unfortunately this one, just as Stu has been mentioning, apocalyptic is the word that so many people are using after seeing all the damage left behind.
You know, the other thing about it, too, is on the Woolsey fire, how long was that burning? And that took out 1,600 homes. How long has this one been burning? The Palisades, this is what, day 3 now? Day 3, right? And all those homes were wiped out almost within the first couple of hours, or, well, 24 hours of that fire. And that is, I think, what the impact is, especially out here in the Palisades. Eaton Canyon, that's another one. We saw, you see the destruction out there. And also, in both those situations, these flames weren't just in areas where there were homes. These flames moved into areas where there's commerce. The Palisades, the commons down there, like what I would call downtown Palisades, devastated. As far as I could see from the ground footage, almost leveled. And then we saw yesterday at Eaton Canyon almost that same type of situation, where those flames were, yes, of course, they were in neighborhoods that were in with the trees, but those flames also, and those embers, making their way into areas that were businesses, and all those businesses getting destroyed. And these are the things, as far as the fires go in the southern Los Angeles area. I have never seen this, and I've been doing news out here since the early 90s, and this is the first time I've seen brush fires take out areas of commerce like that. Not just the homes where the trees are, but actually making its way into areas that, where the businesses are. And, the Aldi was burning yesterday out there in Eaton Canyon area. And, of course, all those smaller businesses as well. And out here in the Palisades, my goodness, if anybody's been there, which I'm sure anybody that's watching has been out into that area, it's like the heart of town. It's like downtown, but just gone, just leveled.
And we're taking a look at the fire. The Aldi's up in flames. This is the Eaton Canyon fire in Altadena. And as you mentioned, Stu, you often talk about the urban wildlife interface, and that's usually where we see these fires break out and the edge, the bordering edge of homes that are butted up against the wildlife interface. Those are the ones that are usually in harm's way and impacted. But this is completely different, sweeping through entire neighborhoods and even town centers.
Yeah, and that, I think those are the things that makes this fire, every fire is a little bit unique, but this one's so unique and so devastating to see that type of destruction in these areas. Like you said, these are not areas that usually would burn or would be associated with a brush fire. Yes, we lose homes because they are, like you said, the urban interface where you have like these beautiful homes up in these hillsides, and of course, you have the trees, you have all the vegetation nearby, but these flames and because of the high winds and those embers were making their way into areas that usually would never even be affected by a brush fire or a vegetation fire, and now they're gone.
Right, all these communities thinking they're safe because they're in kind of a more populated urban setting, but yet with these wind gusts that we've never seen before, since 2011 was the last time we've had such a severe windstorm warning like this. Now all these communities impacted, as we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it really is devastating. I saw there was a drone shot from yesterday of one of the neighborhoods in the Palisades, and we fly this area quite a bit, and everything in my mind is usually seen from above. Like when I see an area, I can say, oh, I know that because, but I do know that area, and that is one of those spots where it is very populated, and it's one of those ones. It's not a morbid fascination. It is really, truly just. It is one of these events, and it's like when the sun comes up and we're in a little bit less smoke today. My curiosity is definitely peaked. I definitely want to see this stuff and document it from the air. And of course, like we are looking at this at the Palisades right here, and the numbers for the acreage much higher here. But Eaton Canyon, that Altadena area, all those beautiful homes out there, and again, we were talking about it. The flames making their way out of the urban interface and into urban areas. Again, these are things that we have yet to have seen out here in the southern Los Angeles area.
All right, Stu, we're going to give you a little bit of, I guess, what could be considered somewhat of a break, and check back in with you in a bit. We do have meteorologist Samana Khan standing by. I also want to note the LAFD actually accidentally resent out the alert about the Sunset Mesa community. They obviously, everyone in that community should already have evacuated their homes, and right now our officials are doing what they can to try and fight this, and issues are going to happen.
All right. Thank you for the update, Brooke. And Sandra, good morning. Stu, yes. To Stu's point, the winds that we saw yesterday, the conditions that we saw yesterday, catastrophic, apocalyptic, warlike zone in areas that typically don't see these type of strong winds. And this is something that we have been on top of since the beginning of the week, that it could turn out to be a very life-threatening event, mass devastation due to those really strong winds. And that is the reason what triggers some of the wildfires that have been burning out of control, especially when we're dealing with hurricane force gusts, the range of 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. Sustained winds were a range of 30s, 40s, and even 50 miles an hour at times, and that just allowed the winds to be chaotic, and it really burned through some of those very vulnerable areas. Winds that were coming out of the northeast, pushing south and southwest. I do have some good news, at least at this early hour. We are taking a much deserved break from the winds, but it's only going to be a very short period of time before we are anticipating those winds to make a return. Not as strong, but unfortunately just strong enough to continue to fan those flames later midday and all the way through at least Friday. So keep that in mind. Here's a look at those winds to help calm the nerves just a little bit and have those firefighters really take advantage of this moment, tackle any hot spots, any new flare-ups. And to Stu's live picture, as you can see here in the corner of your screen, the smoke billowing up into the atmosphere. It's more of a vertical approach instead of the horizontal look at the smoke. And when you see the smoke coming out of the fires in a horizontal position, that just means that the winds are just out of control. Now, a little bit more on the tame side. A calm start. We're looking at 3-mile-an-hour winds through much of Ventura County, like Camarillo, out towards even Malibu Hills. We're relaxing those winds. Gigi, this morning, as we were chatting with her, she was also indicating the same conditions that she's witnessing. So an observed look at what's going on in the atmosphere. Beverly Hills, 10-mile-an-hour winds. But as we know, especially in those mountain communities where the fires are currently burning, unfortunately, they do make their own weather systems. When you have the heat that rises, cool air fills in behind it, and it creates these erratic wind conditions in the, again, peak tops of those mountain locations, and that could create more embers to be flown in all which direction. But for right now, at least the winds are more controllable. 5-mile-an-hour winds in Long Beach. We've got calmer conditions across the IE as well. And unfortunately, even the IE will be going through another round of winds. The National Weather Service actually reissued a high wind warning that will be in place at 6 o'clock this morning for the Inland Empire communities, and I'll show you that momentarily. In the meantime, 24-hour, big difference. Yesterday, those really powerful gusts. Today, at this hour, calm, but eventually we're going to be seeing gusts not at 80-plus miles an hour, but more like at 60 miles per hour. You can see these wind alerts widespread still, but mostly pertaining to Ventura County and LA County, where sustained winds could still be right around 25 to higher levels at times. That's a great shot, by the way, that Stu and our Skyfox crew is offering us, and that's a shot of the moon, the waxing gibbous, about 80% of the moon being illuminated at this hour, and then all that smoke that is in the atmosphere. The light is being scattered, and it's showing us even the moon has a kind of an orange glow. Here's the look at the high wind warning coming out of the northeast, 25 to 35 miles per hour. This is what I just touched on. It is being reissued for these locations beginning at 6 a.m. this morning, and that's in advance of the midday winds that will be approaching, and that stays in effect through about tomorrow morning. This applies to Riverside, San Bernardino, Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana, all the way out south towards Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and it does apply to all our local roads in that region. The 15, if you've got travel plans, especially those trailers, the campers, if you're heading through the Cajon Pass, be extra cautious. Perhaps, as we have been chatting about yesterday, rearrange your travel plans. And this does also apply to areas of the Banning Pass, the San Antonio Pass, heading in the Palm Springs stretch. If you're heading into San Diego, you'll be met with similar conditions. A quick check of our wind futurecast. The break now, but here you go. We're going to see those highlighted contours make a return. The brightly lit areas are going to be where the winds are going to be the most strongest, and unfortunately that is areas near the Pacific Palisades, Santa Monica Mountains there. As you can see, areas of the Santa Clarita Valley out towards the IE, and this reflects kind of the same type of story that the wind advisories and high wind warnings are indicating. It won't be until Friday night before we finally get the real break that we deserve across Southern California. But we are still in red flag conditions. Any new fires that are to pop up could unfortunately rapidly grow and spread. So we obviously have to continue to be on our toes at this hour. Back to you, Tim.
All right, Samantha, thank you. Let's go out to Gigi Graciette, who is now set up along the Palisades Fire. And open
Look
flames
at that shot,
already.
yes, right behind you, Gigi. Wow.
I'm on Toyopa Drive, and this is going to go down as one of the hardest hit neighborhoods in this fire, because yesterday I drove all of this, and it was house after house after block of houses burned to the ground. We're on the 800 block, not far from Drummond, if you're familiar with this neighborhood. And what you're seeing is an open flame. We believe that possibly that might be a gas line, and that is why it is burning so strongly. But what I want to show you is next to it, you see the fire continue to smolder in different spots. I mean, I count at least 6-7 different areas where the fire is smoldering, and that is very dangerous should the wind pick up. We had a little wind gust just a couple of seconds before we went on live. Those wind gusts can stir that dirt, that ash that is covering some of those hot spots, and send that flying and cause another fire, and that's always the concern. And this isn't the only house where we're seeing this. We're actually seeing it up and down the block. Photographer Tony Buttigieg, I'm going to ask you again to please come with me, and you can see across the street the same situation. That could be an open gas line. We see a tree that appears to be burning, and this is up and down this darkened street where, again, block after block, Toyopa Drive near Drummond. We drove it yesterday between the Corpus Christi Catholic Church, which sustained a lot of damage. That's right near the public library, and Drummond. And it was just total devastation. Houses just burnt to the ground. And this is what we're seeing here. It's very cool. The wind is not bad. We felt a couple of gusts, actually, which always are of a concern when you've got hot spots burning. But so far, so good. But the loss here is immense. It is, as that LA City fire official put it on our air live on Good Day LA yesterday, the damage from the Palisades fire is catastrophic. These are people's homes. And that is what we are seeing. We're going to continue making our way through the Palisades, but we'll send it back to you.
Gigi, I think something that you do that I always think about, I think you do a really great job of acknowledging, obviously, during any sort of tragedy, that your life is the most important thing. And trust me, the people who are dealing with this, they know that, and they are grateful. But just losing your home, the trauma, the stress, just even the fact that you have to even start thinking right now about rebuilding, it just can't go unsaid that this is devastating.
You know, I talk a lot, and I say this a lot, about the pieces of people's lives. Mm-hmm. I've seen people scour through the ash looking for a wedding ring, looking for a book that might have survived the fire. I saw a family rejoice when they found the family Bible that had only been scorched. It's the little things that make up our lives, the little things that mean so much to us. Whether you live in a one-bedroom apartment, a single, a condo, a townhouse, a house, a mansion, that's your stuff. And there's stuff that can be replaced, clothes, all that stuff, pots and pans, fine. But the things that can't be replaced. And remember, this fire broke out at 10:30 in the morning. So the majority of folks who live here and work were away from their homes and may not necessarily have been able to get out everything that they would have taken with them, the things that mean the most to them. And that really is one of the saddest parts of covering a house fire, when you see a house burned to the ground, the memories that have been lost, the physical memories.
Absolutely. And you think about when daylight comes and what you're going to be seeing there again, Gigi, it's just quite devastating, because right now already it's dramatic behind you, but once we can see with daylight, it's a whole different story.
And what we saw yesterday, I think we have some video. I don't know if Haley Hurst, producer Haley in the booth, can roll some video for us. Gelson Supermarket. I mean, these supermarkets are huge. burnt to the ground. Just a couple of walls that were standing. Ralph's supermarket. We saw banks burning, Chase Bank and that entire bank building with a medical facility in it, apparently some legal consultants. It was hard to tell all the businesses that were burning. I saw restaurants burning, small businesses, the dry cleaners, the public library. We keep talking about that because the library is so important to so many, especially our children. That's where kids go after school. That's where kids go to learn, to check out a book. I know that when I was growing up, the library was so important to me. We couldn't necessarily afford to buy a lot of books. So you would see me, you know, taking out the 10-book maximum, checking those out to be able to read and learn. They are the center of our lives, of communities, and they are gone. They are burnt to the ground. How do you even begin to rebuild? This will take a very long time.
The library is a safe space for so many young people, right? So many teenagers, so many kids. It keeps them out of trouble. It also keeps them safe. You know, the library means so much more than just books, you know, but the fact of the matter is the history that is in a library. Yeah. It just, you know, it can't be duplicated. Gigi, you know, you were just talking about, I love that you pointed out that, you know, the time of day that this started, because I saw a woman online devastated, crying about her cat. And, you know, she was asking if anyone is at all possibly nearby, could they go and grab her cat? And immediately there were nasty comments and people were saying, you know, why didn't you take him with you? Because she wasn't home.
Exactly. 10:30 in the morning. A lot of, you know, working folks have left for the day. A lot of moms have dropped off their kids at school and have gone to run errands if they're not working right away. So a lot of people weren't home. That's why we saw all those people trying to get in to Pacific Palisades. The people who abandoned their vehicles, they were desperate to get in, to get out. They just left their cars because they weren't moving and they needed to get home, to get their pets, to get family members. Christy Fajardo, our reporter, interviewed a lady who was desperate to get in to see her dad, who's in his late 70s and had a slight dementia, and she needed to get him. And she was struggling because, you know, obviously, like they asked us for identification at a police checkpoint, they were asking her, well, where's your ID, you know, that shows you live in this area? Well, she doesn't live in this area, but her dad does. Thankfully, Christy reported that police worked with that woman and were able to get her in to get her father out. And when you see that play out in front of you, I mean, it changes you forever. These are not just stories that we cover. These are people's lives. Yeah. These are people's homes. These are people's business. This is a tight-knit community. We spoke yesterday to Andy Rocker and his wife Rosanna, and they actually have a chat group with all the residents in that mobile home park on PCH, Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates. Over 180 homes were lost there, mobile homes. And Andy was telling us, these aren't rich folks, you know, that there's a rent control there. They are working folks. They're senior citizens. They live on, you know, fixed incomes. They pay their rent. And they enjoy the view of the beach. These aren't folks that will easily be able to move, and not everyone has insurance. That's a whole other story. Right. The insurance situation in California. A lot of folks have seen their policies canceled, and a lot of folks are now going to see their policies canceled after this.
Yeah, you know, and that actually may end up affecting everybody, because a lot of people that have had their private insurance canceled, they are all now into the very expensive state insurance policy. And the question right now is, can the state handle the demand that is about to come through? And then who bails out the state? And, well, that goes back to those private insurance companies that are left. And then that may affect you. There's so much to this.
And what do you do? Everybody. Yeah. All right, Gigi, thank you so much.
What do you do if you don't have fire insurance?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And it's hard to get, and it's very expensive. Thank you so much, Gigi. We'll check back in with you. We want to get to this. Susan Hirasuna caught up with a woman in Pacific Palisades who was concerned about the lack of resources. This is a story we've been following, and a lot of stories that we're hearing from this area. And she said she was frustrated with the city's slow response. Listen.
We're on Topanga Canyon, not far from the village area, and a couple of residents called our assignment desk to point the fact that they've got a major fire on this ridge over here that we're looking at. But you see no sign of any kind of air support, and we're not hearing any fire engines coming in this direction. Now I want you to, you can't really see because it's so dark, but farther up Topanga Canyon, the fire has led to a lot of landslides. And so there are quite a few spots on Topanga Canyon where it's very difficult to pass. Now, adding to that, this extra danger where some of the power poles are smoldering right now. So if they're not down right now, they will be down shortly. I want to bring in Claudia Udy. She lives nearby. She was evacuated, but you called the assignment desk because you're worried about the fact that this fire is raging and you're not seeing any support. You're not seeing any aid.
Yes, I'm representing so many Topangans who galvanized together. We've been in touch with each other all day. There are a few people who've been here, who've stayed behind, who've shown us footage. And so we've seen it's just as quiet as can be. As you can see, there's the fire and there is no airdrop. There's nothing being done.
So do you see any firefighters up there at all on the ground?
No, there are no firefighters on the ground whatsoever. We've been abandoned. 15,000 residents. And all these beautiful houses. People have lived here so many years, and we've been abandoned.
Has the fire damaged or destroyed any homes to your knowledge?
Absolutely. I have friends who live up Tuna, so on the other side. So there's this ridge, and then there's the other ridge. Sadly, people who've lived here for decades, their homes have been completely burnt down.
Yeah, exactly.
No help.
No help. So, Claudia, what do you want to do? I mean, at this point, I think the resources are stretched very thin.
What I'm wanting to do is inspire us as Southern Californians. We know that every winter there are big winds. This is just part of living here. So can we not create a team that comes here this time of year to be on the ground, to be in the air? Apparently we have rented some helicopters from Canada. I mean, I'm sure they're being used somewhere. I know that this isn't unusual. I've been here a long time. This is an unusual situation. But even under the better circumstances could be, there's still not the help. There's not the strategy.
Right.
And there's so many people who'd want to help. Let's just create a really good plan.
Claudia, thank you. I appreciate your perspective, and I just want to point out that we just watched that car blow by us, and it's just so nerve-wracking to me because we had driven up from PCH, so going northbound on Topanga Canyon. There were multiple spots where you could not travel past in the lane without veering into the other lane. So again, the situation here, dynamic. What is dangerous is not just the fact that the fire is getting so close to Topanga and Topanga Village, but also the fact that this major thoroughfare is not going to be passable anytime soon.
All right, good morning. I'm Brooke Thomas. We are coming up on 3 o'clock this morning.
That's right. Thanks for joining us at this early hour. I'm Sandra Endo, and welcome to Good Day LA. We do have continuing coverage of the breaking news that we've been following, all the wildfires that are raging across LA County, forcing mass evacuations, and hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures. We're talking about the strong Santa Ana winds that are fueling these fires, making containment difficult. The Palisades Fire has scorched more than 17,000 acres, reducing more than 1,000 structures to ashes. Zero containment at this point, and the blaze continues to force tens of thousands to stay away under mandatory evacuation orders. There are another 13,000 buildings in the path of danger.
Winds are driving multiple fires across LA County. In Eaton Canyon above Altadena, 5 people sadly have died. This fire has exploded to more than 10,000 acres. Some 100 structures there are destroyed. Eaton is at 0% contained. Winds that drove the flames are easing at this hour, but as our meteorologist Samad Khan has let us know, that is just a temporary break. The Hurst fire in Sylmar has now burned 855 acres. It's now 10% contained. The fire started near the 5 and 210 freeways. This forced evacuations across the region. More than 44,000 people have been ordered to immediately leave their homes. Evacuation zones extend to Santa Clarita and the Newhall Pass.
And the Sunset Fire has burned 60 acres in the Hollywood Hills. There is 0% containment at this point, and flames are pushing towards Hollywood Boulevard. Most evacuations, though, have been lifted, but areas north of Franklin Avenue remain closed until later this morning. Firefighters are monitoring for flare-ups, and residents returning home are urged to stay alert. An evacuation center is open at Pan Pacific Recreation Center. And a massive fire erupted last night in Studio City as well. You're taking a look at that. Flames engulfing a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. The fire then spread to nearby brush and buildings in that location, and more than 50 firefighters quickly, though, brought this blaze under control. There was some damage to surrounding structures, but no injuries reported. Residents near Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Mulholland Drive, as well as Coldwater Canyon Avenue and Ventura Boulevard, are advised to remain prepared for possible evacuations.
This extreme fire danger means LA Unified Schools will be closed today. Every school. The officials say flames destroyed parts of Palisades Charter High School. Pali High, the 63-year-old school, was featured in the movie Grease. LA Unified officials say Marquez Charter Elementary is also severely damaged.
Other school closures to tell you about this morning. All Glendale Unified School Districts will remain closed, and child care operations and district offices will be closed as well for the rest of the week due to the Eaton Fire. Schools will also be closed in the Alhambra, South Pasadena, San Marino, and Arcadia school districts. Also closed today, schools in Monrovia Unified as well as Pasadena Unified closed for the rest of the week. All schools in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District will also be closed. And schools will be closed in the Alhambra area, as I mentioned, but obviously the winds is a big concern. Obviously, we're going to be keeping a close eye on that, and Samana can tell us about the forecast that's expected for today.
Yeah, good morning, Sandy. Good morning, Brooke, and to all our viewers with us at this hour. Finally, a well-deserved brief break from the winds. More on the relaxed side. A big difference 24 hours has made. Yesterday, we were witnessing the catastrophic hurricane-force wind conditions that it drove these fires in these directions that unfortunately took out many areas across the Palisades, and the Eaton Canyon fire. It drove those winds to rapidly spread, and the ember cast, very chaotic situation. But at this hour, as I mentioned, much more relaxed. But don't be caught off guard. Eventually later this afternoon, or should I say more midday, the winds are expected to make another return. It will be strong, but not as strong. So you still have to be mindful of your surroundings and keep on top of any new evacuation orders, as the latest winds could drive another round of major fire conditions. We've got Ventura County right now to Camarillo. Yes, on the lighter side, 7-mile-an-hour winds in some spots. Beverly Hills only about 10 miles an hour or so. Much of the basin on the calm side as well. Light winds, barely there winds across Orange County, and 5-mile-an-hour winds in Ontario. You can see the wind arrows are still continuing to be offshore, and that means we will continue to see very dry conditions, and that is keeping our red flag conditions in place, which is widespread. And I'll show you that map momentarily. In the meantime, wind advisories are in place ahead of the next round of winds. We're looking at gusts to 60 miles an hour rather than the 70 to 80 plus that we were witnessing yesterday at this time. Sustained winds on the way will be right around 25 miles an hour and slightly greater. And this does incorporate areas in Santa Cruz Valley. So please, a heads up and be extra cautious out there across much of the San Fernando Valley, as well as the San Gabriel Valley, and that also applies to Covina, out towards the Santa Monica Mountains as well. Those descending winds continue to be a problem. High wind warnings is being reissued by the National Weather Service. This is for the Inland Empire communities, so it really depends on your location. Areas of San Bernardino, Fontana, Ontario, Crestline, some of our local mountain areas will be seeing gusts 65 miles an hour or more, and that also applies to Lake Elsinore down towards Temecula for the local roadways there. A reminder, if you are driving those big rigs, campers, perhaps rearrange your travels until at least later tomorrow, where these high wind warnings are expected to lift right around 6 a.m. Here's a look at our wind and futurecast. Again, not bad at this hour, but eventually eventually we'll see those contours that are highlighting the areas that are going to be experiencing the strongest winds once again. And these are more of the wind-prone areas, especially downwind through the Cajon Pass, out towards areas downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains. And if you are having plans to travel out to the Coachella Valley, Palm Springs, the 10 freeway will also be impacted by these stronger winds, hence that area also under high wind alerts. Going into tonight, we will continue to see those winds affecting all our local fires that are actively burning. It won't be until late Friday that we'll finally get a big break, a well-deserved break, and the humidity levels will be increasing, so we're less in the fire danger. And we're going to be watching those winds. Instead of the offshore flow, we're going to get the onshore flow. So winds will be coming from the ocean to land, and that's going to elevate, again, the moisture in the atmosphere, and that's going to help the firefighters as well. But something that we've got to keep a close eye on, depending on the strength of the onshore flow, it could reverse the wind direction, and that could pose new issues. So we'll see if that how that plays out. Here's that area of high pressure. It continues to influence our weather, those descending winds, but we're losing much of the upper level support as that area of low pressure that was situated a whole lot closer to Southern California is now south to southeast of us. But the western periphery of that area of low is still still enhancing winds for areas like the IE and Orange County. But eventually, all that will improve leading into the weekend. Red flag conditions continue to be widespread. Red flag areas that were in place yesterday were supposed to lift right around 6 p.m. yesterday evening. Unfortunately, we're going to extend it due to those winds. So red flag conditions, if a new fire were to ignite, it could rapidly spread once again, and that will be extended to Friday for much of Southern California outside of some of our coastal areas, so be mindful of that. And because we're still in fire weather, we want to stay up to date on our forecast. Make sure you do have escape routes. Talk to your family members. Find a meeting point if you do get separated. Have that communication plan in place, and get ready and go kit with your papers, your prescriptions, of course, important documents, and life is the most important thing there. We've got to cover traffic-wise, and we're going to take you over to the Palisades Fire closures. And the closures, PCH, both directions remain closed until further notice as firefighters continue to battle the Palisades Fire. Malibu Canyon Road to the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica and Topanga Canyon Boulevard also remains closed in both directions due to the red flag conditions. Here's a look from our camera here at the studio pointing towards, you can see the glow out there. That is the Palisades Fire. So even miles away, we can pick up on the issues over there. Sandra, Brooke.
Samantha, thank you. LA Mayor Karen Bass is under scrutiny. Earlier this year, she approved a budget-cutting $17.5 million from the fire department while increasing police funding by $126 million. Critics, though, are now questioning her leadership, especially since she was in Ghana for a presidential event when the fires broke out. Sky News caught up with the mayor yesterday.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
So Mayor Bass returned yesterday after going viral, after refusing to answer questions from Sky News. And last night, Mayor Bass, though, did hold a press conference.
Is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades.
And that answers the question as to when she decided to come back and how quickly she was able to get back at that point. I do think, just even looking online and talking to many people do still have that initial question of why did she go, knowing that we had this warning of the winds and the fire danger. And I think, there's hope that there will be an answer to come, soon from that. Let's toss up to Stu Mundell in Sky Fox, I believe, over the Palisades Fire, Stu.
Yep, Brooke, we are still here over the Palisades Fire, and we're keeping an eye on those big flames that are moving up away from the homes, but up into that heavy chaparral and vegetation area, and that is where what we're looking at right there. Now, it definitely is a different picture from what we were seeing in the past couple of days. The wind's much lighter. The smoke kind of lazily moving out towards the west, and that is exactly what firefighters have been hoping for quite some time, a break from that high winds. Is it going to be the perfect situation for them to put this fire out quickly? Well, maybe not quite that, but it is definitely going to be a lot better than it has been in the last couple of days. Right now, these flames, you can see them, and there are some homes in the bottom part of the picture. I'm going to push in right there, but that's kind of a little bit of an optical illusion, and when I say a little bit, we were using the tech here in Skyfox to take a look and get some distances from this home right here to these flames that we're seeing. That's about a mile's worth of distance right there, which is a good distance for the firefighters. But if you're living in that home, believe me, you don't want to see that in your windows anywhere nearby. Now, the flames are definitely moving their way away from the Palisades, coming more westward. And when I say getting close to, I'm going to get a little bit of a wider shot here. You can see the 405 freeway in that shot. It is quite a distance away. That's going to be the, I believe, Getty Center right there in the center. So that gives you some landmarks out here. But these flames definitely still moving. As far as the firefight goes, I am sure there are boots on the ground, and those guys doing a lot of tough work. Those dozers are out there cutting those lines that they're talking about. Really what those containment numbers are going to be coming from as soon as they start tallying those up. But as far as aerial firefight, right now, I'm not putting them down. These guys are working hard. They're doing what they can. We actually see one LA City firefighter helicopter doing a couple of drops out here. When they do those drops, they seem to be very effective. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna has a message for anyone looking to prey on fire victims.
So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there.
LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman also had this warning for looters.
Us, both law enforcement and the DA's office, I want to send an unmistakably clear message to looters or anybody who thinks that they can prey on people who have endured these tragedies. We are going to arrest you, we are going to prosecute you, and we are going to punish you to the full extent of the law. So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders. The firefighters have done a magnificent job in responding. Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others. And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. That we will go after you. We will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
Now, State Superintendent of Public Instruction Tony Thurmond is urging Californians to come together in support of fire-impacted students, families, educators, and school staff. Tax-deductible contributions can be made through the supplybank.org Disaster Relief Fund to help provide, much-needed assistance. The latest figures show that 335 schools and more than 211,000 students are affected. For more information on this, we have a link on our website. We've made it easy for you on foxla.com.
And in response to the ongoing wildfires, local Planet Fitness locations are offering anyone impacted by the fires, so first responders and residents, free access to showers. They can recharge there and relax. You can use their power supply, charge up your phones. No membership is required to take advantage of these services, which include the locker rooms there, again, showers, hydro massage loungers, Wi-Fi, and of course those device charging stations. This is at any LA County location not impacted by the fires. And DoorDash has activated its severe weather protocol to pause operations in affected areas. DoorDash first suspended operations in impacted areas of Los Angeles and surrounding the Pacific Palisades area, including Santa Monica, Westwood, Brentwood, Calabasas, Pasadena, and surrounding areas. As conditions got worse, DoorDash suspended service in San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and Northridge, and will continue to adjust operations as necessary.
We also have free rides from Uber and Lyft for impacted people. They're going to take you to any shelters if you need to get out and get there free. And then also, we were talking earlier, Little Kitchen Academy in Century City. They're offering free classes just so your kids can have something to do, be safe for the next 3 days. And so parents can, obviously, people right now don't even have a second to take this in. They all of a sudden have to worry about insurance. They have to worry about rebuilding.
Where to stay, where to go.
Exactly. And sometimes you may need a break to be able to get a handle on all of that.
And create some normalcy for your children, right? Because they don't know what's going on. They may be afraid, and they don't have their friends around because they're not in school. So, yeah, a little activity is great for them. And then, according to Uber and Lyft, they are going to be providing those free trips to temporary shelters through January 15th. So you have some time to utilize those free rides.
Yeah, glad that there's some help out there for our victims of these latest fires. Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, Brooke.
Good morning, Samada. On that note, should we go into Gigi, Samada, just to talk a little bit about what she sees? She's live at the Palisades Fire. Gigi.
We're live at the Palisades branch of the public library, and we were here yesterday as this building was just collapsing in front of us. And take a look. There is so much damage. I'm using a flashlight just to be able to light things up, to be able to see. You can't make anything out. There you can see the sign, Public Library, and what once read Palisades Branch. This library was actually built under Mayor James Hahn back in 2002. That's when it was open. So it stood here for almost 23 years, and now everything is gone. You can't even make anything out. The roof has collapsed. A public library is really the center of a community. We've been talking about this. This is where kids come after school. There's so many different activities, and the entire roof is collapsed, and it's buried absolutely everything. And what's under the roof is just ash we saw, and there's so much debris. Asking our photographer to be careful because the ground is just covered in shattered roof tiles and debris, mangled metal. You can't make anything out. I see a shelf of maybe what once held books way in the back there. You may not be able to see it because it is so dark. And what looks like books that are burnt, but it's so far back it's hard to make out. And it's just heartbreaking. A public library, such an important part of any community. And again, this one, according to a plaque which still stands this morning, was established in 2002. So 22 years, almost 23 years it stood here. And yesterday we watched it burn, and there was no one here. There were no firefighters. We were the only ones here. The City of Los Angeles Public Library branch here in Pacific Palisades. This is right across the street from the Corpus Christi Catholic Church. We just drove by. The damage there, a lot of damage. I was mentioning we spoke to the Archdiocese yesterday. They were trying to confirm how far the fire had actually gone, if it had hit the sanctuary and the school. The school building appears to be standing. It's across the street. Too dark to show you right now, but they've lost a big building. It is completely gone. All that is standing is the skeleton, the metal beams. And we can even hear things in the background there sort of collapsing still around us. That's the latest from the public library. We'll be back here later on when it's daylight to give you a better look. We're sort of just checking out all the sites that we watched in heartbreak as they were burning down around us yesterday. And again, there were no firefighters here. There was just a block away. They had no water to put out a fire at a house. So we imagine maybe they had no water to even fight this fire with. Reporting live in the Palisades, I'm Gigi Gracia. We'll send it back to you.
It's just so heartbreaking to see now that she's gone back, or Gigi, now that you've gone back to the site after watching it burn down yesterday, and then now to see it like this.
Yes, it's devastating. We saw the roof collapse yesterday when we were here, parts of the roof, the beams. I don't know, photographer Tony Butita, if you can see the plaque. The plaque is still standing. Appears to be a bronze plaque over there on the wall, but the branch sign there, right on the floor. We've got a stuck cable. Let me see if I can unstick it. There's a lot of debris here. Hold on one second. Okay. We've got a cable stuck in some of the debris. There you go, Mr. Butita. We are unstuck now. It is a very precarious situation here with all of that. There's that plaque that shows the library was established in 2002 by the city of Los Angeles, the Palisades branch. And we can only imagine all the folks that grew up coming to this library.
Gigi, I just heard you choke a little bit. You know, can you talk a little bit about the conditions, the air right now? You're right in it.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you can make out, like right here. I'm going to pull my thing. Can you see that? It is smoldering. I don't know if the camera can even pick it up. You know, the things that we see sometimes are the camera. It's difficult, challenging to pick up. But everything is still
I do see it. Yeah, we can see it.
There's still hot spots. Mm-hmm. Do you see that smoke?
We can see it, yes.
So that is what... Yeah, that's what we're breathing. I may have to go put on a mask because we're so close to this. But that's the air quality, obviously extremely bad. And look at all the debris. Look at that sign. Maybe they can salvage that sign and it'll sort of be part of history when they rebuild the library, which of course we hope they will. But who knows how long it will take the city of Los Angeles to be able to rebuild this library here. Look at this. Just everything has just collapsed.
Please be careful. You and Tony out there. I was getting messages from viewers concerned about you and Tony in the fire yesterday without a mask, without goggles. I know you guys are veterans and professionals, and you will mask up when necessary, but a lot of people concerned about you out there in the field in these conditions.
Thank you. We appreciate that. It is sometimes very difficult to, you know, walk and talk with a mask and with goggles on. And, of course, we will put those on as needed. But because we're just so up close here and personal to this library, and there's still, you know, there's a lot of hot spots. You know, when you see a roof collapse like that, it collapsed on burning fire. It was still burning. So it creates pockets of hot spots underneath. And that's very challenging for firefighters because they can't get in to get to those hot spots. So they usually keep a very close eye on house fires where the roof is collapsed because those fires tend to reignite sometimes. So no one here, though. No one here. We're the only ones. And we were the only ones here yesterday as the library burned around us.
Entire communities, an entire neighborhood. This is just, it's devastating. And again, it's still at 0% containment. And we haven't, unfortunately, we haven't seen the end of this anywhere near it. And we haven't seen the end. We haven't been able to get, a full look at the devastation. Okay, Gigi, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Let's talk to Samada here, also sitting with us, watching that. It's hard to take in, almost 2 days of this going on.
It's got to be so surreal for Gigi. She and her wonderful photographer and all of us following her journey yesterday with those ferocious winds that blew through the area, and all of us, to Gigi's point, the library being the heart of a community. Right. There's memories there, it's significant, and to see it all burn down at a complete loss and makes us all a loss for words to see not just the library, but mass devastation across Pacific Palisades. Go ahead.
No, okay, I'm still curious about the wind, and I know that's exactly where you were about to go. And I think right now you can kind of feel like, okay, we're good. Maybe firefighters will be able to get a great handle on this and this one and this one and this one, because multiple fires are burning in our area right now. But we were talking earlier, and you've been letting us know that this is just a break. And how bad is this going to get?
Yeah, a well-deserved break, by the way. And as to Gigi's live shot, the winds have been tamed a lot calmer than where it was yesterday. The catastrophic strong winds that really allowed the fire to grow and become ferocious and out of control. Very quiet winds, calm, maybe a few gusts here and there. But those winds, yes, relaxed at this hour, but it's only going to be a brief break. We are anticipating those winds to make a return midday and through at least early tomorrow. They're not expected to be as strong as they were yesterday when we're dealing with hurricane force conditions, but it's still strong enough, and the worry continues to be there. Red flag conditions due to the approaching winds once again later this afternoon could produce more fires if winds kick up, which we're anticipating sustained right around 20 plus miles an hour, and that is unfortunately just strong enough to fan the flames. So we're going to take advantage of the conditions as best we can. I'm sure all our firefighters have been working tirelessly to try to get a